Hello. I always check. It never looks great on mine. I gotta figure out OBS settings. Ooh. Hold on. I haven't told my email list, so the only people probably seeing this are the people subbed to me with like notifications on. Oh, what up? Hey, how's it going? Hi. I really want that new Elgato teleprompter because then I can look at you while saying hi. I'm gonna throw a quick thing. This is very, very impromptu. If this is your first, no, it's not your first, I don't think. This all happened very fast tonight, and I had to go get my puppy from the doggy daycare because I had an electrician in today, and then ordered pizza to like just not have to deal with food, which got some mozzarella sticks here, and then scrambled to get this set up. So I haven't emailed my email list yet to let them know I'm live, and I'd like to change the. Sorry, my desk is a mess. I would like to change the URL on my homepage to point here to this exact stream. So I'm gonna do that first while I'm thinking about it. And I already had that edit page up, so boom. Save. All right, that is good to go. Email list is next. Exit. Shut my window a little bit. Yeah, a little cold. Email list. And I need to put OBS on. I have a monitor to my left. Dude, how crazy is that? I've been keeping that one secret for a while because you send this stuff out, you never know if it'll actually happen. And I've been crossing my fingers hard. I mean, the Verge was already insane to me, so this was like, not something I expected on a random Wednesday. So I'm pretty stoked on it. Yeah, I don't know. I quickly brought my phone out because, again, this is a YouTube channel. Eventually I'll be making videos, and I've been documenting stuff like this. Like, this is a milestone in my book. You know, it's like cool. So quickly brought my phone out, talked to my phone for a sec. That happened with the Verge article when it went live. Came down here, read it on my computer, filmed myself like almost a live reaction, and it was ooh, thank you. I'm gonna fix that right now. Thank you for catching that, because again, solo, I'm the only one doing this, so I can't, you know, actually this one, usually I try to click the links. I did not click that time. Hold on. How's the audio, by the way? Is it good? I didn't touch anything since I last went live. So hopefully it's okay. But if something's too loud or too quiet, let me know. I know I'm not like super pro streamer. I'm trying to improve it every time. I did a little bit of set, it's my desk. I did a little bit of tweaking to that. Oh, why is this? Hold on, I'm just gonna type it out. Boom. All right, that URL should work. I'm gonna actually click it and check. Yeah, I try every, you know, I'm constantly like, all right, getting into, thank you for letting me know the audio is good. I'm why is that not showing? Hold on, I might have messed something up. Oh, click this. Okay, it works. Thank you for that. Every time I do this, you know, I'm trying to improve a little bit. So the latest edition, if I zoom out, well, first of all, the latest edition is this camera hopefully won't turn off anymore, because the first couple lives, this is a SLR that I'm streaming from, a Canon 7D. Now it's a Canon 7D. It was this one, a 5D. but I shoot with this, so I really wanted something. The 7D for me is mostly for B-roll, like second angle kind of stuff when I do record a video. So I really wanted to, sorry, I'm also looking for OBS. I feel like I'm always juggling. All right, OBS is going on my monitor here, so I can always keep an eye on it. Yeah, so that won't happen again, which is cool. What else? Oh, the latest is, oh man, if I put OBS on that. So the monitor to my left, like this way, is a vertical ultra wide. It's a little older. It's like it's not super huge, but I guess OBS doesn't scale the resolution. So I'm gonna have it up top here. I have, here's the layout. Vertical ultra wide to my left, and then 4K 32 inch, I think, and then another 4K, maybe 27 inch up top. So they're like, they look like this. Anyway, stream improvements since last time. If I zoom out, I have a light up there now. Ignore that wire, it's gotten actually worse. So that's a stream downgrade since the last one. I'll fix it eventually. That goes to like one of those Ubiquiti pucks for Wi-Fi. I just never, I don't have a ceiling. So I never really went crazy with that. Anyway, let me see what else is on the list. All right, I'm gonna tell my mailing list that I'm live. It gets to the point, I feel like I do a lot of stuff during the week and the weekend, to be honest. And then it gets to the point where like, I'm like, I just need to update people and go live. And that I was already kind of feeling that. So this came at a good time. All quickly making a email. It's going to be fast. If you've tuned in before, which I think you guys have, I've done this in the past where I'm just like, I'm going to make an email right now, live on screen. Yeah, Ben, what's up? You're here. Yeah, I was not expecting this today, to be honest. And honestly, last week, not gonna like dive too deep into it, but last week I had a bad week personally. So this is pretty uplifting, I would say. Featured on Linus Tech Tips. Live now. I'm quickly writing the email. And again, if you're watching this and you're already subscribed to that, sorry if I'm spamming you. I don't like abuse my mailing list by any means, but all right, let's see. I'm gonna use, I took a screenshot of him holding the Steam Deck, so that's gonna be the main part of the email. I'm sure, we're all nerds here. Yeah, I saw that. That was kind of cool. Thank you, Scuffed. I'm just like, I'm not some like anyone fancy, I'm a guy that just does this on his own. This is my full-time job, but it is not every day is promised with this stuff. It's, it's hard. So this kind of thing is like insane. I'm just, I'm a normal person. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's cool. Why won't this upload? I'm trying to let the mailing list know if you're just tuning in. Also, it's funny. So with this, and same with the Verge article, I'll find it. A friend will find it. Someone on Twitter. Someone will let me know that it happened because I do my part. I send the stuff out if they ask. Both of them have reached out to me. Verge, I reached out, and he replied. Thank you, Sean. But you send the stuff out, and then it can be a month. It can be a couple weeks. Like you never know if or when it will happen. My buddy, so both of our lives are like in this busy period. So he was in New York Comic Con the last week, and that's like his hugest convention of the year. So for him, there was a lot of prep involved. So he is gonna like, he's getting back, and then he's gonna I guess get more set up and like, deal with the fallout of that. And then I have to go to a wedding in Georgia, so like end of the month or beginning of next month. What's the date? Very beginning of next month. I just checked. So after all that is like, that's when it's gonna happen. I'm getting all things ready. They can be changed to a Nintendo layout. I do eventually plan on that. It's on the list. It's not the highest priority because I have a lot of custom like themed things and other stuff going on. There's one that's like, it's Nintendo related. I'm like very tempted to show this because this is going to be like potentially my next release. So I'm very tempted to show it tonight. Right now, there's a prototype thing installed on one of my... This is not the Steam Deck, so I can show it to you. There's a prototype from my next release installed in this, and I'm like very tempted to show you guys. It's Nintendo related. It's not the like Nintendo button layout that people ask for. But yeah, that I would like to do that at some point. Hollow, actually, I'm planning on with hollows. I have a blog. Let me pull it up. Buttons. Let me close these tabs. All right. What is this? Did it work? Sorry. Again, very quick. Where the heck? Sorry, I gotta close. I was in the middle of some 3D stuff earlier, and my computer very quickly turned into a streaming computer. Okay, or back into one. So over here, if you go into FAQ blog, there's a blog, and I kind of described the hollow situation here. A lot of people really want them. They're really hard to make. They're time consuming. They require a slower curing resin. So I have to, basically my plan with hollows, I understand everyone wants them, and I understand why, because they're awesome. So my plan is to basically do a pre-order. It was down here, hollow button. So you can read this, you don't have to, I'm describing it right now. But the hollows, basically my plan with that is I'm gonna do like a pre-order. It's gonna be limited, so it's not gonna be like, hey, I took all your money and now I have like 500, I think there's like over 500 people signed up for notifications on that one. And not everyone would check out once I say, hey, they're back. But I want to limit it to something I can physically crank out, because I don't want to be the guy that's like, hey, I took all your money and ran, or like make you think I ran and like they're just taking a long time. So ideally I want to try to pre-order in waves. So and the next one is actually coming up because I think I'm in a good spot mold wise where I can start to make that happen. So the plan for that is I'm going to release a limited pre-order, and then hollows will be available for a very short time, and then expect them within a month is what I'm going to try to achieve here. So it's going to be in addition to everything else I'm making at the time. So that's the plan. Again, I'm trying to, I always want to tell you guys what I'm doing, because, I'm not like, there's so many people in e-commerce that just fucking scam people, and I'm not that guy. So, yeah, that's the plan with hollows. Let me check the chat. I want to get, I don't remember how to do it. One day I'll actually sit down and like watch videos on OBS and learn, but there's a way to pop out the chat. I don't really know. You know what I can do? I think on YouTube I can do that. Well, I appreciate you if you grab anything. This display is from IKEA, actually. It was a limited, like, you know how they do different like drops of different things? It'll be in the store for a limited amount of time. I saw that and I was like, I want this. And I actually hadn't installed it until basically I was like, okay, yeah, I've had it for like about a year now, and it changes. It's cool. Look at this. We got static lines going that way, and you can mount it horizontally as well. There's like 2 different mounting points. I like to have it for the streams on there because it looks cool. Let me zoom out. Normally I like shower and stuff before these. Like I rushed. Sorry, what am I doing? Email. Let me quickly get that out so everyone is around. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure I put the stream link. Okay, cool. We're good to go. For everyone that's new here, I try to like go live once a week-ish. Sometimes a little later if I'm like, a lot of time it's just me. So I'll like be heads down working basically. And then I'll just go live to be like, here's what I've been working on, you know, that kind of thing, updates. So if you're new here, drop a sub, that'd be cool. And get notified because you'll actually be like notified of the live before. As you can see, I'm currently trying to type the email out to tell everyone I'm live. So you'll actually be notified first, which is cool. Holding Steam Deck. I'm doing the alt text for the email. Link. I gotta get a link to his video. My friends, so earlier today I had an electrician over getting some hue lights installed, and my friends actually texted me because I was with him and stuff most of the day, and then he left, and then my friends texted me about the Linus thing. So this is very impromptu. Very unplanned, but in a good way. I mean, everything now is set up stream wise. I think I still, check this out, I think I still have this live. Oh, it's not plugged in. Normally that's an overhead thing. I still have the handheld cam. So, you know, later on, if I show you guys some stuff, that'll be good to go. I had to pull it out of my backpack. Yeah, so they're all made by hand from just me. I'll show you guys like how it works, but they're all made by hand, and then they come out of a mold. Let me just, oh, I have a set here. They're all made by hand, and then they come out of a mold like this, and then I have to individually take it out, sand each one, cut the edges. So yeah, you're paying for handmade, you're paying for a solid button. So watch this. This is, I'm just gonna talk shit on extreme rate. This is junky extreme rate buttons. We'll switch to the handheld. This is what you get if you buy a mass-produced button from like a factory. Focus. So it's like thinner plastic. It doesn't feel all that great. And then a solid button that's cast in resin. It's like an Artisan keycap, which I'll show you guys. So this is like a solid thing. It's texture matched to match the Steam Deck's texture. And actually, what extreme rate and etc. don't do is, check this out. So if you've used the Steam Deck, here, I'm just gonna grab the camera. If you've used the Steam Deck's stock buttons, you have felt the pain of never knowing where the menu or the Steam button is, the three dots or the Steam button. So I set out to solve that issue. If this will, you know, the lighting in here, hold on. Focus. ZV-1 Sony cam acting up today. All right, we're going back to like, I'm just gonna put it down. I tried. Anyway, so these buttons are raised up, which actually, maybe it'll just be easier to show you on a Steam Deck. The three dots and the menu are raised. So that is a huge quality of life improvement over both the stock and the mass-produced stuff. And then, yeah, I mean, they just feel better. I don't know. So they're not for everyone. The price isn't for everyone, and that's fine. Valves look like, actually, can't tell. here's a stock steam valve. Let me throw a light on there. Here is a stock valve button. So it's also hollow. Also plasticky, which is fine. I mean, it works, but if you're looking for something a little better, this is like the worst color to show you this because it's like clear. Hold up. But yeah, I mean, I've been getting the whole like it's expensive thing for years now because everything I do, I try to, you know, I don't skimp out on materials. I use the same kind of materials. I used to work, if you're new here, I used to work as a photographer in the movie industry. So what I did was I talked to the props department and asked what they use. And then I went to the manufacturer, learned up all that stuff. But yeah, all this, the materials aren't cheap either. And you're paying for handmade, one guy doing this. These are raised up. Will it focus if I do this? Man, I gotta adjust to the Sony at some point. Anyway, yeah, you can feel the stock, or you can feel the buttons over stock, which that was like the first idea when I was making them. The other thing is like, I don't like rush this stuff out. This was about 6 to 7 months of trial and error, printing, tweaking, modifying, etc. They all start out, I guess I could do a timeline of how they work. Oh, hell yeah, thank you, Jeremy. So basically, I'm going to do a quick rundown of how this process works. So they start as a 3D file. That file is not like, it's not from Valve's files that they released, which was only the external stuff. It starts from a 3D file, and then from there it gets printed on a DLP printer, which is like a liquid resin, and then the DLP aspect is it's a projector, so it's not a screen. There's less light bleed, it's more precise, etc. Stuff that doesn't matter to you guys, but it matters to me because I have to then, after that, sand everything by hand. And then I add the texture to match the shell of the Steam Deck. Have to wait. And then from there, I can finally make the mold. And then from there, once the molds cure, this is a keycap mold, but it's just sitting here on my desk. From there, the keycap, or sorry, not the mold. Then I can do the resin stuff. This is like an example of what a mold looks like. And this is, again, it started out as a 3D printed thing. And then it's a 2-part mold. You squish it in, and then you pour all the resin in, and then you have to wait. A lot of this is a lot of waiting too. Each resin takes anywhere from an hour to 4 hours to cure. So if you see like a multicolored design, that adds time. What else adds time? Everything. And then after all that, if you're lucky and there's no air bubbles, it comes out looking like this. And then you can break it apart, and I have to like cut around all that by hand. So it's handmade, basically. It's handmade. The demand is pretty high. So yeah, I don't know. It's not for everyone, which is fine. It would not, I will definitely eventually do a sale, but now is not a good time because I can't even keep them in stock, without a sale. And I mentioned this on my last stream. My bottleneck right now is making the masters. This is a master. It comes out of a thing like this. This takes me 15 hours on a printer to print. Sorry, I'm looking at the screen. So this takes 15 hours. Then I sand it by hand, and then I do all the stuff, add the texture. So my goal is to get these made out of metal because these have a limited lifespan as well. So my goal is to eliminate that whole step, which will speed things up, make them more available, etc. But that step's expensive. It's about $2,000, I think. So a sale right now would hinder my ability to do that, basically. but I mean, I'm not opposed to it. A shaker. So for air bubbles, I have 5 pressure pots. I have a vacuum chamber. So everything is like, obviously you mix it really well. You shake it up and then pour it into a cup. Cups look like this, mixing cup. Man, I'm like very tempted to get that Elgato prompter. I can see what I'm doing. Oh, this camera. Mix them in here or bigger, you know, depending on how many I'm trying to get done at once. And then, yeah, throw it in a pressure pot. Ideally that combats the air bubbles. It is a time and chemical reaction. So it takes, you know, there's always going to be ones that you can't, like, they're not all perfect. If I tried to make 10 at a time, 10 batches, you know, 10 sets at a time, I'm not going to get 10 out every single time. So there's also wastage, spill it, you know, that kind of thing. So a lot goes into it. Starfield buttons. I started them this week, and then, like I said, if you missed it earlier, had a bad week personal life shit. So I didn't get to them as much as I would have liked. So it basically, that's the copper D-pad, and they require some extra time. So ideally next week, we're gonna see on those ones, because the metal stuff is a bit of a bottleneck. I'm looking. Yeah, I already can't keep up with orders, so yeah, a sale. I'm not saying no to sales. I'm wiping my lens off. I'm not saying no to sales eventually, obviously. Like, gotta show some love back to the people that show love to you. But now is not a good time, because I'm in the, like, to get this started, all the, like, the materials, the equipment involved, all that stuff, it was like about 10 grand, maybe a little more. So I'm still trying to I'm trying to, like, get that back, you know. So yeah, I have some plans for, you know, the future, trying to scale this, obviously. So a sale, not great right now. I'm trying to finish this email that I started. Style, sorry. Can I type this? Oh, I can type here. While I'm typing this, if you're new here, drop a sub, that'd be awesome. You can be notified whenever I go live, or else I'll go live like I did tonight, and I'll talk about writing an email telling everyone that I went live, and it will take an hour. So this is the best way to know that, you know, this is the fastest way to get the info. And actually, on nights that I go live when I'm editing photos and actually live launching something, you may get a little head start, which is kind of cool. Yeah, dude, this isn't my first, like, rodeo in the working for yourself thing. I've been around for a long time, but everything's a risk. And this was something particularly that I dropped a teaser of these on my original site, cast off of the original Steam Deck buttons. This is like, I wonder, hold on, let me look behind me real quick. Yeah, so I, like, a year ago posted this on my site, like, buttons coming soon, and then, like, it ballooned into, hold on, what if I, like, do this? I really, like, hate these menu and, Steam and, like, 3 dots, you know. I kept tweaking, refining, so it was just like, it turned into a way bigger thing than I anticipated. But you know what, like, I believe in it, people like it, which is awesome. So sometimes you gotta sacrifice, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to sound like a weirdo, but yeah. Let me look while I'm thinking about it. This is like one of the original ones I teased a year ago, and it's a lot different than what the current gen is, and I'll explain why, but hold up. I can't believe I knew where they were. So this is a pre-release button before I really went crazy and decided to design them from scratch. So if you're unfamiliar with how resin casting works, you have to, how do I explain this? There's, for stuff like this, where the back isn't just as important as the front, you have to make a two-part mold. So two halves that meet in, you know, they meet together and they're friends and it works. So part of doing that with the original buttons was filling the backs in. So any little void was filled in with clay. This is the original valve button here. And what it ends up looking like is, I'm just gonna say bad. Not bad, imprecise. So part of the like cool part of being able to do it in 3D first is I can tweak things. I can, oh, this fits a little weird, like adjust that. And it's a little involved to like adjust it, make a mold, do all the steps before casting it to test if it fits, but that's just part of it. Here is a original cast off of the original Steam Deck button. I can't, man, I wish that I could, how close can I get? Ooh, so that's the back. It looks like, it's fine if you're like a guy on Etsy, but my plan kind of evolved into something crazier. So that was one. I mean, to compare, here's the back of the final product. It is a solid thing. It's got a logo in it. Oops. And then the front I can control, obviously, which is where the fun will begin with the next release. So it's an indented letter here, etc. So yeah, I don't know. It's a little cooler. Ooh, yo, Jeremy, definitely do that. Hit me up, for sure. Yo, what up? For those unfamiliar, C-Day he's been around since back in the day. I used to paint controllers. The original company name was Color Controllers, and this was my chance to sort of like separate from that because I don't paint controllers anymore. But he's been around since like the beginning, so thank you for showing up. My friend texted me a screenshot of it with like a bunch of exclamation points in our group chat. I forget, I actually have it pulled up here, so let me see what he said. They sent like a typical, like, you know, what you share in your group chat, random links and stuff. And then like right afterwards, more importantly, and it was a screenshot of that, and I was like, and I had an electrician at the house. He just left. I had to go get my dog from the daycare because I leave her there if, you know, I have someone working on the house, etc. So I quickly ordered pizza. I was like, I don't want to have to like deal with that. My main goal is live stream, say hi to everyone, explain, you know, I'm just a dude. I can drop a link in the chat. Let me pull the link up again. But yeah, this was a very fast live setup situation, and it still took me, what I would say, forever. Here, I'll pin this. So the Linus thing came about, can I pin this? I can pin this. It came about after the Verge thing. The Verge article went live, and then the site got inundated and everything sold out, which is awesome. And then I got reached out by Linus's team, and, you know, I didn't have anything to send them. My molds were shot from making over 100 sets before the launch, etc. And I like scrambled. I stayed up so late trying to get this stuff out to them. And that was a while ago. So I'm glad it happened, because it's insane to me. All right. Distracted as usual. I'm gonna quickly, man, I wish I knew how to do I watch all these videos on like streaming setup and stuff. That Senpai Gaming guy, he's really cool. I'm using his audio, his music, and stuff, sorry. But I don't sit down and just like read the easy stuff. How do I pop out the chat on OBS? Like stupid stuff. So bear with me on that kind of thing. I'll spend the time at some point. Wearing a lot of hats. How do I get rid of this stupid thing? I made the mistake of resizing the window and it resized the chat, and now I can only see like one thing. Default view. There we go. Default view worked. All right. I will finish this email, let everyone know that I'm live. Check out the video here. The other thing is, if, you know, a lot of things, I don't know if everything has sold out since the video went live, but a lot, you know, the site is sold out for the most part. If you do want to support me, again, just one guy doing this, I have an Amazon shop. It sells Touch Protect. Touch Protect were the original, I'm telling you guys, the original Steam Deck accessory. They've been around since 2012, I believe, whenever the original PS4 came out. Here's a Steam controller with them. I've been involved in the Steam scene since the beginning. They add texture to your trackpads, they protect them. A lot of cheap knockoffs use shitty vinyl that has no texture. This is embossed on top of vinyl versus pressed in to the surface, and that's something no one ever, like, you're never gonna care or know about unless you make the stuff. It's all 3M and Avery, good brands from a reputable source, etc., etc. So if you want to support me still, I hate like sounding like that guy, but check out the Amazon shop, amazon.com/touchprotect. I'll leave a link right here, amazon.com. I don't know if that's probably not clickable. Oh, it's clickable, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, that's a good way to support this, what I'm doing. And yeah, let me finish this. Let me finally finish this email real quick. I'm gonna grab the link from copy link address. Killing it, I would say, yes, in terms of people showing up. I would love to be able to sell them stuff, you know. I've said this before, when you work for yourself, nothing is promised, so it would be nice to be able to crank them out quicker. But again, working on the steps to do that. It's not you know, it's a marathon. It's not a whatever. I don't know what's that phrase? Either way, stuff like this is freaking cool, you know. I've been a Linus fan forever. I've been a Verge fan forever. So this shit is like, it's so cool to me. It's like, it reaffirms like, all right, all those doubts you have about trying to, you know, make a living doing this kind of stuff. All the like money spent, etc. It's like, these kind of things are the reminders like, maybe, yeah, you can do this. Also, live now. Come hang and chat. I should probably do a different video or a different image than the thumbnail, but I'll just do that. I'm gonna link to this. And you know what I need to do for the next stream? I was talking earlier about every stream I'm trying to improve something. What I would like to improve is the tech side of this. You know, I've worked on set up a light now for my hair. It kind of separates me from the background a little bit. You know, I worked on lighting and camera last time, or for this stream. The next one I should do is probably work on like the tech freaking OBS output settings so it doesn't look so 1080p-ish. The Steam controller ones are different for sure. Oh, thank you for reminding me about the links. Yeah, the Steam controller buttons are different sizing. I'm like so tempted. I wish I had the time. I used to make Steam controller buttons, and I'm like so tempted to bring them back. But like you know, I didn't know nearly as much as I know now about resin casting, about any sort of 3D design, manufacturing, basically. But yeah, it'd be cool to bring these back. The sprinkle buttons that I just released last week, these guys, they were a throwback to, this is my personal Steam controller. The back plate is off over there in the studio area. Yeah, so they're a little different on the back. The Steam controller is not. I appreciate you stopping by, man. By December, I should have buttons in stock for you. Unless, you know, Christmas rush, that always happens. But, you know, keep an eye on the site. Sign up for emails. Sign up for if you like a specific design on the site. There's a remind me tab, and the second I make stock go live, like you know, I have them physically available to sell, you'll get an email. So just watch your emails, and subscribe here if you haven't, because I do tell people on live. Some lives I'm like, you literally get like the up to the minute, like I'm taking the photos, I'm editing the photos, I'm uploading them to the site, and like they are about to be live. And I'll usually, if you're watching live, you'll get a little heads up too, which is a little, I guess, as much as I could do to thank you. You know, thank you guys anyway, you know, for supporting this. This is, I don't know, Linus thing is crazy. I think I'm done with this. It's so basic, this email, but here, let's do a vote. Here's a vote for you guys. In this email, I'll show you what it looks. It's so bad. In this email, it's basically the same photo twice. The vote is for this image on the bottom here. Do I keep this like weird thumbnail I threw together very quickly, or do I take my phone and literally take a picture of like what is currently I'm live, my desk is a mess, etc. Let me know. Good time for me to like have some water. I also like rush ordered food, and I'll probably eat it. So just so you know, again, this was very rushed. My desk is always kind of a mess because I get messy when I'm in the middle of working on stuff, but it's even more of a mess than normal. Oh, I recognize you, bro. You're my Twitter homie. I'm gonna get a paper towel. Please vote on the second image, if it should be that picture or if it should be a cell phone photo of my messy desk. We're back. Yeah, you're right. Oh, wait, now we have one of one. We have one person saying messy desk and one person saying Linus. So now I'm not sure. I'm trying to like straighten up a little bit. I don't know. I can put this away. The pizza's already cold, by the way. In case you were wondering. All right, real vote. All right, I'm just gonna do double Linus. Again, this is like very quick. You know, okay, so the last time I did an email live, like on while I was live with you guys, the subject line got cut off. I don't know what the magic thing is. I made it too long. So like the important bits were not. All right. I just made the subject line Linus Tech Tips in all caps with an exclamation point and then live now. That I don't think that's clickbait. I don't know. Is that clickbait? All right. Q&A. Q&A. Yeah, cold pizza's fine. Like, I used to not like it when I was younger, but I like it now. All right, I'm gonna send a test to myself, which I always do. Unless I forget. Boom. Send. Go to this other tab. Oh, I just leaked it's my personal email. Who cares? It's this, like, the Verge already leaked my full name. So, can't get any more public than that. It's not. It didn't go through. Maybe. Oh, maybe I'm in the wrong. Hold on. It's funny. I feel like on these live streams, I always like appear like not disheveled, but like, I just threw this together. But it's really just the live streams that like everything else is thought out. It's planned. Like the whole button process is kind of a slow, you have to do a lot of steps to get to the final result. So, the actual like making of these things is not how the live streams are. All right, resend. Yeah, that's true. I'm clicking all the links real quick. This actually, the Linus thing, like when we first talked, it actually was going to be a live stream. I was going to be featured on a live stream. Not me, but the buttons. And I said like, yo, I have my live stream stuff set up. Like if you need me to hop on live, I am down to chat. But then it switched. It was like, we're going to do this as a video instead. So still in awe that it happened, Okay, this is fine. I'm gonna change one thing, a plus sign, and app. Yeah. Okay, I'm sending this. Send. I mean, shit, if you're like, I realize like all the YouTubers I watch and stuff, and my plan is to keep obviously doing these lives, but I also want to make videos for you guys. I feel like my life is not a standard. When you live day to day, it's like you don't think of it, but like my life is not normal to some people, I guess. So, it's interesting to some people. I saw on Reddit earlier in the week, a couple days ago, there was a guy who was like, hey, he I forget what he had, a disability. I forget what it was. He might have been blind. And he was like, I want to make videos. And it was on the like small business subreddit maybe or something, but he was like, I want to make videos. Like, here's my story. Is that a bad idea? Is it a good idea? Whatever. And I was like, hey, I didn't comment it publicly. I just sent him a DM and it was like, your story is like not a normal, your perspective on life is way different than a lot of people's perspective. So why not, you know? He wanted, I forget what the deal was. I think he wanted to like, what did he want to do? I wish I could find the post. He wanted to like, I forget, man, I wish I remembered. It was something. But yeah, obviously it's like throw stuff online, and if people like it, they'll watch it. Ooh, thank you. Cool. The email is sending now. So we are good to go. How? All right. All the hard stuff is done. I'm pulling OBS to a different monitor. Oh, I lost it. Oh no. Did you ever drag something to like, I'm going to drag this to the second monitor and then it's just gone? Because that's what just happened. You would think they would fix that by now. I'm like seriously looking for my OBS window now. Great time for the OBS to disappear. Oh, the edge of it was up at the top of this monitor. Okay. That worked. I'm zooming it out, trying to scale it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming a lot of the big streamers have a streaming PC that, you know, they do all that. One day. I have a lot of ideas for things I want to do with these streams and stuff. If you're new, thank you for showing up. Drop a sub. Click the like notify thing too, because then it'll let you know when I am live eating pizza for you guys. I'm reading your chat now while eating pizza. This live was thrown together very quickly. I didn't want people to see the video and then go to the site and like most of the stuff is sold out. So instead, I wanted to say, come say hi, ask me questions, and I'll explain what I do and what's happening. And now let me read your chat. The steps to make these are like, it's so, that's the problem with like trying to prototype stuff. I have a prototype thing on my personal Steam Deck here. And it's like, I could 3D print, here's a good example. Switch to handheld. I could 3D print, this is a 3D print prototype of a D-pad. The D-pad in its own was like 4 weeks maybe of trial and error. This is like just a 3D print. Not made for like resin casting. It was like literally one of the first, like how do these arches in the back work? How does that hug the membrane in the D-pad? Like, you have to basically reverse engineer what Valve did, what I'm assuming is a team of people with hardware design knowledge, and like, you know, you have to like measure out and tweak stuff and whatever. So it's tough. These are 3D printed, like very quick prototypes of D-pads that are just in a cup on my desk. They're literally for like slight fitment, which you can never fully tell until you go through all the steps of making the molds and resin casting, but they were a good rough idea to rough the dimensions and stuff like that. Here's another one, and each one of these is like a revision. So you go in, you design, you tweak stuff, how does that work, how does it make the D-pad feel, you know. A lot of it's also by feel, because I use this stuff too. And yeah, I don't know. So some of these were all of these, which it looks like 3 little D-pads, was probably 3 weeks worth of stuff. Anyway, yeah, it's quite a long thing. Appreciate you, Chris. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for grabbing them, the blues. I like them. Did you get the new party blue, or did you get the, I forget. I remember packing your order because I'm pretty sure I was like, this is a good color combo. I just don't remember. I think you might have gotten the non-party, like the transparent blue. Um, yes, it was Travis. That was the one that I was like, can I keep this a secret? I have to, obviously, but that was the one I was crossing my fingers hard for. Because I've been a Linus fan for like, I don't know, over 10 years at this point. I used to like message him on, I think they used to have forums back in the day. There was something where he was like painting something, and back when I was painting controllers, you know, I learned the ins and outs of that. So I was like, here's how you should do this. This is the kind of clear coat you should use, because that was like a big secret back in the day. And like stuff like that, building a DIY paint booth, all that stuff. So that was kind of, it's a cool like full circle moment. Same with the Verge. I was talking about that when that happened. I don't remember if I talked about it like publicly. But I was telling friends, I posted on my like personal Facebook, like I used to drive to a job that I hated out of college. It was like, I wouldn't say I hated it. It was the typical like fresh out of college job. It was like full-time hours. Actually, it was 10-hour days, hour and 20 minutes commute both ways. And it was like 40 hours a week, but you weren't full-time. And I used to listen to the Engadget podcast, like every time I was in that stupid rush hour traffic. And then, you know, they eventually turned into the Verge, and I was listening to them then. So there's another full circle moment for me. This is 2 now for this project, which is awesome. Yeah, I was like pretty stoked on that. Metal molds, still searching. This past week, honestly, I didn't get as much done as I would have liked. Had some personal life shit. It was just a bad week, you know? I'm sure you guys had that, but we're back in action. Nothing like, you know, I'm not dying or anything. But I wasn't able to get as much work done as I would like. So we're back. Gotta follow up with a couple machine shops. Someone earlier in chat mentioned they have potentially know someone that does smaller runs. So the problem of doing machine shop stuff, like I have to test it first. So maybe order like a front and a back or something. But it's hard to like stop machine shop people that probably get bigger orders of like, I don't know what machine shops make, car parts or like medical device. I don't know. They make like industrial stuff. So, you know, hard to just be like, hey, can I like make a couple of these? Ideally, I want to have 10 of each of my masters, front and back. That's so like ABXY, Steam, 3 dots, start and select. That's 1. So I need the front and the back of that. So 20 things. And then same with D-pads. D-pads are separate. They're a different mold. So same with that. I would like to have 10 of each for now is my goal. All made out of metal. And that's, I keep saying around $2,000. It might even be more. We'll see. I hope it's not. But thank you, Chris, for the restock alert. Glad it worked for you. But yeah, the Linus thing, how do you have a feeling? Let me know. I'm seeing I have my phone here. My phone, and it's like on a dock here, and people are replying to I believe it's the comment I left on the Linus channel. And I'm like curious to see what that says. It's tough. So the downside, if you like, I guess electroplate these, is the base of it is always going to be plastic, and this is a resin that's UV sensitive, and anytime it's exposed to UV light, it cures. And honestly, even when I have these in a dark drawer now, like in the back of a dark drawer are where my masters live, and they still curl up. And when they curl up, it means the fitment of the 2 mold halves, they don't fit together well, because like the edges are like starting to do some of that, you know, the molds you make off of the curled up master. So I just want to get away from the plastic thing, to be honest. It's great for prototyping. It's great for if I was like a dude on Etsy doing a couple sets a week. But I really want to like, I'm the guy that invented good Steam Deck buttons. I want to, you know, I know these things ins and outs of these, like I had to do so much shit to get to this point. I really want to have molds that I'm just like, don't have to think about the molds. I can focus on, making the designs, making, the fun stuff. Which, P.S., do I share what's coming next? I don't know. Let me know. Maybe. The next like release, the next like big release. So the plan for the end of this month is I'm gonna finally announce a limited pre-order of hollows, and my goal is to get one more set, like a themed set out that I've been working on now. I have a prototype thing in here because it's a little different than the other sets that have been out. This week I gotta build up the molds for that and get to work, basically. They did not, Critter. They did not let me. I mean, like, all right, so I sent them the stuff a month ago at least, and I talked back and forth with them. But originally it was going to be a live stream, and then it was like, oh, it's going to maybe turn into a full video. You never really know, I just have to kind of hope it happens, and a lot of times it doesn't happen, and then you're just sitting there like, man, I made these people stuff, but not really much you can do on that front. So yeah, I didn't know it was going live today. I hoped it was going live at some point, but I did not know when or any of that stuff. Oh, cool. I just checked my email and it looks like, ooh, 2 hours ago I got an email. I didn't check the email for the site, but yeah, I mean, 2 hours ago. When did the video launch? 2 hours ago, probably. So I didn't know it was happening tonight. So that's why I was like, order pizza, eat it on stream, and just make, ew. There's a little dust on this now. I don't know why that happened. But yeah, probably fell from my ceiling that's not done. So I didn't know. No. You know what? I'm gonna eat it. Yeah, I honestly, it's good that it wasn't crammed next to the Verge article. Yeah, man, Chris, it's like, I feel like life stuff just, it's inevitable, and sometimes you gotta like do life stuff. Hopefully your life stuff's all right. The Ender's good. Resin printing's annoying. For me, it's a necessary evil. Like, I don't get enjoyment out of it. It's messy. It's really toxic. I have stuff in a DIY booth, my whole printer. But I still, when I go to post-process it, I have like 2 of those Anycubic wash and cure stations. One's like the dirtier IPA alcohol, and then the other one. So I take it out of the printer, put it in the messier one to get like most of the crap off, and then put it in the cleaner IPA one. Two different wash and cure stations, and then the second one does the UV. After I have to like brush it off and stuff, or sorry, air, clean it off with air to dry it. So it's a necessary evil. I mean, it's the only way you can get fine detail in printing. I mean, at home, at least. I experimented with SLS printing, selective laser sintering. It's like a bed of sand, basically, and then a laser happens, and then it lowers a bed, and then it lasers. I don't have those easily accessible. My goal with that was order the molds, order the masters out with this printer that's 30 grand. Have a shop do that, and then I don't even have to do the texture part, because selective laser sintering is like grittier matte finish by design, but it lost too much detail in the ABXY and the menu and all the like buttons. It lost detail, so that was a wash. I didn't spend a ton of money on that one. I got enough to see if it was worth pursuing, and it wasn't. What up, Dustin? welcome. Yeah, so that's the the journey of the molds. The other thing, I've been wanting to go live anyway, but I was like, I don't have a ton of updates. Like, you know, this past week was not the most productive for this stuff. And I was like, but I want to go live. I was thinking, I've been playing that like Suika game. It's like a Japanese Nintendo Switch game it's like you stack fruit and it's like really fun. And I was like, I kind of want to live stream that, just like say what's up to you guys. And like, you know, I don't have a ton of button update stuff, but that was a potential idea that I had. I do have one prototype that I'm very tempted to show you guys. I can't tell if I should do it yet because I had an idea for the live stream to like debut it, and it involved buying this thing. Buying a certain item for the live stream specifically to announce it. So that's my hang up. I have a prototype thing in there now. I have in the pressure pot the second revision of it, in terms of fitment, not in terms of looks. I have cups of Starfield that I can show you. There's a website, Travis, for it. I forget this. I mean, it's like I'll just send you a link to the. It's not as good as the Nintendo Switch one. There's a US website. This is the game that I've been playing on Switch, but like the one I've been playing on Switch, you need a Japanese Nintendo account, and the whole thing's in Japanese, which doesn't matter because it's not a ton you need to learn on that one, but it's so fun. I have another Elgato that I want to like plug. Can you run does anyone know if you can run two Elgato USB capture cards on the same stream at the same time? That game is just so fun. There's a dude, I was hanging out with my friend Zach this past weekend, and you know, your YouTube recommendations are different than your friends, and his YouTube recommendations was this guy. What was the guy's name? I ended up subscribing to him, but he was playing it, and I was like, all right. I actually brought my Switch and my Steam Deck when I went to his house, because we always do that. Like, we don't see each other that often. He lives a little far, so I'll, you know, show him the latest. And he's playing this game, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna get a Japanese eShop account. I'm gonna like throw some yen on there and get that game. Oh, Ludwig, there's a streamer named Ludwig, and he plays it a lot. And I was like, man, this game is fun. It's just like, for me, when I'm really busy, the button thing is like so much mental energy. It's like, it's a never-ending puzzle, and it's like constant problem solving, running into issues, problem solving. It's just like, it's a lot of mental energy. And it's also artistic, which is like its own mental thing. You know, you can't have a shitty day or the buttons will come out shitty. So, for me, gaming lately is like, I think I told you guys earlier, like I'll play Apex with friends who, you know, that's a good way to hang out with friends and like play a game that has no story. And the Suika game is, ooh, it's so good for that. It's just like, you just sit, you stack fruit, they're different shapes, they get bigger, you match things, it's so good. Let me check. I don't know. Maybe. The pizza is very good. What are your thoughts on pineapple on pizza? I know it's not for everyone, but it is for me. I lived in Hawaii for a tiny bit, and I had a lot. That's where I like really started to like pineapple. I didn't really like it before then. So naturally, I like it on pizza. Don't Starve Together. I remember what the... Let me Google. I think I know what the title of it looks like. Is that multiplayer? Like with... Oh yeah, I remember this. I wonder if I own this. Multiplayer? Possibly. This looks cool. Maybe that's my next one. Yeah, this one doesn't have the good bacon. But it still got it. I usually like plain. That's like an easy default for me. I'll finish this slice. If you're new here, I feel like I have to say this every once in a while. If you're new here, drop a sub. It'd be awesome. Click the notify me thing if that exists for live streams, because just like today, a lot of times these live streams are very like, I'm going live and then I'll tell everyone kind of thing, like my mailing list. So if you want to know before the mailing list, because a lot of times I make the mailing list slowly over the course of the stream, drop a sub. And you'll get to see when I start making videos, which I started editing my vlog from hanging out with JB over at 1UP Keyboards. It's probably not the best video in the world. You know, your first couple are clearly not going to be amazing. But I like it. Ooh, that would be good. You know, that would be like, I'm reading Ben's comment. So, if you are new to the stream, one of my prototype situations was trying to figure out what to put on the Steam button, because I didn't want to step on Valve's toes. I didn't want to use their brand. And I was like, what do I make it say? So as a placeholder, I made it say fuck. And I should release that. But I want to release it in like a... Maybe it'd be cool to do it as like a streetwear looking kind of thing, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. I'm not like super into streetwear. When I was in Thailand, I bought like fake streetwear because I was like, oh, this is like cheap, and I got some for my friends. Like, it was just fun. But it would be kind of cool to do that, I think. I like that idea. Travis, I'm digging that you're here. Ooh, Shane, do you have a link to your puzzle? I don't know how to do that stuff, so that's always cool to me that people know how to do that stuff. I know a lot of like weird technical hardware stuff and like nerdy shit, like all of us, but I never got into programming. I have this, hold up. Hello. This is an ongoing project. I have a Raspberry Pi here with an e-ink screen, and my friend Trey, he was my mod on my very first stream. He lives overseas, and he's like my programmer man, and not in like a, hey, can you do this for me? Like, can you make me an app? It's like Facebook, like none of that crap. Because I have other programmer friends that are like, that's annoying, obviously. But he's gonna help me with the Raspberry Pi stuff. We want to make it. He's been making a little prototype. It'll basically tell me if I have any emails for the shop. It'll tell me if there's like live visitors and orders to fulfill, that kind of thing. So like something that can sit on my desk and just be like glanceable, because that'd be awesome. I mean, I'm on top of the orders. I mean, if you've been here before, you know how this runs. I usually try to ship stuff out, you know, a day or two. Actually, it sucks. I found one order that I mailed a bunch of orders on Monday night. And I freaking forgot one, and it's in my car. Now I feel bad. So that's going out in the morning tomorrow. But yeah, drop a link to the chat or in the chat because I'll check it out. This is a pretty low-key stream. It was very much like the site's gonna have a lot of eyes on it. If you're new, I want to explain, I want to answer your questions and just like, I mean, a lot of you will probably hear the same stuff every stream at this point. How's a button made? That kind of stuff. But I mean, it's interesting to people, so I gotta keep telling them. Hello. I'm glad you just found me. That's awesome. And I'm glad that you saw that link because some of those links are kind of crammed in the site. So, all right, let me read your question one more time. Oh yeah, so vacuum, I mean, they're both useful in resin casting and pressure casting and whatever. Vacuums are good before it's curing. For me, I use a vacuum when I make my molds. Here is this is a keycap mold. This is the final result. And this is like, I haven't put these up yet. Actually, I mailed one of these out just randomly to someone. This is like my logo. I was gonna quickly grab a Sharpie and make it dark so you could actually see. This is like the smiley face logo keycap. Here's the butt. And then this is the mold that it comes out of. So for me, I use my vacuum chamber to get rid of bubbles in the silicone before I pour them. A lot of like, so many air bubbles come out of this that you wouldn't know existed. With the silicone specifically. You can do it, and so basically the steps for making a silicone, turning this into silicone is you get two different materials. They come together. I don't like source them separately, but you get two different, like a part A and a part B, and you mix them together really well. And then you pour the thing and it will turn into this, which bounces. So the vacuum chamber comes into play there. Because it draws all these, like, from mixing specifically. This is a thicker, more viscous type of material, so all these bubbles get trapped. You know, a lot of times it's like you can't even see them; they're microscopic. But that'll draw all that out after you mix. Some people will take their actual resin part A and part B, and they'll run it under a vacuum beforehand, like before mixing part A and part B. Because if you mix it, the countdown begins. Like and typically silicone has a little bit of a longer cure time. It's like hours and hours. So you have a little more time to work before it becomes too hard to fit into certain areas. So vacuum's great for thicker materials like this. You can use it. I do use it with resin if I like in the morning, I shake up my part A and my part B of my resin. And there's always bubbles after that. And what I could either wait and go like fulfill orders, make some touch protect, have coffee, or I can speed that process up by like pouring out I do it by weight a lot of times. So pour out the weight, part A, part B, and then throw it in the vacuum. That'll draw out the bubbles that I created from mixing. And then it's just business as usual. But yeah, vacuum is really good for that. I still cure my molds, the silicone, under pressure as well. It's just kind of an extra step for that. So hopefully that helps. If you have any other resin casting questions, I've been doing it for 5 years, something. Started with keycaps. Here is one of them. This is it's not going to focus. This is a UFO. It's hard to really tell on here. I also have on my cup of wonder on my desk, Animal Crossing. You might have seen these. These were pretty popular. Keyboard scene's a little weird these days. But you may have seen these online somewhere. I made Animal Crossing ones because Animal Crossing's so cozy. I love playing it around Christmas time. But the original one was like the atomic purple, and then eventually went on to making a bunch of them. I have a bunch on here. So yeah, I started resin casting a bunch of years ago. And that, actually, this one is not a good example, but I did make, this was my very first like release. You know, after you experiment, this was an asteroid keycap. I went on to make Steam controller buttons in the same layout, and this one's actually not polished or anything. I literally found this earlier in the week, actually, and I was like, man, I found it in my attic of all places, in a box. I was looking for a Game Boy Pocket that I had. Oh, here's the original. This was the original Animal Crossing keycap. Some of them, the shell and the stars glow. Some of them, they don't. The tricky part with keycaps is the butt. Getting the fitment right on this. But yeah, the natural evolution was keycaps. Oh, I can make buttons, you know. I wanted buttons, and then I made them. Ooh, I have one more example, because they're actually on my site now, but I just always like them. And actually, I don't have one on my keyboard for some reason, so hold up. I guess I could have showed you that. That's where I keep a lot of the smaller inventory. These that kind of stuff. Thankfully, you know, the stuff that I make is smaller in terms of dimensions. So, I don't have to have a huge warehouse like JB one-up keyboards, man. This is an airplane window. These are actually on the site now. This lighting is not doing them justice, so hold on. Turn on. Now it's gonna be too bright. Hold on. Down, down, down. I forget if this camera's on auto or what the deal is. It's upside down. There's an airplane. These are all clouds. The clouds were hand formed with sticky tack, of all things. Will it focus? There's some glitter in there. You can't really tell in this. It's like a couple of different layers. Those are on the site. I tried to capitalize on the GameStop thing back in the day. I made a shit ton of these, and then buy GME. I also made a sell GME. I made a shit ton of these, and they were like, it was perfect timing, and then I realized that the keycap profile, this is the profile of a keycap, you would be facing this way if it was on your keyboard. But with these ones particularly, I accidentally made it like this. So I made a crap ton of them, and then I finally like slowed down for a sec and tested it, and I was like, those are backwards. So I had to redo it. Yes, DMG related buttons. I don't know how to say that. That might be the next release, maybe. Might be Game Boy related. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have trade secrets for sure. But you know, some of this stuff is like, it's fine to tell you guys, obviously. I'm not gonna like super show in detail my masters and stuff like that. That stuff is like the bread and butter. It took so long to make and like figure out. That stuff is like, can't give away the keys to the kingdom. The other thing is like everything I end up making usually ends up getting copied at some point. Touch Protect happened last year. People were like stealing my images. I got a trademark on the name. People were using that. You know, so like in between the keyboard thing, like making keycaps, or no, in between the controller. When was the timeline here? In the middle of like I did like controllers, did that for a long time, and then I focused on my photography career, like my professional like real job, I would call it. And then from there, we moved back to Pennsylvania. I was in Atlanta for a little bit as well. It's like a bunch of places. But there was a time where I tried this like stupid side business, mostly to get my 3D printers running. My goal was like, I want to make my Prusa money back. I want to make the printer make enough money to where it's paid for itself. It was like a pandemic kind of thing. But I started a fingerboard company. Which is a stupid, oh man, I regret it. It was a waste of time. It was a waste of money. I should have been focusing on keycaps. But what I did in this scene was made something that's never happened before, which was a magnetic, like, hard shell case to carry these things. Got freaking stolen immediately. And honestly, that scene, like keycap scene, keyboard people are a little more mature. They respect other people's ideas more. I mean, there's always going to be a guy that's going to try to knock your shit and make a quick buck. But fingerboard scene is not good. I can't believe I'm telling you guys that. Anyway. But, oh, what up? Timo's here. Hell yeah. Fun fact, Timo from Deckverse. He actually had the very first like set that I sent out that wasn't to like friends. So he's had them pretty early. And honestly, there's been a lot of changes since then, Timo. In terms of like small tweaks and stuff like that. So you might be due for another set in a little bit. Yeah. Randy, the question is, when did I decide to do this as a business? Last year was like the first year. This working for yourself at this point, I can't picture working for anyone else. The photography thing, I did a lot with it. Ever since I was 16, I had a studio job. Like I did a lot in the world of photography, but I also saw the rise of like phone cameras and maybe I'm dating myself a little bit. I'm not like super old by any means, but it got to the point where like a lot of photo jobs were like, oh, I'll just take it with my phone kind of thing. And I working in the movie industry was a way to quell that because they're not going to shoot stuff with a phone. But movie industry is like 10, 12-hour days and exhausting. You have no life. So around COVID is when like I started doing the keycap thing real hard. And it was working. It wasn't, I wasn't like rich or anything, but like I could pay rent, which was kind of cool. And not all the time. Like it was, again, I say this all the time. Nothing's promised when you work for yourself. Until you get to a certain point, I guess. But around 2020, COVID stuff, that was like the keyboard scene was like way different than it is now. And I was like in the middle of it, which was cool. So that kind of started it. It wasn't like easy. Then we moved here to Pennsylvania, back to Pennsylvania. And the fingerboard thing was so dumb. It like barely, there was times where I was living off credit cards for a bit. So that was like a shitty version of trying to work for myself. And then Steam Deck came out. I pre-ordered it on a credit card, didn't have the money for it. Was renting out an expensive ass studio in Philadelphia that was like $800 a month on top of normal rent. Kind of like, what's my next move here? And I loved the Steam controller. I was like diehard Steam controller man since like that came out. Thankfully I got, the first Steam Deck wave, got my order in, and I was in my studio with my friend James, and I think I had a phone up, he had a phone up, and then I had a computer, my shipping computer, which is that needs to retire. I don't even turn it on anymore. We were like refreshing, and then I got the Steam Deck really early. I didn't play it. I didn't set it up. I immediately went to the, let's make Touch Protect. Stayed up all night, a couple days, trying to tweak it, make the fitment good, and get them off to Amazon. And then last year was like a great year for that the Steam community really supported Touch Protect. I mean, it's got over 1,000 reviews at this point on Amazon, and things have slowed down with that for sure because a lot of like knockoffs and stuff came in. But that was like the real like, okay, this could be like, it was more validating than like, hopefully I can pay rent, you know? So the button thing, you know, Amazon sales decline a little bit, and like this was starting to feel like this has to come out at this. I was tweaking it forever. I believe real hard in this. I think the final result's really good. So yeah, I don't know. I guess last year, to answer, this is a long ass freaking reply. To answer your question, last year was really like the year that made it feel like this is how people do this. You know, this is like possible kind of thing. So this year isn't crazy like last year, but the button thing, I think once I can work out the early kinks of like making them, I'll be good to go. So believe in yourself. Yeah, I don't know. That's a really long answer. Now I gotta look at other chats. Touch Protects. Oh, hell yeah, you're an OG, Chris. Yeah, you know, they always get compared to dbrand, and I like, I'm not salty. dbrand is over 100 employees company. I am one person. But I would like to point out, as I think I did last stream, dbrand's website had nothing to do with anything Steam related until like 3 months after the Steam Deck came out, and like Touch Protect was already been a thing. And then they converted, I don't know what it's like now. I'm going on the site quick, but like Steam Deck is front and center for like the longest time on their site. So they're riding the wave, I guess, is what you call it, which is, you know, companies got to make money. But yeah, last year was rough with a lot of the legal issues with people stealing my trademark. And actually there's one website up right now that has been using my images that I shot right here over there in this freaking messy basement, that I still have to figure out. This desk is such a mess, sorry. I'm like reorganizing very quickly. Yeah, so I don't know, Timo, I don't know if you're here, you might be sleeping now. We're gonna try to like go live and go live with each other, not live on his channel or mine, I'm assuming. So he'll have like a video where like we talk, just hang, answer some questions, etc. So he'll have like a video up at some point on the buttons. I'm looking. So Critter, it's not hard. If you do it enough, it's not hard to swap them. He said he wishes that they were easier to swap. I've like toyed with the idea of like, can I make hot swap ones where like a socket? It's a lot of it. It's tough because they're so small. Is basically the main issue here. That used to be my complaint making keycaps. I'd be like, the surface area is so small. I'm jealous of people that have to design bigger items. And then it's like, now I'm making even smaller than that. So that's it's not hard once you do it enough, is what I'll say. Which might not be the answer you want to hear, because obviously, I don't know. It's like I'm realizing that because I've taken the Steam Deck apart so many times. I don't even keep, let me eject. Always eject this. I don't even keep the screws on the back of mine anymore. So I just like, they're easy to take apart. I hope I didn't break anything. I did that pretty aggressively. But yeah, they eventually gets easier, is what I'll say. I don't know if I might have, hey, extreme rate. I might have broken a clip or two. Anyway. Wait, Critter, what? Sorry, I'm gonna look. Did you say what texture you got? I'm curious. I wrote up a a guide. Man, I really need to get that freaking Elgato released a teleprompter, and the chat can be right here, so it looks like I'm looking at you instead of up here. I wish I could get it. Yeah, I had a guide up for all the touch protect textures, and it was like fine, but I really need to like figure out a better way to describe how that works. Anyway, I'm reading the chat. Randy, I see the credit card comment. Credit cards suck. I still have debt from those that I need to pay off. But hopefully it will go down. I guess the real Hail Mary play would be crank out a bunch of videos, become a YouTuber, get YouTuber guy money, and then pay them all off right away. That's the goal. Thank you for being here early. Hopefully that happens. Purple, you're not the first person who has requested purple touch protect. I will say I don't have a lot of say in terms of color. I could go out and find like shitty purple vinyl on Amazon or something. But a lot, like my contacts are like with 3M, Avery, Oracle, all the like car wrap brands. So I could look. I mean, I do try to look every once in a while to try to see, hey, is there anything new out there? That's how the Alien Egg Launch Night ones, Crop Circle, that's how they came about. But yeah, I'm reading. Chris still has his Steam controller with blue touch protect hex. Nice. Backplate that holds the dongle. Oh, did you get that 3D printed one that guy made? I always thought that was a good idea. So fun fact, I don't know, Critter, if you have been on the Steam Deck or Steam Controller Mods subreddit, but I'm the guy that made that. I don't know if someone's posted on there about swapping to USB-C. I'd be curious, actually. You know what sucks? Someone claimed Steam Deck mods before me. That subreddit. I'm checking. Oh yeah, so Randy's probably saw on Twitter, like was it last night? I was putting that prototype in, working, and I did the thing it's literally in the beginning of my install guide, like take out your SD card, and I didn't. But it was fine. It landed underneath me is my dog's bed, and it landed in her bed. She's like so tired right now because she went to school today, and she always comes back tired. Someone added a charge circuit. I'm looking on the subreddit right now to see if anyone, and I'm not logged in, so it's the crappy old Reddit or new Reddit. I want to see if someone did that. Imagine this is you, Critter, asking about this. He spilled soda on his. I did that with my very first MacBook in my very first apartment. Anyway, if you do that mod, post it on this subreddit. Got a whopping, I don't know how many people go on here. 2.4K, not bad. I've thought of the whole Xbox Elite thing. Like incorporating magnets and doing all that. That would be so cool. It all boils down to time, currently, at least. Ideally it'd be so cool to like, I don't know. It's hard to like, I have so many ideas written in my phone, so many like things I want to do, and I'm slowly ticking off the box, like release this, and then, you know, this past week I really just kind of stocked up on certain things. I stocked up on Party Purple. I have sets of They're right over here. Well, not all of them, but this is just a standard lime green. This is a set that's like, do they need to be sanded? This is a set that it's demolded, but it needs to be sanded. But it's just standard lime green. They're the next like basic release. There was no lime green on release, and people asked for them. So they are not, what they aren't is the alien egg. They don't glow, but they're coming up next. Just, you know, gonna go on the site. Maybe I'll send an email. But we'll see. Wait, Valve sold an app. How do I not know that? I didn't know that. What? I did not know that. I'm looking at my top-down camera. I wonder, hold on, I'm gonna see if I can plug it in. You didn't see me spill that. I wonder if this will work. No. I guess with OBS, it like has to be all set up and plugged in beforehand, is my guess. Which, how does that work if it freezes? Yeah, send me pics. I would like to see. Well, we have a couple options here. One, let me grab it. This I was like, for like low-key streams with not a ton of like, I don't have a ton of deck button new releases to tell you about. I mean, obviously, hey, if you're coming here from the Linus Tech Tip stuff, or if you're coming here from my site for the first time and you have questions, let me know. I understand things are sold out for the most part. I think there's a couple of these left, the sprinkle buttons, but a lot of stuff is sold out, and I can explain why if you're new. And also, everyone subscribe. Thank you. But yeah, so like this was kind of not planned, so there's not like a shit ton of updates. There's one current release it's not even fully installed, to be honest, because there's a couple prototypey things. I could show that, maybe. I'm still a little hesitant on that one. I have one other thing I could do, which is not really Steam Deck related, but I did plan on doing this on stream at some point. Let me go grab it. Ooh. So this is a handheld camera. This is like, I wish I had a better top-down camera to show you guys. Switch to that. Is this zoomed? This is a macro pad from my boy JB at One Up Keyboards. He makes these guys. So I could build this. This one's really cool. It's a chameleon color. So it's like blue to purple. Which actually, back in the controller days, I had a controller that did this, and then I ended up painting my car the same way. Blank keycaps. This is the frame that all the switches mount onto. The PCB. And then the switches themselves. I forget who makes these. These are pretty interesting. I've never seen this before. There's the keyboard scene. The screen. Here we go. The keyboard scene got really into the past couple of years. Like a bunch of new switches constantly, and like things were kind of trend. Like this is a trendy switch. One thing I hadn't seen, and which is why I picked this particular switch, it has a window on it. It diffuses the light. If you can see, hold on, Let's try this light and low brightness. I don't know if this will show up. So that's something we could do. I could build this macro pad. That was a plan for a live stream at some point. They're really cool. He designed the PCB himself. He 3D prints these, and the print quality is awesome. So that's something that could happen. I'm looking at your side. I do plan on bringing the alien eggs back. Damn, you missed by a couple hours. Yeah, for sure. I definitely plan on making more. I actually need to check what I have, because I make a bunch of stuff. You can't, you don't always end up with, say I put in like 20 full sets, which I can't really do 20 at a time. The stuff cures too fast. You start wasting time because air bubble, whatever. So I end up with like, oh, I don't have enough for a full set, but I have like 5 B buttons left. I have 7 of this, I have to see what I have left, take stock of like already made, and then maybe throw a couple, a round or 2 more of the alien eggs in there. I'm not opposed to it by any means. Did you click the notify me button is my question. I think you probably have. If you missed the drop by not that much, I would assume of the notify me button, but if not, do it. What up, Jake? Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I mean, I could. The problem, and Dustin, are you still here? You are still here. Okay, good. I owe you. I gotta go grab those Starfield ones. Actually, this is a good time to explain colors. Be right back. So yeah, BMO button set would be possible. The issue with a bunch of colors, and there's like, at some point once I have my molds like locked in, I would say, like super reliable, not a bunch of misses, add more pressure pots. Once it's ramped up a little bit more, I'll be able to do a lot more of this kind of stuff more easily. But with multicolor stuff, switch to this. This is a Starfield set, which Dustin's been asking to see. So each of these colors here is an hour. So I have to hand mix. I hand mix all the colors. They don't come out like a bottle just ready to go. I'm looking for the rest of them. So they're hand mixed, and then you pour it in the mold. When it's in the mold, it's upside down like this. So each color, and I'm not making one at a time. I'm making like as many as I can realistically without like fighting them curing too fast and then air bubbles get in because they're not under pressure in time. But yeah, each of these is an hour. So like mix up yellow, put it in all of the Y or the A button, put it all in the molds, put it under pressure, take it out, mix up red, same thing, So stuff like that in this current like still intro, need to get my molds more solid, and my master is like not a 3D print anymore. I think I've already very quickly outgrown that where the next step is making them out of metal, and then it's like off to the races. So yes, it's possible. It just takes it. That kind of stuff will definitely pop out more so in the future. Dustin, this is a Starfield set. The fronts are gray. They're all backed by white, what I'm calling, I believe, Arctic white, which is white with a little bit of sparkly pigment in it that will not show up on this camera, I'm assuming. And then gray for the menu and 3 dots. But the gray also has Arctic white style stuff. And then pair that with a copper D-pad, polished. This is not polished. This is just sanded from the last stream. I think this is the one with the air bubble in it. Yep. This one has an air bubble in the back. This was like to show you guys what the this is real copper mixed with resin. So really fine copper powder. So it's real metal. It feels heavier than a normal D-pad a little bit. I mean, I can tell because I touch these things all like every day. I don't know if a normal person would really feel the difference. You know what I mean? So yeah, picture this. Starfield. Copper D-pad. And then these. I really like these. What up, Steve? Stefan? Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Please forgive me. I'm just kind of showing some stuff off tonight. This was very impromptu. If you have any questions on how this is made or anything like that, let me know. I understand the site is sold out for the most part. That's basically the Linus hug of death. You know, people grabbing up whatever's left, which wasn't a lot to begin with. They don't stay in stock as often as I would like, because they're all made by one guy. So there's a lot of steps in the works to ramp this up a little bit. And yeah, if you have questions, let me know. That's why I was like, I'm going live. I need to explain to people what's happening, what the deal is. I've been doing these lives about once a week, maybe once every week and a half or so, just to keep you guys updated, because this is my full-time job. That's all I do, like day in and day out. So yeah. Cool. Yeah, I mean, Jake, I have so many ideas. So many. And it's hard to like, you know, the like, this is exciting to me thing. It's hard to like push an idea aside for a little bit. The one that's coming up next, I started working on them about a month ago, I think. Maybe a month and a half. I think there were like a concept in my notes on my phone about a month and a half ago. And then I sat down to like actually start designing them about a month ago. Maybe a little earlier than that. And then started printing up the masters. Each of these takes 15 hours and I can do 2 at a time. And this is just the front of the button. So a matching version, but for the back. Basically, you can make one master every 15 hours if you don't sleep, etc. So ideally, I can probably get in a good day 2 masters sets, I guess, per day. So I ramped up the masters over the last month, started making molds around, you know, as they became available. So the next idea is almost ready to come out, which I'm excited for. Yeah, it's like, ooh, I just broke it. This is support material that I was squeezing. Anyway, yeah, it's very, it's like I have to think a month and ahead almost, you know, start working on something while still cranking out the stuff that's in stock or needs to be in stock. That remind me thing on the website, if you don't use that, please use it, because that also tells me on the back end, hey, what like is wanted, what's popular right now, what can I like, you know, I'm a small business, so I also have to think of like, if I spend the time to make this many of these, like how many will sell, you know? So that's not the only factor telling me what to put in stock by any means, but it helps both of us. So click that. Also click subscribe on this YouTube channel if you haven't yet. I'm getting better. Someone a couple streams ago was basically telling people to sub for me because I kept forgetting. So keep an eye out, click the notify me thing, because a lot of times when I do these lives, I'm like, hey, I'm releasing a set tonight. Watch me shoot the photos and edit the photos and put them on the site, and then I'll make them live a little bit before I send the email so that you guys know ahead of time. You get like a little bonus for being around. the live. I'm reading the chat. Yo, my friend BMat's here. BMat, if you're still here, hello. Come hang out. Come make buttons. You want to make buttons? You want to quit your job? We got the demand. We just have to fulfill it. Actually, BMat's the one who introduced me to my friend JB now, the One-Up Keyboards guy, he's the one who's going to help make some of these at some point. So, I'm reading the chat still. Ooh, Oni, hell yeah. Oh wait, you're the one, I just talked about you. You got this one, didn't you? Let me know. Camera setup is a little weak tonight, I'm not gonna lie. Because the desk is so messy, my handheld camera is like always in a bad spot. Did you get this? Did I send you this randomly? I think I did. I think you're the one. I talked about you earlier. I was like talking about the keycap thing. And I was like, I did randomly throw one in. It was actually off of my keyboard. I think I told you that in the note. But I replaced it with a different one that I didn't Sharpie yet. So that's cool. Yo, what up, Tusk? I haven't seen you here before, so thank you for stopping by. I'm basically hanging out. If anyone is not a usual, you know, not a regular, and you have questions, let me know. Because the Linus thing is insane. I like kind of, you know, I vaguely knew it was happening. They asked me for stuff and I sent it to them, but anything after that is a bonus. So I didn't know when it was happening, if it was happening at all. So I figured just go live, let you guys know what the deal is with deck buttons if you're new here. Yo, BMat. So my friend BMat in the chat, worked with him at the car place. If you are new here, I was a photographer. No, I was a photo editor at that place. It was a aftermarket car accessory place. And I talked about this a long time ago. But they had a vinyl section there. They sold vinyl, and I went and I hounded the shit out of the guy, the like main dude in the vinyl spot, asking him, what's the best material? Who do you know that, like, what are the main suppliers? All that stuff. I bought like a shitty mom silhouette vinyl cutter. And I was asking him like the ins and outs of vinyl so that I could make touch protect. So everything I do has a lot of thought behind it. I care about quality because I use all this shit. So that's a little story behind that. Yo, Oni, what do you do for work? Oh shit, Tusk. Where are you at? Where it's 4 a.m. And why are you awake? Are you me? I feel like, so a lot of what I do is like, how do I describe this? I always describe what I do for work. This is like my job. It's like asynchronous. So like in my past life, I would say, when I had full-time jobs, stuff like that, you know, I have to be there at a certain time, that kind of thing. The one thing I do from, like the one, I guess, bonus that I do for like, oh, I'm working for myself, I can do this, is I tend to like, I mean, this snowballs, but I tend to work a little later, and then I do like sleep in a little bit. Ideally nothing like past like 10, but I usually end up staying up pretty late. And a lot of times it's like, oh, I want to play a game or something. And then I just like ignore that and I freaking, I just work. This is all I do for the most part. Ooh, nice. Ooh, Egypt. I had a friend named Sama who was from Egypt, and he was in my high school, and he was telling me about Egypt. It seems freaking cool. I want to go at some point. So let me know where the coolest places to go are. And how cool it is there. Okay, Stefan? Sorry, I read that wrong. Stefan. So the basic process, I'll show you, I'll do two things here. On the site, there's like a little how it's made, but I'm gonna do a hybrid here. So it starts as a 3D file. that 3D file. So there's like a couple ways you can make stuff out of like silicone molding and resin casting. You can take the original Steam buttons, which is what I did a year ago. I ripped apart the Steam Deck and I filled the back of the button with clay, and I made a really shitty 2-part mold. Here's the original Steam D-pad, and there's clay and stuff. And what that creates, it's fine. It's functional. I was gonna say functionable, which is not a word. I'm seeing if I have a D-pad from that era. I don't think, oh, I do. So it makes a D-pad that'll work. But look at the back. It looks like shit. I'm not gonna lie. So my goal, basically, it started out like this. It was prototyping off of the original buttons, and it was like, oh, this is a cool idea, you know? And then it turned into like, I want more control over this. This is the back of what I make. It's got my logos on it. It's all like tweaked and modified over the course of maybe 6 months, 7 months. It's always evolving. If I come across something, I will silently revise stuff here and there. But it starts off as a 3D file, and then it goes to a 3D print, which is this. I try not to show like the front of it because this is a lot of work. So it starts off this is 15 hours to make 2 of these, one for the front, one for the back. And then from there I hand sand it to remove any layer lines. I use a DLP resin printer, so it's very precise, but there will always be layer lines unless you're, I don't know, I'm assuming there's probably an industrial grade printer out there that will make no layer lines. But 15 hours, 0.2 microns or so, 0.02 I think, I don't remember. And then from there I sand it by hand, and then I apply like the texture to match the Steam button or the Steam Deck shell. And then from there I will finally be able to make the molds. And this is a keycap mold. It's just what was on my desk. This was a very unplanned stream. But you get the idea. 2-part mold. I have a mold system that I designed myself in-house using, I don't know if this will show up. The lighting, the lighting here is not the best today. Handheld. I got a couple of Prusos over there, and they do the mechanical stuff. So all of my mold boxes, where those resin prints fit inside, they're all printed on those guys. And then from there, I pour the silicone, put it in a pressure pot, wait, how many hours is that one? 4 maybe per mold, per like batch. And then from there you can finally resin cast. Then you mix part A, part B, mix it up. You know, that's where all the like cool colors and the pigment powders and all the like special effects, glow powder, etc. All that happens around that time. And then it goes in a pressure pot. And then you take it out and it comes out like this, which is, again, sorry, impromptu stream, desk is a mess, no space for the camera. It comes out like that. This stuff is flashing, it's like excess. So I have to peel it out, rip it apart, and then cut around, remove all of these. These are air vents, so like excess resin has a place to leave the mold. And then you cut it all out and sand it, and then package it up, and it's ready to go to you guys. So I always hear the comment like they're expensive, and it's like they are, but they're also a lot of work, and they're selling out. So they're not for everyone, and that's okay. And I hope that answered your question. If you have any other questions, let me know. Sorry, I keep reading it quick. I'm on like, I have too many monitors. I need to get the live stream stuff like dialed in. The chat is on a 4K monitor. It's kind of small. So I keep reading it as that. Ooh, I'm reading about Egypt. All right, so So Tusk, when I get to Egypt at some point, I'm gonna reach out to you, and you can be my man, show me around. How about that? Does that work? You can show me cool spots. Before all this, I was a professional photographer, so you can take me to cool photo spots. Not touristy. Take me cool places. I mean, touristy places are cool for a reason, because obviously they're touristy because they're cool. But you know what I mean. I want your perspective on your country. Ooh, people are talking about the Steam controller. Hell yeah. I think I have 2 intact Steam controllers, and then I have one like taken apart one. And I don't know how many dongles I have. I definitely have one. Actually, one of them's in here at all times. This little like thing that's just always on my desk. So I have one of them here, but I don't, actually this might not even be the Steam controller. Oh, that's for my 3D mouse. Okay. My other one's already plugged in the back. I use this whenever I eventually play games on the computer. This is for a space mouse, a 3D mouse for 3D design, which is in my backpack behind me. Dude, push through it. I can't like travel quite yet anyway. I have a lot of I got a lot of stuff I gotta do here. Gotta stack up some cash anyway. But yeah, I mean, I've been overseas, different places, different countries before, so I always want to go to more. I feel like it's crazy. You leave the country for the first time, whatever country you were born in, and you're like, oh, the world's way bigger than I remember, than I knew, in a way. I don't know if that makes any sense, but anyway, if you guys are new here, drop a sub. I commented on the Linus video, and I haven't checked. It seems like there's been some replies to that, and I haven't checked it, and I don't know if that's something that's dumb to check now or what. Probably. I'm not gonna go crazy with that. I also so here's the problem. It's not a problem. Here's the issue with going live. There's not a lot of issues with it, but I feel like whenever I'm about to go live, like this was a special occasion. It was like, holy crap, the Linus thing, you know. And then I like scrambled to try to like alert people on all the other social platforms. There's gotta be like a way to post on all of them at once. If anyone knows of that, let me know. Yo, what up, Fawad? Fawad? F-A-W... Fawad? Sorry, I gotta get better at pronouncing people's names. Hopefully that's correct. If it's not, I apologize. Thank you for showing up. So my plan was like, I didn't know this was happening today, or if at all. Linus reached out, well, not him, but an employee of his reached out, and he saw the Verge article, and he was like, can you send me buttons? Here's what we want. And I was like, yeah, of course, you know. And I sent them out about at least a month ago. And when that happens, I don't know if it's gonna happen. You know, I cross my fingers hard. I've been a Linus fan for 10 years, so you never know. Like, you don't want to say anything publicly because you don't want to jinx it. And yeah, so I didn't know it was happening today, or if it would happen at all. And I was super stoked. I ordered like, it's not in the background. I ordered like pizza really quick. I had to go pick up my dog from daycare because I had an electrician who just left, and my friends texted me a screenshot of it, and I was like, no way. So I, you know, scrambled, got my dog, took care of her, got pizza that I had on stream that was cold because I waited to set all this up. And now I figured just go live, explain to everyone what's happening, how this works. If you have any questions, let me know. Drop a sub if you can. I don't know if that sounds lame to do that, but I'm getting better at doing that because I've been forgetting to tell everyone. If you subscribe and you like are notified when I go live, I'm also going to be making videos. I have one in the works now. I have a bunch of footage from filming random steps of making these things. Like basically it took 6 months or so in development, and I filmed random shit during the process, and whatever. So I don't know. If you drop a sub, you'll be notified when I'm live, and sometimes, the last couple actually, I'll be like, hey, I want to release these new ones today. Watch me work on the photos and all that stuff. Like take the pictures, edit them, and then I'll let the live know. I'll like make stuff in stock before I tell the rest of the world, kind of thing. So that's your little bonus, a gift to you. Yeah, let's see. I'm reading all of this stuff. Oh yeah, BMAT's got a Prusa Mini. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm glad those are positive. Thank you for letting me know, Mike. I'm reading my comments or my chat live. Yeah, you know what? It's funny. Like my friends told me about the video. I actually called my friend in Scotland, who is my mod on my original stream, because he's got some pretty good business experience. I look up to him in a lot of ways, and I've known him for like ever, since we were kids. But he was like the first person I was like, I want to let you know, and like I'm going live, and like I didn't need him to come mod or anything. I just like wanted to tell him. And where am I going? I don't even remember where I'm going from this. Anyway, yeah. I don't remember. I don't know why I was saying that. Anyway, I'm reading Tusk's comment now. He thought, oh yeah, like when you're a kid, it's so weird how small your world is until you start to travel a little bit. One thing I was always curious about, I've traveled a lot. So back when I was my photo career started at like a local photo studio, doing like local events, local modeling, local weddings, stuff like that. That's how I learned a lot. And then I went to college and stuff, but I was always shooting bands and doing that. So I traveled every state in the US except for Alaska. And it was really cool. But like, until I did that, I didn't know, your world is so small. I've been to a couple states or whatever, and then you leave the country and you're like, oh, this is like a fully complete different culture, which is cool. And yeah, I don't know, it was fun. I went to Thailand to live there for a little bit with my girl, who's from the US, but we were over there. Learned a little bit of the language. I took some classes there for a while. And I kept wondering, like, what does my accent sound like? It's got like, cause I don't know. You always, you hear people in your country with an accent and you're always like, what would mine sound like? So I didn't know what my accent sounded like in Thai. Randy asks, if I could choose any other YouTuber to cover my buttons. I don't know. Ideally it would be like, the business guy answer would be like, obviously someone who covers Steam stuff, because it's like a very targeted audience that would ideally make people a customer at some point. And then, if I have a customer, that means I can continue doing this and like continue working for myself. But, I don't know. I mean, my first instinct is to say MKBHD. He's like relatively close. I could literally go like spend half a day and drive over there and hand them to him, but that would be cool. He's not really like super Steam Decky. He has one, but that'd be cool. Who else? I don't know. I'd have to like look in my subs. If anyone has suggestions of who to send them to, that would like actually, I want to send them to people that like will follow through with them, and like, I don't know. They take a while to make, so it'd be nice to see it happen. I mean, shit, I don't know. It's hard to answer that, because like I never expected any of this, to be honest. Like Jeremy just mentioned he found me through Wolf. Like, I watched Wolf Den for years. Did I ever picture like him mentioning me? No. I put myself in a good spot. I was the first at his in the line for his like thing at the convention. I put the work in making his buttons like super custom. It's a lot of time, but no, I never expected that either. So yeah, I don't know. That's a tough question. And if anyone here is new, thank you for showing up. Welcome. Drop a sub if you can. And if you have questions about buttons, why they're sold out all the time, that kind of thing, let me know. How they're made. I've kind of explained that a couple times, but yeah. Oh yeah, I feel like I reached out to Nerdness. I don't remember. They're like, I've reached out to their podcast, like him. I think we follow each other on Twitter, and I was like, I got a live stream set up. I'll come talk on your podcast. But crickets, man, crickets. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough because it's like you can only send things out, spend the time to do all this and send them out, and like a lot of, I think, YouTube people that have to like stay on the YouTube grind and like always make a video on the next new thing. It's probably easy to pass up. Like they get excited when the package shows up, but then it's easy to like be pushed aside for like whatever the next new thing is. So maybe the answer is no one, and I'll just make my videos and show you guys what I'm excited about, what took me so long, you know, like ideally grow my audience so that like you guys care about it, what I'm doing, versus like sending it to someone who like they might appreciate it and whatever, but like I don't want to have to pull teeth to like ideally get something out of that, you know? So I've changed my answer. My answer is me. If that makes sense. Yo, that logo is from Canva, but I pay for Canva. So it is a paid logo. Dude, all right, Mike, this was originally going to be part of, they said a live stream, which I'm assuming is the WAN show. And I kept being like, I have a live stream set up. If you want me to show up, I will show up and like talk to you guys, explain how it's made, that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, my goal basically now until forever is just constantly crank them out. That's the plan. I'm still like kind of juggling. Obviously I'm juggling the like, my molds are kind of annoying sometimes. I'm in the rat race of like, all right, my time has to be spent sanding these masters and then make as many molds as I can out of them until they start to go bad because they curl up. This is UV resin. It eventually curls. I've mentioned that a little bit. So there's always like a constant like, okay, make buttons obviously, but keep the mold thing, keep the mold making going too, because there's this 15 hours, that kind of thing. So yeah, I don't know. Ideally, I want to crank them out as much as I can without having to do that side of it. Would be awesome. Power and volume is let me look at them. Let me look at them on the non-prototype version. This is my there's a prototype on the other side of this, and it's only on one side because the other side, I can show you this, is the sprinkle buttons. Ooh, where can I put this that won't be shown? Again, the desk is a mess. I actually haven't looked at how to get to these, the power and the volume. Maybe. I know a lot of people complain about the power button being, like, I don't know. I feel like people I've seen on Reddit, their power button is acting up in certain ways. Maybe. It's like, I'm naive. I don't know how those fit in the shell. I'm looking at my screen. Hey, here's Party Blue, by the way. There's a crud on this. There you go. Ignore the smudges, ignore the, this is actually a piece of a mold. It's like the flashing when you remove this kind of stuff. Here's party blue. It's like a darker blue because I wanted it to be different than the other blue that I sell. I am reading. Ooh, I didn't know that Nerd Nest was a teacher. I'm curious at the fallout from the Linus stuff. Like ideally, you know, because the ideal situation would be the site would be super stocked like right before I launched. But basically I launched with like over 100 sets and they sold out really quick. And then ever since then it's been like, hey, 20 are live, 20 are gone kind of thing. Like they really do sell out pretty quick. There's a couple, maybe I'm gonna look on the site actually. Ooh, never mind. There was a couple of the sprinkle sets left as of this morning, but they are gone now. Yeah, I guess there are no, man, that's annoying. So it's annoying as a guy who's like doing this yourself to not be able to have stock available to capitalize on the Linus thing. Ideally, I'm hoping like maybe some people will at least go to the Amazon side of things and maybe buy some Touch Protect because that'd be cool. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, all right, I'm asking, or BMAT's asking what's the best seller so far. If I look on my back end, the best seller easily is the holographic stuff. I think there's over 500 people interested on those ones. I'm trying to look right now. Reports. Reports are taking forever to load. Hollow for sure is the first one. Party Black is really popular. What I've noticed from selling stuff online for a couple of years now is anything like a basic color, black, white, I guess. That's usually like you can count on that being the like even with Touch Protect, there's like the black textures and then there's the colored textures. Ooh, my background music ran out. Hold on. We're back. Black, Party Black for sure. I'm looking at now the back end thing. It looks like Hollow is most popular. It's like 530 people wanting those. And again, 530 people signed up. Not 530 people would check out. That's just how it works. And then Alien Egg's the next one. And then Atomic Purple. That's surprising. Like straight purple, no party involved. The other thing is I just restocked the Party Purple this past week. And they all sold out now. But those people that were signed up for that are now taken off of the back end over here. So that lowered that number, so it's now further down the list in the priority thing. Crimson Red, I know I owe someone, I don't know if you're here, guy from Twitter who once read, I forget who it is, I apologize. I gotta work on some red for you. Go for Games, what up? Thank you for showing up. So if you sign up, okay, say you're on the website here. I'm just gonna boom. We are on the website. If you go to like any of the product pages, if you like any of the stuff that's currently on like on the site, not in stock, but like on the site, you can click this notify button. And on my end, this notify button is super important for both of us. One, because on your end, it will immediately email you the second I add stock on the back end. Like I literally would click like, I have 10 more in stock or something, and then click save, and it'll email out everyone on that list. So a lot of times I'll put stuff in stock and then I'll go to bed or something, and then like they might be sold out by morning. So if you get that email, like go quick. The other thing is, I believe, let me check. I believe there's a way that this also adds you to the email list. If it doesn't, come over here and click drop notifications and throw your email, because the bigger releases here, they'll like, say I'm releasing like a new theme or a new set that's not like what's already in the site or something like that. That email will alert you as well. And I don't spam people. I'm not like, hey, check out the 10 Steam Deck tips that like, you know, blog spam bullshit that's meant to like, I don't know, keep my name in your inbox longer. Yeah, so sign up for emails on both. Oh, it's also up here. I put this in real quick. You can click the top banner for now. Do that. It'd be cool. Drop a sub on this YouTube channel. I do go live a lot of times before a big release, like a new design or something like that. And oftentimes it's like, hey, I'm about to work on the images of these or something. So I'll literally I have a camera here. It's not a good camera. It's also not set up right for some reason. It's like kind of, no, it's not. I'll like shoot the photos live, and stuff like that, and then like edit them live. Like you see the behind the scenes before I launch a launch like that. Not all the time, but a lot of times. And the live stream will usually know a little bit before the actual email goes out, so have a little bit of a head start on that aspect. Thank you for showing up. Profunity? Is that how you say that? Yeah, the hollows like mega sold out really quick. They're really hard to make. Here is an example of a hollow button handheld. And this is like super bright lighting, so it's kind of hard to... I'd have to like... It depends on the light, how the light hits them. This is like such a hard thing to do with one hand. Actually, I have a new light on the way for the stream specifically, so I can control the light that's currently up there. I can't control the brightness or anything. Come on, Hollow, focus. This is doing a terrible job. You get the idea, sort of. They sold out mega quick, and they're really hard to make because they require a slower curing resin. So how they're made is, I put the mold, I'm looking at the wrong camera. I put the mold here. This is how they are cast. And then I put like a transparent color with a little bit of a tiny bit of an additive in it. And then I have to place a film in there and then close it all up and get it under pressure before it starts to cure. When you mix a resin, it's a part A and part B, and then it starts to solidify into plastic. So you have a small window to be able to make them and get them under pressure, have the mold. This is a keycap mold, but it's the same idea. Have both sides pushed together and sealed tight, and then get it in a pressure pot and seal that and throw a bunch of air in there and get it to cure. So anyway, yeah, they're hard to make. They take a little longer. So they are like always perpetually mega sold out. I am going to do, before the end of the month, I plan on doing a limited pre-order of them. Limited means, on my end, limited is I'm not gonna, like, I just said that there's like about 500 something people waiting for them. Limited means like, I'm not gonna say, I have 500 that I'm gonna make. I want to make realistically like what I want to release the pre-order to enough that I can make in about a month, so that people aren't like waiting forever, you know what I mean? Because they're also, the hollows are, It just seems like they're going to perpetually be always wanted, which is awesome. I rocked the... I don't even own a set anymore because I sent out whatever I could. I really like these. I rocked them on my Steam Deck for a good month and a half when I first made them. But yeah, there will be a limited pre-order before the month is up, and I will try to get them all out within the month, and on top of making all the other stuff is the plan with those. Ooh, I like the marble idea, Dustin. I've tried, what did I try that with? With a keycap. I tried, it was like a transparent with like some glittery stuff in it, and then a solid white with glittery stuff in it, and it looked pretty cool. I don't know where that is, but it would be cool in Steam Deck form. I kind of want to stock up on a couple like multicolored D-pads again. D-pads I can make a little easier than full sets. They tend to not have air bubbles in them as much. The problem with a full set in my current molds is sometimes it's like, oh, all the buttons came out except for the 3 dots button or something like that. So I'm starting to make secondary molds of like 3 dots or the Steam button or menu button. I'm starting to build up a couple of prototypes of like those as their own mold to kind of play catch up when the full set does not work. So I'm not left with like, hey, I cast 20 of these. I have 15 that are full sets, and then I have 5 that are like miscellaneous buttons are missing, you know. That's the plan. Yeah, if you gotta be quick on the trigger with those ones for sure. The hollow specifically. So hopefully you get a set. And if you do, send me a picture, because I like seeing these things out in the wild. I think it's super cool. I'm gonna show half of my Steam Deck. I should have just taped over the prototype thing. I will attempt to cover it with my hand. This is the sprinkle buttons. They have real sprinkles in them. I'm trying to like look at, this is a tough angle. I need to like really spend a little bit of time getting the streaming set up a little more dialed in, I would say. Ideally, I want something with like cameras with fast autofocus that I can rely on. Would be nice. The handheld camera over here, this one I can like move around. It's a Sony ZV-1 on a thing with wires taped to it. That's a good camera for that. It's very fast for autofocus for the most part, and it can focus up close. This back shell is from a guy, let me find his site. Why am I blanking on this? I gotta go on Twitter. I'm like picturing his logo. Rogueport Customs. So what he does is he'll take like the extreme rate shell. This is like originally started as a clear extreme rate shell, and he'll airbrush the inside, which, hold on, I will take out. If you're ever going to take your Steam Deck apart, take out the SD card. And I don't keep the screws in the back of mine because I take them apart so much, so I can do this very easily. But what he does is he'll like airbrush the inside of it, so there's no paint, you know, you don't feel any paint here, but it will show up there. And he's like a GameCube guy. He started out like that, and then I'm looking for his site. There it is. I will drop his link here. Pow. He's been in the GameCube scene for a long time, but he has a Steam Deck. And when I went to a convention, the one that I met Bob Wolf of Wolf Den, we talked. I'd seen him posting on some Facebook groups from Steam Deck stuff, and he was starting to do the shell thing. And I think he reached out to me. He was like, there was murmurings. I was kind of teasing the button thing, like it wasn't out yet. And he was going to be at that convention, and it was like, you want to do a trade? So I made him some buttons to match his shell, and he made me this guy. And there's a matching front. I just never put it on because I don't really feel like doing the screen situation. Ooh, Dustin's talking about the power buttons. So I'll probably pass on that for now in terms of like making them. I'm gonna see. I'm trying to find the Rogueport guy's deck with the buttons that I made him. Oh, come on. I have to log into Twitter. I'm hoping I can do this without, because I don't know my password. Rogueport Customs. I log into Twitter, and speaking of Nerd Nest, he just tweeted, anyone have 69 friends? Because he's 69 away from 50,000 subs. And I'm like, yo, I want 69 subs on here. If any of you haven't subbed and you're watching, drop a sub. Eventually, I will throw some videos up here. I have one that I started editing, and it's been a while. I used to, so back when I painted controllers, oh, here we go. That's not a good example. Back when I used to paint controllers, I had a channel different than this one. This is the like second iteration of it. I closed it when I was like, I'm gonna focus on my my whatever job, my like official job. And I wish I didn't do that because it had like 2,000 subs, not a ton, but more than now. So it would have been nice to have a little leg up when I started doing this again. Yeah, I'm reading the comments. Oh yeah, he might have added the tag later is my guess. Triggers are tough because the question was, what about doing triggers? I have a couple like prototype molds from the earlier days. They're just like, it's 3-part molds. So think of this, like anytime you add another part, there's always like a chance for air to mess it up, air bubbles. It adds another failure point, and 3-part molds is its own pain in the butt. I can't do them quick enough, basically. So I think I'm not ruling it out. I think eventually it could become a thing, but for now, it's not going to happen anytime soon, is what I will say. I'm still trying to find this guy's Steam Deck. I could probably go through my like mentions. Hell yeah. Garnet Sunset, thank you for showing up. Appreciate it. It's funny, you say they look metal. Check this out. Hold on, I gotta like hide. There's a prototype on my desk. You say they look metal. This is a copper D-pad. Real copper. And how that's made is, it's not only copper. There's also resin involved. And this one's like, it's not polished yet, and I've been touching it. Real copper, you know, as you know, it patinas and stuff. So, ooh, you know what I can do? I can turn this light on. Hold on. I'm trying to make this a little easier to see. Yeah, so that's like really tiny copper powder mixed in it's in the front of the mold, and then that creates this like barrier of copper. And then in the back of the mold is resin mixed again with more real copper. And what that result is a real, it's not fully metal, but it is a metal D-pad that's real copper. You can polish it up. This is polished. I polished it on the last stream with some steel wool. I didn't use copper metal powder or polish or anything, but the cool thing is it will patina, which is like, it's so cool. I sent a couple of sets to the Verge, and I sent them the very first, I didn't even have one for myself. I sent them a prototype of these. But yeah, they will turn, if you want them to, they will turn like that green color that copper, like real copper does. They'll do that. And there's ways you can speed that up. I think you add vinegar and like something else. I have a couple that are sitting outside right now, and they've been sitting outside for like a couple weeks. They're not quite ready yet, but they're starting to naturally patina, which I think is cool. It's not going to be for everyone, but you gotta, I'm always experimenting. I'm seriously, like, I have so many ideas, and I just like, I try to work on the stuff to fill the site back up, because obviously it's a business. I have to, if I want to do this full time, that's how you got to do it. You have to like also make money. But the creative part of me is like, I really want to work on the copper ones, you know, stuff like that. So these are coming. Oh, check this out. So this is a good, this is something you wouldn't notice if you don't have to look at D-pads all day. So he mentions that a part of the D-pad's missing. This is a stock valve D-pad. And that part is also missing there. And why that's missing is the edge of the D-pad. See how it like focus? Hold on, light. I of course have a dark D-pad installed in this one. It wraps around the edge of the Steam Deck, so that part's floating. So there's nothing on the inside of the Steam Deck that needs to connect over there. So that's why that's missing. And it's missing in the stock one as well. This is like a terrible... Yeah, so this is the stock D-pad. You can really tell here if you look at it from the side. And this was one of the hard things that I had to figure out when I was making these things. This is... Sorry, I wish I could do this a little better. You know what I really need? I need like a camera that doesn't move, that's like specifically for macro stuff. Come back when I have 200,000 subs, and I will have all the gear to do all the nerdy camera stuff that I want. So yeah, that part is missing on purpose. It's missing on the stock valve ones as well. And that's really to allow the D-pad to move this way around the floating shell. Another really annoying, hard to design in the design process thing. My two main challenges in the like 6 months of prototyping this was the D-pad was like super hard, because it not only dips in like a normal D-pad, you know, it's like a dished design. It also, if you can see, each edge also curves. So like, just picture how that would work in your head, and then picture how to make that in a 3D program. It was tough. But yeah, the B button does the same thing. It like pops out over the edge here. And what that means on the back of it, if I can find a B button in my cup of wonder, is, I guess I'll just dump it out a little bit. I have a B button somewhere. I'll show you how it compares to a, ooh, here we go. All right. A stock, maybe, you know, the Steam Deck is a good example. This is a Y button, as you can tell. So as you rotate it, you'll notice, I guess the best way to show this is the back. Focus. So the back of this, it's all connected, if you can see. And the B button, same as the D-pad, does this weird like shell overhang thing. Zoom. So it also, maybe, all right, here's the plan. Sorry, this impromptu camera setup. This might be a good way to show. Okay. Focus. There's like a little ramp over there, and then it cuts off. So you can see it on the bottom. And ignore, my hands are perpetually dry from sanding these all the time and stuff, and dealing with chemicals and wearing gloves, all that stuff. It's not focusing too well, but you get the idea. So anything, any button that's on the edge is missing the bottom piece by design. And then these little ramps are on the side and they wrap around. Shit was confusing, man. It was so hard to do this stuff. I'm like, this is giving me flashbacks to prototyping. So that's why it looks incomplete. Anyway, Garnet. So they're sold out for now. I got the Linus Hug of Death. The other reason is it's just hard to make them. It's hard to make them. I'm dealing with a little bit of you know, I'm dealing, I would call them growing pains, I guess is how I'm describing it. My molds are currently 3D printed. This is, sorry, my masters, which is like what you make the molds off of, which you then resin cast with. What is happening? Hold on, all of my monitors just shut off. I think it's my bottom one. It shuts off after like 5 hours or something. All right, we're still here. So the bottleneck right now is my molds. This is a master. I print it. It takes 15 hours. I can print 2. So this is just the front of the buttons, and the back requires another one. So say 15 hours for a full set for one mold, front and back. And then from there, I sand them by hand. It's fine sanding because they're all small. You know, these are small. So it's like really fine sanding. And then I add the texture to match the Steam Deck, and then I make the mold. And then I can cast once, you know, it's all cure time, all that stuff. So my goal right now, that worked great to get this going. And it's working fine for now, but my growing pain right now is I need to get those made out of metal so that I never have to sand or like deal with these have a limited lifespan. They eventually curl up, which means they won't fit together well, which means air bubbles happen. So I really need to, the next step is getting them made out of metal so that the mold process doesn't take so much of my time, because then I can focus on making buttons, which is what I really like. So yeah, I appreciate you stopping by. Definitely sign up for the email list. If you see a thing you like on the actual site itself, click remind me on the product page. Like say you're like, oh, I like the hollow ones, click remind me where the like grayed out button to purchase is. And the second that I click like I have this many in stock, it'll email everyone on that list, and then people go quick. I mean, there's times where I've done it, like I'm on the East Coast, I'm in Philadelphia, and there's times where I'd do it, you know, I work late a lot of times, and I'd be like, whew, I'm about to go to bed. All right, I have like 10 sets ready to go, and I'll like put the 10 in, and then I'll go to bed, and it'd be like maybe 1 in the morning my time, and I'll wake up and they'll be gone. So keep an eye on your email. And honestly, if you aren't subbed here, sub here for sure. A, because I'm trying to grow the YouTube channel, but B, because I like, just make sure you're notified when I go live, because I oftentimes will shoot photos and I'll edit the photos, and then I'll be like, hey, I have a release coming up tonight. And the YouTube channel is usually the first to know about it. So like before they're actually like, I email my email list. So usually you guys get a little bit of a heads up, which is kind of cool. Appreciate the sub. Thank you. You're early. You're here early. I plan on growing this channel. Ideally, I will one day be a YouTuber, man. That'd be cool. If I could get some YouTube money, it'd be nice. Everyone dreams of that, obviously. Thank you, Profunity. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of you guys for showing up. Yeah, I figured like, hey, the Linus thing, like I don't have a ton of stuff to sell everyone who's going to show up. I might as well say hi, explain how this works, show you, you know, I have a lot of people that show up to these live streams since the beginning, and you guys are awesome. And then, you know, new people, I like to explain how this works, kind of thing. And if anyone has questions, let me know. I'm trying to think of what else I could show you guys. No, I clicked, apparently I dragged a URL to OBS when the monitor shut off, and it was like, do you want to add that as a source? And I said, no. In the meantime, I will show you my Steam controller. One thing I was working on earlier today, so I had an electrician over today, and I had to sort of like, you know, answer his questions and be like available. Obviously, I couldn't be in like full on work mode. So one thing I was working on was this week I would like to bring more touch protect to the Steam Deck button site. I started stocking more up on actual Steam controller touch protect. And then I'm gonna, you know, probably my main goal is Steam controller touch protect on the site, and DualSense, like PS5 controllers, because those are like the Steam controller, because you gotta like pay your homage to the OG. And there's definitely, I mean, I'm one of them, but there's definitely people that still use these, and they want them to match their Steam Deck. So that's going to the site pretty soon this week, and then PS5 ones as well. And that's not like, it's not a button release, but it's another thing I can throw up there to like, if you want it, it'll be there, kind of thing. Yeah, so I wonder if I can show these in okay lighting. Earlier today, I showed off I'm looking on my desk. I'll live pour out this cup. This is my cup of wonder. There's a bunch of prototypes and random shit in here. And I'm looking for this. This is my very first Artisan keycap I made back in the day. And this one's not polished or anything, but it was an asteroid. And it's got some... It's hard to see. It's got a... I'm like looking at my monitor instead of the camera's screen, which I should rotate. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, so this is an asteroid encapsulated. So with the Steam controller back in the day, my center button is a leftover with the similar asteroid inside. And then these are the this is where the sprinkle button was born. And now the last one just sold out tonight, the last set for now, but I really wanted to bring these were released last week, I believe. There was a big release, and then I was able to crank out a couple more for everyone, but I really wanted to bring these to the Steam Deck because I really liked the sprinkle ones. So there they are in their full glory. I can't show the D-pad because I don't know, maybe there's a prototype on there. But yeah, I really like that. Actually, let me pop over to here. So the site, if you're new to the site, there's a blog section. It's not super obvious. These were the asteroid buttons up close. I wish I could zoom on OBS. I guess I could like drag the actual thing, but you get the idea. It's in the blog section. Here's like a close-up. This is what they looked like coming out of the cup. So this is interesting because this was like the beginning of my resin casting journey. I didn't nearly know as much about, you know, you work with a material for so long, you know, like, why did this happen? Oh, I know how to troubleshoot this real quick and like fix the problem. Or like, how do I get this effect? And like, eventually working with Thing for a couple years, you know how to do that kind of stuff. This was very early on in that journey, so this was like, looking at this now, I'm like, I can make better Steam Deck buttons or Steam controller buttons now. But they started out as, here's like the cups. I wish I could zoom in on this photo. Maybe if I open it, oh, I can't right click. I plan, Dustin, I really want to, I'm taking the Asteroid ones to the Steam Deck at some point. I'm working on like highly polished stuff. I know I said they were coming later, but I'm gonna try to get them out sooner than I would have initially thought. Because highly polished, it's a lot more work, but man, you can do cool shit with it. I'm looking at these now, and like the backs of these were an open mold. So like, here, let me quickly show you. Handheld cam. This is a keycap mold. It makes this particular keycap, which is not on the site or anything. This is like the Decky, the happy face logo, and you can't see it. Prototype. Anyway, so the Steam Deck or Steam controller buttons were actually just a mold like this with nothing to close it up to make the back all nice. So if you look at this image here, and I wish I could zoom. I'll drop the link in the chat. How about that? Pow. Control and scroll. I'm like, I'm trying. This site, it blocks you from like right clicking. You know what? My friend has a trackpad for me that I would like to pick up pretty soon. Maybe this week. I don't know if you're watching, Matt. If you are, I'd like to pick that up. I could like go find these on my computer too. But anyway, so the backs of these buttons were like, it was an open mold. So like you couldn't really control the height of them. And I would sand them to try to like sand them and then measure them with a caliper. It's like super, I'm like looking back on it now with knowing what I know now. And I'm like, man, that was dumb, you know, but you don't know. I was like maybe year one into making resin stuff. And yeah, then there were these little asteroid rocks. I said they were like, as a gimmick, I was like, they're real asteroids, but like, and then in parentheses, I was like, they're not real asteroids. And then here's my old apartment where I shot photos of them on glass with like asteroid bits and dirt from our like rented garden of that place. And then this was the final result. You can see the sparkle stuff in here. Oh, and I forgot I got all emo on here. So before I launched this site, it was a week out, and I was like super busy doing Shopify stuff, learning Shopify, building out the website, making a blog like this. This is a blog post. And I forgot I put this here. I got all emo because I was like, it's crazy thinking like, I forget what, basically I said like, damn, I didn't know shit back then. And like, I forget, I don't know, read it. I was like super tired and like emotional. Oh, you know what this is I was talking about is like, I spent so much time on these and like, I didn't know shit back then about resin casting and stuff. And like, they were cool. And I was like, Steam Deck is more popular than the Steam controller. And I wanted these because I liked the Steam controller so much. I believed in it and like I used it. And I was like, I don't know if anyone's going to ever buy these, you know, like I didn't know if anyone wanted this. And I had the same feeling a week before launching this. I was like, man, I spent like over 6 months of my life, closer to probably like 7 or 8, working on this project, trying to get these refined to be like a presentable, releasable thing. I spent like 10 grand at least on all these materials and equipment and all this shit. And I still had the same feeling I felt back then. Like, I hope people like this and that like this will actually like work out is what I felt. So yeah, that's my blog post on Steam controller buttons. ABS. So to print these, it's actually not ABS or filament. That's all resin based. So it's a liquid. It's a liquid. It's on a DLP printer, so it's not an LCD screen with liquid on top. It's a projector instead, which lets you, there's no light bleed, so like the edges are crisper and all that stuff. So I went that route so that I ideally wouldn't have to sand as much and it would be more precise. It was more expensive, but again, I want to release high quality stuff. So the only thing I use these printers for, hold on, I will handheld cam this. I have a couple of these guys. There's some Prusas back there. There's another one hiding at the bottom. It's a mess. This place is a mess, to be honest. I need to clean up this week. It's on my list. I use those for, they hold all of these. So when I make the mold, they're all contained in a box. I don't have to like make walls out of paper or cardboard and glue and all that. It's all like designed to be repeatable and that kind of thing is the plan, at least. Like you know, my ambitions with this stuff is I try to think of like, how can I scale this as I'm building it? Like, how can I set myself up so that if it becomes popular and people like this, which I believed in, but you never know, like, how can I be ready to go instead of like, okay, I made this thing out of half clay and whatever, you know? So yeah, it's all designed to be easily repeatable and as consistent as I can. Obviously, when you ramp up, you run into things where you're like, I could make this better, but it's the plan. Shift and right click. Oh, interesting. I'm on Chrome, but now I'm like curious. This is a Mac. Oh, I guess I could have, wait, copy image address. Somehow it let me right click. That plugin, it's a Shopify plugin. Somehow it's not my favorite Shopify plugin, but it's really designed just because people always steal my images. And I was like, it's going to happen regardless. People can screenshot, they can bypass it, but at least I'll make it a little harder for them is the plan. You know, I was like a diehard Prusa fan from the beginning. Built them myself, whatever. And I was like against bamboo for a while. And then I showed up to One Up Keyboards headquarters, my friend JB, and he had one. And I had a friend, it's actually the guy I'm going to go to his wedding at the end of the month or early next month. He was like asking me about 3D printers. He runs his own e-commerce shop out in Georgia, completely not tech related at all. And he was like really nervous, like, should I buy this printer on Facebook? Like, he wanted to start getting into it. And I was like, yes. And he got a Prusa, and then the product he made with it, like, he experimented, released a product, people liked it in his niche on his shop. And then he went out and bought a bamboo and was like, you gotta get a bamboo, it's so good, blah blah blah. And I was like, no, I'm not getting one. And then and now, yeah, I'm like, I went to visit the One Up Keyboards guy, JB, and I saw one in person and I was like, all right, I think I'm sold. So I think that'll be my next one. I have a couple ideas. So right now I print these guys. They're like little screw trays. There's rubber on the back, neoprene. This one is unfinished. You can see helper disc. If you might not need it because the bamboo's enclosed, but I'm in a basement, so sometimes the edges. So I print these little helper discs. They're the size of one layer, and then you can pluck them off. They make sure that the print doesn't warp when you're printing. But I have a couple of ideas for Steam Deck related items that are more involved than these. This I made for myself because I'm taking apart the Steam Deck all the time and I just wanted a place for screws. And then I was like, I'll throw it on the site. And people like them, it's cool. But I have some ideas for some stuff that are a little more involved that I'd like to start getting that printer running a little more than it is. Like right now it's just, I have two, one of them needs, I think the bearings are going on the Z axis of the printer on my right side. Like I have two and then I have a small one underneath. So yeah, I have an idea, a couple ideas at some point that I will try to make. And honestly, it's like, it's because I really want to eventually get another, get a bamboo. And I want to have a reason to get a bamboo. So I'm not just going to go buy one for no reason. So that's the plan. Oh yeah, carbon fiber. It's like, I like that the bamboo is like all enclosed. The one problem with my Prusas is I would love to have them enclosed. But I don't feel like building an enclosure. I have above them. I'm like staring at them. The lighting, I forget what smart bulb I have in there. Let me see if I can at least change the brightness. Hold on. I used to have a couple different bulbs up there and then I swapped them when I was doing the stream thing. I was like, oh, you know what? I forgot to do this. I set up, every time I stream, I try to improve something before the next one. Hold on. It was supposed to be colorful. This light here, I can't control the brightness. It's really big. I have a new one coming on the way that will ideally remove some of this. It's going to be gridded and I can control it and it's smaller. So ideally it'll look a little more dynamic. Anyway, is that, man, I'm trying to just control one of these bulbs to show. This is like quite a tangent, but hopefully we're all nerds here. It's not working well. Is it this one? I don't have these labeled well. Anyway, above my Prusas, because they're not enclosed, is this. That, which is a filament dryer. It holds 2 rolls. And actually, you guys are reminding me, I have something printing and it's almost done. I wonder if I should, here, boom. It has a filament swap that I need to do before I go to bed at some point. But yeah, having an enclosure would be cool. Not for noise. I mean, I've had these things running a lot, not currently, but where they're at right now, it doesn't really affect my day to day. I'm usually down here working, and I'll throw these on because I run a dehumidifier. Like there's always noise. There's an air compressor, but when I'm like running them hard, my place is set up so that I won't hear them, but an enclosure would be nice. And to be able to like, I built this room that we're in, and part of building it was where those printers sit it's inset, and that was on purpose because I didn't want any drafts from any windows. I wanted them away from the windows. They're on their own circuit so that I won't like blow a circuit. So I can rely, like if I'm doing a 10-hour print, ideally they will just be good. They all have, I guess this isn't as important as I thought, but I ran Ethernet. There's a network switch right there, and I ran through the walls because I built the walls. So I ran Ethernet to the printer area thinking like I'll have Octoprint. Each printer is going to have a Raspberry Pi, and like I didn't really need to. I don't know. So yeah. Ooh, yo, tweet me a pic. So he said F12 said he has an enclosure out of PVC and foil insulation. Is that like a space blanket, like the emergency blanket you use kind of thing? That's a good idea. Oh yeah. Do I have, where did I post this? I don't know where I would even be. Instagram? Maybe. Ooh. I got some Mega 64 stuff I could show you. I just have to find it. I'm searching my hard drive. Photos. What would I forget what I even... You try to organize as best as you can and it never works out. That's not it. So look, I have, all right. On the Amazon side of things, I'll just show you. So, screen. Welcome to my Amazon store, amazon.com/touchprotect. So when you run an Amazon shop, when you have a listing, you have all of these places you can add your own stuff. And one of the things I wanted to add, where is it? Where does that show up? Man, it's been a while since I've like here it is. This is called a brand story, and you can put stuff here. And one of the things, PS, if you need a touch protect for things that aren't the Steam Deck, grab them from here. There's a shit ton of reviews. They're all real. Took a long ass time to get them. But yeah, anyway, so I was gonna revive or revamp this brand story, and I was gonna build up like this area is like, we're from the US, like it's just, I'm a real person doing this. It's not like some thing overseas or anything like that. And part of that was I was gonna bring all these, like, here's my history back when I used to paint controllers. Here's me like around Christmas time with a bunch of PS4 and Xbox controllers disassembled. Made stuff for a game for Greg Miller, if you're familiar with Greg Miller and Kind of Funny. But anyway, this was all part of it, and part of it was like I was big on, we'd go to PAX East all the time. I'd have a booth, my boy Kyle and I. Anyway, I had a picture like this like every year that I would get with the Mega 64 guys. And I thought that it would be in here, and I don't know, it's not in here. Anyway, there's another tangent. It's probably on my Instagram or something, maybe. It might honestly just be on my, like, I don't know where it would be. Let's see. I'm surprised it's not doing the, like, you have to log in. It might not even be up here. Anyway, yeah, I would go see them every year, and I would, like, get a picture with them at their booth or whatever, and, like, check in with them every year and be like, what's up? Oh, here's the controller on the PS I Love You show. Right there. That was super cool. I haven't reached out to him in a bit. I reached out to him when the Steam Deck came out and was like, yo, you got a Steam Deck? And then I never made him anything. This was back in the day, I used to have a studio doing this that was rented out in Philly, and it had a paint booth that I built. And this was my, like, overhead cam. When I would make the videos, there's a couple on this channel now, actually. You can go back. I re-uploaded all of my old ones. But you can check them if you want. And I had an overhead setup that was always available, which was awesome, because then I could just go and make a video or whatever. And yeah, I don't know. The controller history. Here's the old studio. When I first got it, my friend, we were just messing around with a ball. I don't know. Why did I put this on the, like, company account? I don't know. Anyway. That's a tangent, but I have an Instagram. I don't use it as often as I should because I don't know. Anyway. Wait. Ben, you didn't know that? Yeah, I made them that. I made them this one in 2016. The PS I Love You controller. They were asking about selling them, and it was like, same thing. It's like, I can't crank them out quick enough for you guys, kind of thing. And that was like, I had a full-time job in addition to this, so I would go to work. That was when I started at, it was a QVC, the home shopping channel. So that was the one that was really bad, where it was like 10-hour days, come home or whatever, hour and a half commute. And then eventually I had similar commute, hour and 20 minutes or something. And then normal days, so 8 hours. And then I would come home and I would literally like maybe eat, drop my stuff, and then go to my studio and just do controller stuff until I was tired. And it was fun. I still have some of them. I don't know if I have them here. I have some upstairs, but yeah, that's like a part of my life that I look fondly on. That's why it took so long. Like, Deck Buttons is the new brand, but it's still like affiliated with colored controllers, because I don't know, there was a lot of history in those days, I would say. Anyway. Ooh. Yo, send me a pic of that Arizona T controller. That sounds cool. I made one GameCube controller. Was that on that Instagram account? I know GameCube is its own like ecosystem. I'm going to my Instagram account. I think I've shared that at some point. I made it for myself. I saw the damn, I have to log in. I saw the let's see. I saw people making them, and I had a GameCube, and I'm not like, there's like the competitive Smash scene. I went to one tournament with a friend in Florida, but I never like was super a Smash whatever. But I made a controller for myself because I was like, oh man, this is cool. And I never ended up selling them. Oh, check this out. Custom Steam controller. This was a, what did I call that? Oh, it's right there. High Roller Chameleon. It's like a purple to gold chameleon color. It was like same thing. It was like world's first custom Steam controller. I don't remember what the audio is on this, so I have it muted. But that's like the kind of videos I used to make, where it was mostly just showing them. Sometimes I'd do like little skits and stuff. This was a design I really liked called Sunken Treasure. It's like golds mixed with some blues, a little bit of teal. And people really liked that. And the day I quit that job, if I can find it, I don't know where it is. The day I quit that job, I drove to the beach and made a video for the Sunken Treasure, where it was like, whoa, it washed up on shore. This one. And it was like, so I'm looking at this now and I'm like, it was kind of dumb, but it's also like, I don't know. You have to like believe in what you're doing, making and whatever. So I was like super hyped on it. I was like, hell yeah, I'm going to the beach filming this. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I'll check my Twitter. I will check my Twitter later tonight. There's like a lot of fallout, I think, from the Linus stuff on Twitter and on YouTube that I basically will look at tonight and reply to everyone, catch up on that side of things. For now, we're hanging. But yeah, I don't know. I would say I'm a blend of like art, but also nerdy shit. I grew up building computers with my dad. We used to go to computer shows. Pre like Newegg and stuff, computer vendors would go to like the fairgrounds and they would basically go on tour throughout the country, and they would bring their stuff, like graphics cards, stuff like that. And I used to go with my dad and we'd build computers. So I've always been like super take stuff apart, that kind of thing. But also like the crossroads of art and stuff like that. Now I'm just like looking at my old stuff. Hopefully you guys don't care. It's been a while since I know I did this a little bit on one of these live streams for a little bit, but this is a part of my history that I'm like, I love this stuff. I don't have space to do it now because I would do it with car paint and stuff, like airbrush, car paint, car clear coat, which is like super toxic. It'll explode, so you need to have an explosion proof fan, which is still at my parents' house because where am I gonna put it? This is the first touch protects I made back in the day. They've been around for quite a while, which is what I always try to tell people, like, these are time tested. Like, the materials I've been using have been through the ringer. I still have some on, I mean, these ones, shit, these have been on probably 5 years. What? This is like my original Steam controller. They've been on probably 5 years. And the whole deal with using good quality stuff is it's not going to leave residue or anything. So, like, talk about trust in the shit you make. Bam. No sticky bullshit like all the cheap ones. 5 years. This is like, yeah, I don't know. Or however long, whenever the Steam controller came out. I don't know how long it's been. They've been on at least 2 to 3, but probably 5. Ooh, good night. I don't know how long I will be up, but usually when I stream, it's like hours and hours and hours. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I believe in my products, so I will show you peeling them up. Yeah, this was a sunken treasure Steam controller. Oh yeah, this was like my very first one I made. I was like, I want to do that. So I did it. Someone on eBay bought that one. My website was like around, but it wasn't the best. I painted my car to match a controller once. So part of, like, if you're new here, I tend to get interested in something and then really go hard learning the ins and outs of it. The touch protect thing was like working at a car place. They had a vinyl spot on their like a whole department. And I bugged the shit out of the guy that was the head of that department to learn the ins and outs of vinyl. Then I wanted to paint controllers. And I started with spray paint. And I was like, it's not good enough. So I went to a local auto body supply shop. They sell car paint and stuff like that. And I bugged the shit out of them. I asked them, like, here's what I want to do. How do I do it? What do I use? I would come back to them if I had problems. A lot of with clear coat, there was always like, I have all this like random stuff in the clear coat. What's happening? And they'd be like, you have water in your lines. And then I would learn, okay, how to get water out of an airline. So like, all of this stuff is, everything I do is like what you would think a hobbyist would do, and then take that to the extreme, I would say, is a good way to describe it. It's like I won't stop until the quality is like awesome, because it's stuff that I use. Ooh, it's also 11 here, so you must be East Coast. I should probably clip the tear off thing and be like, trust touch protect. I'm looking at my other camera and it's not even live. Trust touch protect. I don't know. I need to do a good like branding of that somehow. I think it needs a little refresh now that there's a bunch of clones on the market. I need to like solidify, like, been around, man. I'm the OG or whatever. I'm trying to find that car one. The car post. I mean, here's one of them. That's not, this one didn't match a controller. It was just like, I painted it. Same thing. It was like, I'm painting controllers. How do I paint my car? All right, I'll learn that. And like, hope that it works at my parents' house in the driveway, kind of thing. I wish, where is that? No. There's a picture somewhere where I painted, it's like the car matched the controller. And at the time I was like, man, this is cool. There, this one. It was cool. The car wasn't cool, but the color was cool. Ooh, Chameleon Vita. Vita would be tough because it's like the whole back is touch, but it's not like the back of these. You can paint these as long as you don't use metallic. You can paint a touchpad. Where you get into trouble is if you use anything with actual metal flake in it. Oops. You use actual metal flake, that's where it interferes with the what do you call it? Inductive pad? What do you call that? I don't know. Ooh, I also want to see that Game Boy, so let me know if you send that my way. I have a couple of Game Boys on here. Here's a bunch. I really wish I would have kept a Game Boy from this era, this like time in my life, because I painted them, but I never saved one for myself, and I kind of miss that. This one was super cool. This one, fun fact about this Game Boy, a kid used a stolen credit card to buy it and used his personal, like his house address. And then that's how I learned how a chargeback works, being a small business owner, where you get the money immediately sucked out of your bank account. So whatever he paid for this Game Boy, plus a fee from the bank because you had a chargeback. So that sucked. The kid ended up getting in trouble though, surprisingly. Ooh, I think they are. I'll have to look that up. Did you know that in this controller here, these are the same as the HTC Vive? I'm sure a lot of you know that. It's the same part. Same exact thing. Like on the back end, you take apart HTC Vive wand. It's the same guy, same board, all that. Which is why Touch Protect also fit on there. I briefly like branded it that way. I had my friend, he mailed me his Vive thing because I didn't have a Vive. And then I don't know. It didn't pan out. Not a lot of people bought them specifically for the Vive. I found another video of the car. Boom. It says new video up on our YouTube channel, and now that channel's gone. I don't think I rehashed. I might have re-uploaded this one, but I don't think so. I still get tempted to paint my car again. It's fun. It's like a long weekend. Like, it's a lot of work, but it's cool looking. I don't have a cool car, so it'd be cool to like paint a cool car. That guy Kyle that I showed you guys from the PAX photos, he had an Audi. We painted that. That was pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know. Welcome to Memory Lane. I hope you enjoy it. These ones were fun. The blood splatter. Now that it's like becoming Halloween again. Chameleon is weird. So chameleon pigments. Oh, do I still have that? This is a perfect example, if I can find it, about the whole taking it to the extreme that I tend to do. Yeah, I like get interested in something. I want to learn it. Oh, it's right here? Is it this? Damn. I don't think I have that on YouTube. Ugh. I'm gonna have to dig on hard drives. So I wanted to know how the chameleon powders work. And I had a friend in Boston that was going to school for, sorry, I have like an eye booger, going to school for like biomedical engineering or something. And she had access to all of these like cool lab tools and like fancy microscopes that were like way better than you can get at your house. And this YouTube video was that. It was like I took all my pigment powders there and I was like, what do they look like under a microscope? How does this work? Kind of thing. So knowing how pigment powders work, it's basically like it's a different shape, and then it hits, when light hits it a certain way, it turns a different color. It's more prominent on a bigger surface, which is why it works really well on a car or like a controller. It's a lot harder on a button. You may notice on those extreme rate shells, here's an example of this is the PlayStation VR. It's a big enough surface that, oh, did I not? Oh, that was a teaser. I guess I don't know where the final video of that is. Anyway, the smaller the surface area, the less you'll notice a color shift. And that's just like kind of how it works. This is a video. Maybe this will show it. Oh, come on, another teaser. Why was I teasing this so much? Oh, man. Hey, what's up, Manuel? Man, I gotta get better at people's names. Manuel? Sorry. Glass would be awesome. I did the alien egg one, has glass beads in it. These ones, I mean, here's a D-pad with it, but you get the idea. Those have glass beads in it, so they're real glass. And then for metal, I showed these a little earlier. This is copper. This is real copper powder. So like really, really focus. Hold on. This is really fine copper powder mixed in with, what is on? Oh, piece of a touch protect on my nail. This is really fine copper powder, and then you put it in the mold, and then you mix it in with the actual resin, the plastic as well. And that what the end result is a button that can be, this was like kind of polished with steel wool on the last live stream. This is not like fully released yet. But you can also take it a step further and like actually polish it with metal. This will patina. It's a little heavier than a standard D-pad. I don't think a normal person would notice that. Here's like a party blue Steam Deck D-pad, and then here's like the copper one. I don't think anyone would actually notice the weight. I notice it because I deal with them every day, but metal, possible. I have aluminum powder as well. Aluminum is lighter than copper, so you don't get the weight as much. But yeah. Ooh, what up, SM? Thank you for showing up. If everyone here is new, if you have any questions, let me know. I know the site is sold out for the most part. There's like a couple D-pads and stuff here and there. Obviously, Touch Protect will always be around. I'm working on it. I didn't know the Linus thing, A, if it would ever happen, and B, that it was happening tonight. So whatever was left on the site got Linus hug of death, which I appreciate. And then, yeah, how do I do this without... I wish I knew a faster way of explaining this. This is a master. This is this is the heart, the bread and butter of how these buttons are made. And they start as a 3D file. They turn into this, which is printed on a resin printer, liquid resin printer. And then from there, I have to sand it. And then from there, I have to add the texture to match the Steam Deck button. And then I make a mold. Here's a keycap mold that just happens to be on my desk. It's a 2-part mold. But picture this, but for buttons, for a set of buttons, minus the D-pad. That's a separate mold. And then I can make the buttons. So my current bottleneck right now is these masters that takes so much time to individually sand each button. It's a fine, a Steam Deck button is small, so it's a really fine surface. It's very time consuming to sand, and these take 15 hours per. I can make 2. My build plate on this current printer is 2. Basically, and I can get more printers. I don't have the capacity to vent it safely right now. It's toxic, so right now I have 1. So it's like every 15 hours ish, give or take, I have to sleep. 2 of these come out. I can sand them, apply the texture, make a mold. You can reuse these to a certain point. Eventually they bend, and then the molds you make are not good. They don't fit together well. The air bubbles happen. Blah, blah, blah. The end story to this whole rant here is my bottleneck right now is I want to get rid of this step. I want to get these made out of metal. It's going to be a couple $1,000s. And I'm fine investing the money because I believe in this project. I've invested a lot of money up until this point. It's been about 7 months, something like that, of like to get to the point of releasing it. And it's been out for a couple months now. So yeah, the next bottleneck, which I really didn't expect to happen this quickly, but I'm really happy because people like what's going on here. I'm kind of paving new ground here in the Steam Deck world. So my next thing that I need to do to scale this up is get these guys made out of metal, and that will take that off my plate. I have one person lined up to help me out. His name's JB. He runs oneupkeyboards.com. If you're familiar with the Artisan keyboard scene, or mechanical keyboard world, he's been around since 2014. He's like one of the OGs in that scene, and I am very lucky to live within about an hour of him. So he has some space. I'm gonna get him kind of up to speed on this stuff in the next, like, we both have some like stuff going on up until basically early to mid next month, and then that's the plan on that. So ideally the output will increase. Yeah. Oh, take a good night, or yeah, good night. Thank you for showing up. Appreciate you. So yeah, this is the plan. This is the current scenario. I figured with the Linus thing, I was like, the best way to do this, I try to go live like every week and a half. So if you're not subbed yet, please drop a sub. Do the little bell thing. Because oftentimes I'm literally going live. Here, I'll show you this. Check it out, multicam. And again, I didn't know the Linus thing was happening, so it is a mess in here. So just be warned. This is my office. It's my photo area. So I'll oftentimes, when I'm gonna release a new design, I will literally like go live and shoot like, hi, hold on. I will literally like show you guys me shooting the photos and editing them in real time. And then they will go live on the site, but they'll go live on the site in real time. So I'll like give you guys a little heads up, and then I will type out the email to let everyone know, hey, this is a new release. So I guess that's your incentive to sub to this channel and do the like notify me thing, is when there's new releases and stuff, you'll usually be the first to know. And I'm gonna do videos at some point. I have one that's currently editing. I'm editing it now. It's just a little vlog, because I basically I wake up, have coffee, and then work on this until I go to sleep for the most part. And I stay up pretty late sometimes. So thank you for being here. If you have questions on how this all works, let me know. The email list on the website is also a good place to be alerted. We are one away from 120 subs. That's cool. yeah, anyway, that is the best way to be notified. If you see something on the website, boom, clicking that button. If you see a button set that you like, go on here, like say you want, oh, Party Purple's cool, it's sold out. Click this notify me, because the second that I make it in stock on the back end, like say I make 10 sets and I'm like, all right, they're gonna go live random, it's like a Tuesday morning, Tuesday afternoon. If I put those in stock, you'll get an email like within the same minute of me putting them in stock. So if there's a certain set you're after, holographic, super popular. Holographic is its own deal. There's a lot of people waiting on those, and there will be a limited pre-order later this month. So keep an eye out for that. I don't know. This feels like housekeeping. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, let me know. Up until the Linus video, there's a couple of these guys left. If they will focus, which... Come on. Man, this camera is acting up today. Normally it's not this bad. Come on. Hello. If anyone knows why a Sony ZV-1 will not focus. Anyway. These have real sprinkles in them. They're a throwback to the OG Steam controller days when I made some. This is like my personal Steam controller. If you missed it, I just ripped a touch protect off of there that's been on for at least 3 years, probably more. But I wanted to demonstrate that they're made out of good materials. They don't leave residue, that kind of thing. Yeah, so I don't know. We're just hanging out tonight. Nothing too crazy. Typically when I do these streams, I'm like, here's what I've been working on. This last week, I've been working on mostly little stealth restocks throughout the week. Random colors. I did party purple. I did some like neon blue, I believe. Some of those neon yellow, people really wanted those. So those notify me buttons have been putting in work. But occasionally, if I have a big release coming up where it's like, here's this new theme, there's a prototype on this Steam Deck that I'm still very tempted to show you guys. This is my personal Steam Deck, and I've been testing something out that I want to, my next release, like big design, is on here, on this half. And I really want to... Oh, good. Did you see them? Did you like them? Also, let me know what they look like, because I might as well just show them if they're actually fully shown. So let me know. Ben says I accidentally showed the secret ones. So now I'm curious. Did I show them? Can you describe them? I'll wait. I'll have some Pellegrino. And to be honest, like, it's not the end of the world if I show them. But I'm curious if you actually saw them. I had this plan for the next release. It's like a theme. And I had this plan for the live stream on how to do it. And I'm wondering... That's my hang up right now, is like, do I show you guys now, or do I wait a little longer and do the little live stream trick that I wanted to do? Ben said he saw a gold D-pad and a pinkish... I wish... Alright. For some reason, this stupid heart in the corner of my screen, it always blocks. It's like pinkish something. Hollow? If that's the case, that is not the secret. Which is good, because that means I didn't spoil it. What you might have seen. What did he see? I'm trying to look in my cup of miscellaneous. I wonder if you saw that. This is probably not it. Here's a prototype of the hollows. It looks like shit, but it was like, it was just to get the idea across. Like, will this work? Is this how this will work? It's such an ugly prototype. But again, how else will you figure this stuff out if you don't try a bunch of stuff? All right, I will keep that one a secret. That set, man, I'm excited for them. This is that the next release is an idea that I had quite a while ago. Ooh, I just found a prototype. I'll show you guys that. It's an idea that I had for a while, and I didn't know when to do it because I was working on what's currently in stock and trying to keep stock levels in stock, etc. But I think it's time on that one. I'm excited for that. I had this one other idea that I was thinking I would maybe try this week instead of that one, but the vision for that one is it's a little more involved in terms of how I wanted to present it live, because I had this really good idea and I'm not sure if I want to do that idea in a rushed fashion. Not the buttons themselves, but the way to present them. This used to happen when I would do controllers. Sometimes the actual way to present the controller, like the video or the photos, or the same with keycaps too. It kind of went hand in hand with like as I was designing the actual keycap or controller. It was like, here's what I want to do. Here's how I want to present it. And then kind of refine it and make it happen. So this live idea of how to present it is, I don't know. I'm like excited for it, and I just have to figure out the best time and way to execute it as a single person trying to do all this myself. I'm looking for that one, that hollow one. Dustin, you don't want this thing. It sucks. Dustin says he wants the prototype hollow button. I don't even know where it is. It's gonna go in the trash. I don't know if that actually is based off of, I'm looking at it now. Oh yeah, this wouldn't even function. This was a really old mold that it didn't actually work as a D-pad that well. I refined a certain aspect of it to dial it in, I would say. But it was a good way to test the hollow thing. This wasn't even like sanded beforehand, so when you don't sand, I wonder if this will show up in camera. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna first try to get it focused and then switch the input after the fact. Will that work? I don't know why this camera is acting up so much today. It was just in my backpack for a little bit when I went to that friend's house that I was talking about earlier. I brought it, and I'm wondering if that is why. I'm trying to not unplug it either. And I know that this scene is not currently live, so you don't see what the camera sees. I'm just trying to get it in focus. Come on. Maybe on the keyboard? I don't think there's a good way to show this. Anyway, this particular D-pad, it was a prototype. You can't really tell, but I didn't sand. When you don't sand the 3D print ahead of time, this was like before making the mold. You see the layer lines, and on the D-pad specifically, all the layer lines meet in the middle in a target. It looks like a target, and it's like, and on that one particularly, you can tell. Appreciate you, C-Day. He's been around since like forever, which is awesome. Do you have a Steam Deck yet? Let me know. Skaday? Oh, in my head, I always thought C-Day. And you know what? You told me that one stream and I was just so in like not used to looking at chat mode that I like probably just overlooked it. Skaday. Do you have a Steam Deck yet? Let me know. As I was digging through there, I found a couple prototypes that are I've shown, I think, I know I've shown one of them. I don't know. I think I showed the other one too, but I'm popping open the handheld cam one more time. All right, here is. This is not a prototype. This is just a normal, this is the button. Can you compare it to this prototype when I was like, I want to make these dots raised. They're bigger and they're really spaced apart and they're really tall, like too tall. So part of all of this is when you design this stuff, you think of, I use this stuff too, but you think of the user experience, and this was a bad user experience. This was like, I mean, you can see how big that is. It was like, I would use it. So my whole deal was I hated the stock buttons of this because I couldn't feel them in bed. I play a lot of Steam Deck in bed where the lights are off, or, they were really annoying to press. So my goal was like, make that not happen anymore. And this was the first attempt and it was bad. It looks, and honestly, like I'm so used to seeing this one, it looks prototypey to me. Ugh. And then, yeah, this one, which I've told the story of a couple times. This is a 3D printed one. This isn't like molded. I still have 2 molds left from that era that I haven't thrown out or anything. They're like kicking, still kicking. Clear buttons with things. Yes, so F12, that's the plan in the future. My plan is to go fully like Artisan keycap style. So I really want to do encapsulated things like this. This has like depth to it. It's got, I mean, you can't tell on camera too well, but this is a crashed UFO in here. The UFO inside is airbrushed and it's under a clear dome, etc., etc. That is like 100% the way I want to go with this, because that's where you can unlock a lot of really fun things. I showed this the other stream. I'll show you here. This was a like very prototypey example of a D-pad of that. I'm gonna bring this closer. It'll be a little darker, which will show up better. This is real flowers encased in a Steam Deck button. It is not as polished as I'd like. I was a very quick polish. I made this, I had a friend who like lost a family member, and for some reason this was my idea at the time, was like make him some flower Steam Deck buttons. I didn't end up doing that because I thought it was like weird. So yeah, that's the plan with this for sure. I'm working on it now. I have some masters that I was actually sanding out today, sanding them and then trying to get them high gloss is the plan. Yeah, I can't wait for that era of this, when I have these molds like fully glossy. That's another thing I'd love to do. I have it in the pressure pot. I can't show you. I have a metal keycap made by Capsmith. And that's like a machined metal that's highly polished. And I would love to have masters of my buttons made in that same material, because that would eliminate a lot of the hand polishing stuff, all the stuff that like takes away from making them. I mean, it's all important. Sanding the stuff, removing the flashing on the back, it's all important, but if I can eliminate those steps, it will help. So yeah, I would love to do that. And yet, Trigger Devils guy, he's still around. We're Facebook friends. He was super cool. I wish that Trigger Devils was still going, but he experienced what I kind of experienced last year with Touch Protect, where like he made a really cool thing and it was like a new idea at the time, and then it got like super copied. I mean, he went pretty hard on the like, he wanted to get them manufactured, and that's awesome. But the risk with that is he got them manufactured overseas, and then he paid 30 grand for the mold to get them made, and then the molds were then used to make cheaper versions that the company that was making them would just throw on Amazon directly and undercut him. So it's kind of, that's why I'm like very adamant about like, I want to get these metal molds made. I need them to be made in the US. I don't want them to outsource them. I had early on, I think I still have it. When I was figuring out the packaging, originally it was going to have an insert that's like, thank you. And then the back is the like install guide. Oh yeah, this camera doesn't autofocus. And that was the plan. And it would just like sit in here. And I paid, I think it was $300 to this website. And I'm usually pretty good at like sussing that stuff out, but I wasn't. Let me put this one back before. This is like inventory. Someone bought this. I just want it to be where I fulfill them so that it doesn't get lost. And yeah, it was like a website. It like looked like they were made in the US, whatever. I'm really trying to like, as much as I can, like eliminate that factor. And they outsourced just this piece. And they were really bad quality, which did not reflect like what they looked like they sold on their site. So I was pretty like, I got a refund, but I wasn't like, I didn't tell them I was mad that it was like outsourced or whatever, because I just said it wasn't what I expected, and like the quality was really bad. I scrapped that idea, but I was like, now like I don't want this to get out there, you know? Yeah. Thank you, Ben, for stopping by. Appreciate you. See you in the next one. So yeah, that's why I'm trying to, it's harder, it's more expensive, but I'm like trying real hard to keep this all local as in like in the US. Just because you have better control over the quality. I mean, I don't know, all of it. People will always eventually copy you, and that sucks, but ideally by then you have a good reputation. That's why I like talking to you guys and like explaining how this is made, because no one else has done this before. So that's the plan. Spread the word, I guess, you know. I'm not the best at always like constantly being marketing man when it comes to that stuff, because I'm busy making this stuff. So the backstory on the logo is I wanted it to be not the colored controllers logo anymore. And I pay for Canva Pro or whatever, and I liked, it was like an element on there, and I was like, I like that. So it's not as cool of a story. It's just eye-catching. It's neat. I wanted something that felt fresher, and it's more fresh. So that's a plan for the most part. The other backstory is the URL used to be steamdeckbuttons.com, and that was going to be the go-to. You actually can still see it on the packaging. It's blurry here. Actually, I can focus myself. Check this out. Yeah, it still says it on those stickers. But last minute I was like, I'm gonna make it deck buttons because I don't want to get sued. So that was the plan. I like that logo. I don't know, it works. I mean, some stuff you just like, I could, you know, hem and haw over it, but at that point it was like, I so many months. It was like, this is good. I will do this kind of thing. Cracked shattered glass. I don't know how I would do that. I'm not opposed to it. I've seen one. I don't know if I could find it easily. Let me look. I don't know if this would show up. I think this was a keycap. I can't find it. If I'm remembering correctly, someone made a keycap, like an artisan keycap, and it looked like a nail. Like, so it would, you know, picture it in a glossy environment like this. But instead of a UFO, there's a nail pointing at you. So like as you're using the keyboard, it looked like you're about to touch something sharp. I really liked that as like a artistic concept. So that would be cool with the glass theme kind of thing. Try to come up with like a similar way. Focus. I think that worked. Man, I just looked at my how I look when I'm looking up at the chat, and I still want that Elgato thing. It's so cool. They just released it yesterday. I watched their live stream. I'm on their Discord and they were like, we're live. If you're unfamiliar, they released a teleprompter. So instead of looking up like right now while I'm reading your chat, instead I would read your chat here on the camera. And I'd be able to just like, it would look more natural. It'd look like I'm talking to you, because I am talking to you, but like the camera would sit in the back here, and they have different back plates. So yeah, I don't know, it just seems so much better, so much more natural. One of the things, as I keep telling you, every time I stream, I want to like try to improve something. And then they released this and I was like, I didn't know I needed this, and now I feel like I need this. But you know, I threw a little bit of money down on a light. It's not like this style, it's like a video light for this main light up here, because this main light is too bright. And it's just it's a bulb inside a softbox. It's like, it's good, I guess, if you, I don't know. Yeah, I can't control it. There's too much fill this way, spill off. I want to be able to dim it. I want to move it over here, but it's too big. So that was a good thing. Thank you, Sherlock Holmes. How did you find me? Thanks for the congrats. Man, I'm assuming you're talking about the Linus thing, and it insane to me, utterly insane. Oh good, I did a good job. I did notice he's talking about, there's a prototype on this Steam Deck, and it's something that like has never been done. A lot of this has never been done, but that is a new one, a new concept. It's not just like a new color. And I've been trying to hide it all night. Sherlock, appreciate you. If you have any questions on any of this stuff, let me know. I've been telling everyone that I have a lot of like regulars that show up. I do these like every week and a half, something like that, depending on how busy the week is. I try to update everyone, like, here's what's been going on, here's what's coming out, kind of stuff. But what was I gonna say? I don't know. If you have questions on this stuff, let me know. Typically, so like the site is mega sold out right now, and it's all done by me, and I'm constantly working on them. The Linus hug of death is real, for sure. But yeah, if you have questions on the site, sign up for emails. It's a good way to be notified. If you sub on here, it'd be cool, because I'm trying to have videos come out, stuff like that in the future. I have one filmed. It's like halfway edited at this point. It's just a vlog, but more behind the scenes-y kind of shit. But oftentimes I will live stream and like, hey, I'm releasing a new set like tonight. Watch me shoot the photos of it, edit them, and then like put them live on the site, and you'll know before I send out my emails and stuff. So it's and if you sub, you'll be the 120th sub, which is cool. Anyway, I have the Google search up where I was looking for that one keycap with the nail in it, but I can't find it. The other thing I want to do to build the stream out at some point. So right now I'm using will this show up? I'm trying to not like break it. A Stream Deck. Hello, this is a Stream Deck. I purposely bought this one last year, actually. And it was just to automate things. It wasn't for streaming. It was to automate, like, I had a lot of people stealing my images on Amazon and using my trademarked name on Amazon. And like, there's a whole process to report that. And a lot of it was I could automate by pressing a couple buttons on the Stream Deck. Like one button would bring up the report a violation tool. And then like each button in sequential order would fill out each section of that. For the most part, you'd have to like put the offending listing in and stuff like that. And then I would use it for like Photoshop stuff and whatever. But my plan for the stream future is I want to take this Stream Deck and not retire it, but move it over to where I make the buttons, Resin cast area, and then set up a couple cameras there, and then maybe just use a laptop over there. This is my desktop setup, like my actual computer. And I wouldn't probably get a new mic. I'd just maybe transport this one. I mean, if everything grows, yeah, I would get another mic. But the plan is to have like multiple setups for this, so I can show you guys making stuff. I want to do live streams where like maybe there's like 5 at a time, and it's like, what colors do you want? All right, check out on the website. There's only 5 in stock or something, and then like I will live make them for you, kind of thing. So yeah, I have ideas for this. Hopefully it happens. And everything. There, I was like, the background music disappeared. It is back. I need to update the background music too. This is like a 2.5 hour long track from Stream Beats, but I recently got more of their stuff and I want to like rotate that in. That's like not hard to do. I just haven't done it. I did film a video not the second, but like very quickly after I found out about the Linus thing on my phone. Just like almost like a live reaction, which was kind of cool. I haven't checked I'm like very tempted to check the YouTube comments. If anyone has been on the Linus video in a bit, hopefully the comments are good. We'll see. Obviously, we'll always get the people that say like, "Oh, it's overpriced," and all that stuff, but that's unavoidable. I'm gonna basically, when I'm done with this, I'm gonna go to bed and I'm gonna like, not have to, but I'm gonna look at like all of the people that reached out because of this, which will be really cool. This kind of stuff is like so exciting. It's so cool. I don't know if I retweeted on the Deck Buttons account. I'm gonna quickly do that. Do you ever go on a live stream and then the guy's just on their phone? Sorry. Anyway, if anyone has any questions or whatever, what did you guys do today? How about that? Let me ask you questions. What did you do today? What did you have for dinner? Those are my 2 questions for all of you. And if you're sitting here not replying, just let me know what you did today. I'll wait. I don't even know how long I've been live. Damn, I like didn't say much and now one person left. Which is fine. It's like I understand. F12, what do you do for work? I already asked you, Dustin. I know what you do for work. Transport really it's such a funny thing to say. You transport really tiny screws places. Which is funny. I wish I had my Elgato set up. I would just show you guys that fruit game, Suica game. It's Suica. It's like watermelon game is I think how it translates. I have extremely limited Japanese knowledge of the thing. Ooh, all right, spaghetti for dinner is pretty good. If you're in an IT job, do you have Ubiquity stuff at home? Also, do you have a Steam Deck? You never answer me. Because if you do, let me know. I'm still tempted to build this guy. I wonder if I can find the site, if he has them up on his site yet. Ooh, cool. That's like really cool. All right, so what advice do you have for me? Because you're a product owner, which if it's software, it's a little different. I'm dealing with hardware, but similar situation, I guess, a little bit. My bottlenecks typically end up being I make everything myself, which is a blessing and a curse. It's awesome because I can pivot quickly. I can make new things. And whatever, but it's a curse because oftentimes stuff like this happens where I have the interest and I don't have the stuff to sell everyone and I don't want to like super outsource everything. So yeah, those are my bottlenecks as a business owner. Oh, Shahi back. Nice. Welcome back. We're still just kind of like hanging out. I'm tempted to build this guy. So I'll show you what I have on my desk. I will show you on the website. This is my friend's website, oneupkeyboards.com. And I have one of his macro pads. This is pretty new. And I told him like, hey, I want to build this on stream, but I never knew when, what day or whatever. I kind of wanted to get him in. He's like in the fallout from having, ooh, does he not have this color on here? He just did New York Comic Con. He sold some of my keycaps there, which is cool. But there's a lot of fallout after that. I want to look up the switches I have for this. He told me, I mean, I don't know. The keyboard scene has evolved quite a bit since I was like going, these are ones, Black Lotus Linear from Duroc. I have these guys. So they have this cool window here, which is why I picked them, because they diffuse the light in a different way, and I'm curious to see how that works. What do I have on here? I'll show you. If anyone's keyboard interested. So my macro pad they're called Kiwi switches by a company called C3 Equals. And then I have Kiwis in here. But then I have not kiwis. I forget what these are called. Again, it could use a cleaning, but I forget what that one's called. There's been too many switches that have come out in the day. Yeah, whatever. Over time. And hell yeah, Ubiquity. Oh, sorry, I missed that. I do have Ubiquity. I have a switch that it's not a PoE switch. It is a standard switch. It's all back there. And then I have a cloud key. I really want to get a Dream Machine SE because I want to do VLANs and separate out all the smart home stuff and, you know, the stuff you don't trust. I want to make a TikTok at some point, but I want to put it on its own phone, on its own VLAN, because everyone keeps saying, make a TikTok. It's like super good for business stuff. And it's like, I will, but first I want to have a VLAN and all that, etc. I'll put it on an old phone. And then I have access points, you know, various, those pucks. I have an outdoor one, because I wanted some while I mow the lawn, because I listen to YouTube videos. It's gonna sound lame, but I wanted to have internet while I mow the lawn. And ideally, I have an idea involving live streaming outside that I don't know when it will happen. But it'd be cool. Man, when I was in Albuquerque, I lived in Albuquerque, New Mexico for like 6 months. It was like right before COVID, and then COVID happened and it shut down the movie we were doing, and then it left. And I filmed a video where I took, what was it? A PS4. I wonder if I have the footage. I'm looking. I doubt it would be on a different hard drive. Man, I wish I had this. Like, that's another thing I want with this whole home server stuff, is I really want an actual server so I don't have to like constantly wonder, where's this stuff? I don't know where I would even begin to find this. So we were living there, and it was this like weird COVID times where like everything was locked up. No one knew what was happening, because like, I mean, you all lived through the same thing. You get it. No one knew like what was safe, what to do, whatever. So a lot of my time there was, I flew drones in the mountain that I built, like drones. And then I was just like, I want to make videos. And I made one that I never released, and I'm looking for it. I don't think it's here. Where I did, oh my God, I found it. I found some of it. I'll show you clips from this, if it'll show up. I am in Philly, or like near Philly. All right. So my plan for this, and this is again, like I have all these ideas, and then like I run out of time sometimes. I went to the desert in New Mexico. Was this to release this? Hold on. The clips are loading. I should just edit this at some point. I think I have enough clips. I went to the desert in New Mexico with, this computer is kind of slow. Can I not preview this? It's gonna take forever. Hello, this is my live stream where I show you thumbnails loading slowly. I wonder, in my headphones, the audio, the background track was just like skipping. That's another thing. If I build the stream up and stuff, I'd love to replace this computer with something more powerful. It was good for its time. So here's like a clip of So I lugged all this shit out into the desert, like the actual desert. Like there wasn't anyone for quite a while, and I tethered to my phone and played Call of Duty. My goal was to win a round of Warzone in the middle of the desert, and I had like multiple cameras. I had my SLR. I think I had a GoPro. I had a portable monitor. I had a battery. My phone was the one providing the internet. It was really windy. I didn't expect it to be that windy. So that was the setup. And then I flew my drone. So like, I don't know. There was like a lot. It was like such a fun idea, and I never edited it. I think the problem was I didn't have a good way at the time to capture the PS4 footage, and the audio might have been shitty or something. My goal was like win Warzone in the middle of the desert. So that was the plan. And I would talk on, like, I would tell people on my team, like, hey, just so you know, I'm playing this in the middle of the desert or whatever. It was so fun. But yeah, that kind of falls in line with the like with my outdoor internet setup thing in a way. Yeah, I don't know. That was like a fun, weird moment in time. There's a painted controller. The setup was a battery running a PS4. I forget how many batteries I brought. It was like a battery running a PS4, one of those like USB-C monitors, wireless headset. Steam Deck didn't exist at the time, etc. Anyway, those are the weird ideas that I would love to like have the time to release. Now the Steam Deck would have made that so much easier. Are you kidding me? All right, I'm reading the chat now. Oh, okay. I mean, that's important though, knowing all about your software and stuff. Like, there's people at my material supplier, like where I get all this kind of stuff, that like, you know, I know as much as I know from doing it for a couple of years, but like some of those people have worked there 10, 12 years. Like they know the shit out of the materials and like, hey, I'm having this problem. Why is this happening? I went there last week. I was having an issue with my molds that I was like, are these breaking down too quick? What's the deal? I'm not getting enough life out of them. Like, am I doing something wrong, etc.? I told them what I did to troubleshoot, and they were like, here's what I think's happening. So like, your job's important. You might have seen, so he's talking about the desert video. I probably posted like, when I was doing it, I think I posted like stories on Instagram about it, but I never like fully edited a video. I think now it could maybe be a short or something, you know, like if I don't have enough footage to like fully release it, it could probably be a short. I couldn't see anything. It was like so hard to see at that time. I underestimated the sun and the wind. So a lot of the video, like, and I had a wireless microphone, which I don't use very often. And I didn't really know how to use. It was pretty new to me at the time. And it was exhausting actually. Ran out of water, I think. Sounds good. Thank you for always sticking around, showing up. Yeah, everyone's going to bed, which makes sense. Midnight, at least East Coast midnight. I don't know like how the Linus stuff will work in terms of like, what's tomorrow look like? You know what I mean? I'll probably update my site to say like, hey, we went live, check it out, kind of thing. I'm looking. And yeah, obviously, if anyone has questions, I'm here. I'm looking at, apparently, damn, that video has 270,000 views already. Insane. I'm gonna have to read through all these comments. There's like a lot of them. Oh shit! No way. The Linus channel replied to the comment I posted on their video. That's that's so cool. Another like mental milestone in my book. It's like never would have thought that would happen. What up? How's it going, William? If you're new here, hello. If you have questions, let me know. Been live for a while, so I don't know who's like first time seeing your name. So if you have questions about stuff, let me know. Everything's kind of sold out at the moment. I can explain why. You want to know how this stuff's made? I can show you. Etc, etc. It's been a long journey to get to this point. I have a prototype set on my current Steam Deck, but I can show you half of it. This is Party Blue. This is like, I have two Steam Decks. So here's Party Blue currently installed. This deck is due for a swap. I'm gonna put something else on there pretty soon. I think I installed these the last stream. The last stream was launching these guys and then launching the ones that have, these have real sprinkles in them. Like literally from the grocery store. And they are a throwback to this, which is my Steam controller. Back in the day, I made a set. This Steam controller is pieced together at this point. It doesn't have a matching set of anything. I'm looking at the wrong camera. But yeah, this one has a prototype on it that I'm hoping to release. I don't know exactly when. It's the next big release. In the meantime, plan is restock some stuff. I have lime green sets on the way. Here's like, these aren't finished. They're not sanded, but I'll show you. They're what you would expect. It's lime green in my hand. These are unsanded, so they're not. After I take them out of the mold, I have to sand them and cut them with a razor blade in certain areas. Just kind of clean them up so that they fit well and they're presentable. So that's on the docket this week as well. Get some of them out. The new prototype is coming soon. I think that's the next like bigger release. I think, man, I bought some hardware for the next stream, for the stream that has those release, and it'll make sense once that stream goes live. I will say I like roughly played with the prototype. The second revision of it is currently in the pressure pot. I'm gonna have to take that out before I go to bed, because if you leave them in too long, it can like adhere. Man, I keep looking at the wrong camera tonight. It'll adhere to everything, like grabs itself. It mechanically locks after a certain amount of time. So I gotta get those out before I go to bed. I put them in earlier today before the electrician guy came. So that's next on my list or whatever. But yeah, the plan for the rest of the week is work on the new release, secret release. In the meantime, I'm also building up the mold library, as I always am. If you're new here, this is a master. This is a 3D print. It takes 15 hours, and then I sand it by hand. All the little, buttons are small, so I have to sand around every little bit, and then add a coating to make the texture match the Steam Deck shell, and then make a mold. And then after you have the mold, then you can finally make the buttons. So it's more time consuming than you would expect. Yeah, reveal stream. I was testing out the thing for the stream. I almost posted that. I posted no, I didn't post it at all. anywhere, even on my like personal stuff. But it's exciting. It's like cool to me. So I'm excited for that. I get excited for a lot of these because they're like ideas I've had for a long time, but I'm pretty excited for that one. I really want to send some of these to Gabe Newell, but I don't know if that would that go over well? I'm Googling him for some reason. Holy shit, Gabe Newell is worth $4.3 billion. That does not make sense. I mean, you never know the net worth crap on the internet. Oh shit, he has a Twitter. I'm checking if he actually uses his Twitter. Does anyone, I wonder if he's like seen the button thing in passing. I know that Touch Protect made it into Valve offices, but I don't know if the buttons have. He like very, very occasionally tweets things. I would hope you would love them. I don't know. Like in my head, I'm always like, if Valve knows about this, then they'll make them. Which nothing will beat like the handmade ones, obviously. But that's always like in the back of my mind is like, maybe it's better to be unknown to those kind of people. But at the same time, it's like, I've been a fan of Valve shit for ever. Before like I even had cable internet. See, all right, so the plan, I think this might be your first stream. I mentioned this on one of them. So part of like developing these, I didn't know what to put on the Steam button because I didn't want to put the word Steam. I spent an hour down here with my phone filming a video over and over because I wanted it to be perfect, being like, here's what I'm working on, you know, pan to the screen with the 3D software. Like, I'm making these buttons. It's not just like some little thing. I want it to be this big thing. Like, it's super thought out. I'm not just like half-assing it. I don't know what to do with the Steam button because I don't want to step on your toes. I don't think I saved it. I think I ended up deleting all of these videos. And I never ended up sending them to him. But I said, like, I basically spent an hour filming and refilming this video being like, I've been a fan of your stuff forever. Like, when when Half-Life 2 came out on release night or whatever, like, I didn't have cable internet and I got the game, went to install it. There was like an update and it was like maybe a gig back then. I don't know, maybe. And I like physically unplugged my whole desktop tower and CRT and took it to a friend's house who had fast internet. Like, been a fan for a long time, basically, is what I told him. And I showed him around, like, here's what I'm doing. Here's how I make the molds. And it wasn't a long video. It was like a brief synopsis, but I never sent it to him because I was like, what am I doing? I'm asking him if I can use the word Steam. And eventually I was like, I'll just put the word menu on there. But I really was tempted to send him an email of that video and be like, do I have your blessing? Also, like, don't make these because I'm making them. I wouldn't say that, but like, that was my fear too, is like, I don't want him to shut me down. Like, I spent half of a year on this at least, kind of thing. So yeah, I don't know. If anyone has a set of buttons and they haven't looked at the D-pad, there's an Easter egg there. I don't know. I don't want to say it. So it might be related to this topic. In every single D-pad made, there's an Easter egg somewhere. And actually, someone on stream has found it. No one else. I mean, I haven't like super made it too public. I talk about it sometimes, but nobody else has come out and said they found it. So it's that hidden. which is kind of cool. It took a while to make too, so I'm looking. It didn't show up well on this one prototype that's on my desk, which is fine, because that is version 1, and I think it showed up in version 2. We'll see once I get them out of the mold tonight. I don't think I'm gonna cast them tonight. I'm just gonna take them out, go to bed. But in the meantime, I hope that still shows up. It's such a small thing that is easy to overlook. But yeah, I don't know. One day I'll maybe email him. You know, as a backup plan, if I ever, like, I don't know, like, I guess I could use that as a resume to get a job at Valve. Like, here's my resume. I made an entire button company and stuff like that. Where will I fit in? But ideally, this is the path. Oh yeah, when I ordered that pizza, I ordered a soda and I never opened it. I'll have plenty of leftovers. I'm looking in the background of my stream to see if there's anything cool I could show you guys. Yeah, I could do Arctic White. I like Arctic White. It's like hard to show on camera. But it's like clean. I don't know. I like it. I'll do some. Maybe I'll throw a like batch in. I don't know what the I don't know if people want them. I mean, obviously if you're asking, there could be potential interest. But yeah, I'll throw a set in this week. I think tomorrow, so today's plan was get what I can get done with the I had like the morning. I was able to work in the morning, and then the electrician came and I didn't get as much done because I had to like do house shit. So I couldn't get as much done today. And then the Linus thing happened, and tonight was originally going to be keep working on that stuff. So, but I thought the live stream was important to kind of let everyone who's unfamiliar with this and how, you know, they show up and everything's sold out. So I thought it would be nice to just be available instead. So yeah, tomorrow will be, tonight will be demold all the stuff I have in there now, prototypey stuff. And then tomorrow will be, I think I'll probably shelve some of the touch protect stuff. That's what I was doing today because it was easy to do, like run in, click print, run away, do the housey stuff. But I'll probably focus more on the button side of things tomorrow is the plan. Yeah, I can make that happen. Ooh, a winter themed Arctic. Okay, I like that. I like that idea. It's getting colder. I still have not mowed my lawn. It doesn't look like, you know, super trashy. It's just like longer than I would like. But now it's like, at least in Pennsylvania, it gets like fall and then it gets wet. So I keep being like, I want to mow the lawn. It's wet. I will wait. And then it's just, yeah. But I hope I get snow this year. We didn't really get a ton last year. I went pretty hard on the snowboarding scenario stuff last year. I learned it's called a tame dog. It's like a front flip where you press off the front of the nose. I'm hoping there's more snow this year than there was last year. I don't think I have a video of that on anywhere public, at least. And I don't know how, one day I'll learn how to zoom so I can do that. Damn. Lucky. My girlfriend's at Red Rocks tonight, actually. So, you're in the same state. How do you deal with all of the snow? Man, snowboarding's so fun. I grew up doing it, and then I moved all these places that were warmer, so no snow. And obviously, like, snow in Pennsylvania is different than snow in a place like that, where you can actually, like we have local mountains and they're fine, but you can only get so good or whatever on local mountains where there's snow quality that probably sucks, but it's fun. I don't care. Like, it's fun regardless. Yeah, and then I moved somewhere warm for a while, a couple places, and then now I'm like, okay, I'm getting back into snow stuff. I'm back. I can live somewhere with snow. And I tried to use all my stuff from back in the day that was like high school era snow stuff. So it was all like, okay, my snow pants at the time were pretty good, but they're so old now, so they're not waterproof. And then the board was like really flexible and too short. But I used all that stuff for a year, and then last year was my main, like, all right, I'm buying modern stuff, and it was like insane how different it is now. Ooh, at least your work is understanding. So that car place that I worked at, that was the place where I really like lost my drive for full-time, like, corporate. That was like more corporate photo stuff. So it was like, it was for an e-commerce company, but I was editing, and my manager there was really not good. And we got snow one time. My commute was an hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes, hour 10 minutes, depending on the day. And I got there. A lot of people lived nearby, and I didn't. I lived in the city, and I commuted out of the city. And we got like, I showed up, and then there was like gonna be snow at probably like 11 or something. And then I was like, can I go home? And like, I have it fast internet. I can like keep working or whatever. But like, she was like giving me such a hard time about it. And I mean, that wasn't the only thing that made me not know if I wanted to work the corporate world or whatever, for photo stuff, at least, you know, that side of things. But that's where the whole, like, I'm gonna climb the corporate ladder, like dress fancy every day kind of thing, died for me. It was with you know, you have one bad manager when you're like fresh to the job market, and just like ruined it, sort of. I mean, the job after that, I had a really good boss and you know, people working with me. That place was awesome, so that counteracted that a little bit. But our snow is weird. I have a driveway on a hill, so it's like that part sucks. I don't have a snowblower, but last year I didn't need anything. I was like, maybe I'll get a snowblower last year, and then there was like no snow, so we didn't need it. Dude, commutes are like the worst. It's like so annoying. Dustin, did you miss the neon yellow that came out this week? There was I in my limited, this past week was rough, and I cranked out as much as I could, and there wasn't a ton of neon yellows, but I'll throw those in too with Arctic White and stuff. Starfield, the only problem is the D-pads, really. I need to look through this cup to see what doesn't have air bubbles, so like what is a full set, what was sealed correctly, because occasionally things are too thick, and I know how to tell for the most part. So I'll have to see how many full sets I can make out of them, and then just like these are already in a cup, so I'll do some D-pads. I need to look at what molds I have, because the metal like wears the molds really much faster than the resin does. So I have to see where my molds are at for the D-pads, and then get to sanding and polishing. But that should be, yeah, this is also on the list, is the Starfield ones, because they were supposed to be this past week, and then shit hit the fan. So yeah, I'll get working on these. Maybe some of this sanding will be tomorrow for these guys. I'm looking at this current set. I like these. I didn't actually install them yet, and I'm curious to how they'll look. I also haven't had time to play Starfield in a bit. Oh shit, are you watching this on your commute? My commute, that was like my biggest thing I realized from that life was like, I mean, my commute was really bad. It was, if you're familiar with Philadelphia, which you probably aren't, there's like a highway that's the main way to get towards at least where all my jobs were. You can go back roads, but like during commute times, it was busy regardless. Like there's no avoiding it, basically. The highway was built next to a body of water, so they can't expand it. And from what I learned in Atlanta, where there's like 5 lanes of highway, it still gets traffic regardless. So that can be, man, it just like, it sucked. It sucked the life out of you. You get home, I would be at work thinking like, I'm so motivated to do this controller stuff when I get off work, and then the commute would just like suck that motivation out of me. It was rough. Man, same here actually, the listening on YouTube. I have an iPhone. If you have an iPhone and you want to do picture-in-picture, but you don't want to buy YouTube Premium, uninstall the YouTube app, watch YouTube on Safari, and then download an extension called Vinegar. And I forget what the other one's called. He makes 2. He has like a bundle. But Vinegar is the one, it lets you do picture-in-picture on your iPhone with YouTube natively in Safari. Because YouTube blocks that, they bundled it behind YouTube Premium. So you can do picture-in-picture, and then you can lock your phone and you can have just the audio. And I do that if I'm working on buttons and I have my phone in my pocket or something like that where I have AirPods in, or when I'm going to sleep and I don't want the screen on. So that's the plan. I'm looking at the chat again. Ooh, fully remote though is like, I love fully remote. Yeah, you know what's funny? F12, so when I moved to Atlanta, the first year I moved there, they got like the smallest amount of snow. Like for what, at least for East Coast or Philly or whatever, it was like, it wouldn't be a big deal. It was like a dusting. And they like shut so much stuff down and people were crashing and stuff. And I was like, man, this is weird. But yeah, I don't know. Atlanta, those roads they would get super packed. And I was commuting, where would I go? I don't remember. Dunwoody, I think, was one of the places. It was like wherever the movie studios were. So they weren't like in the city. So you'd always have to like go different places. So I was in the ATL commute too. Remote is like super, I don't know. I always campaigned for it with the photo editing stuff because a lot of times it was like, let me get these batches of images, get them done. My computer setup often was better than what was at work. I would like bring in full photo edit mode, I would have a Razer Tartarus, the like left-handed keyboard thing, and that would be mapped to Photoshop actions. At one point before that, I used a, what is it called? Novation Launchpad, the MIDI controller that's like made for music. And I would put that on my desk and it would like have Photoshop actions in it. But you know, it'd always be like my computer at home is like dual, like ultra wides or something, you know, like I have a better setup, better Wacom tablet, all that stuff. And I'd always be like, let me work from home. And eventually that last place that I worked at before, like the controller thing kind of ended and stuff, I was able to convince them, because I got an opportunity to move to Hawaii, and I was like, let me work remote full time. I was already doing it like a couple times a week, and I was like, here's how it will benefit you. We'll have someone editing at a later time zone, so you'll go to sleep and you'll wake up and there'll be things done, blah, 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 blah. And the trade-off was I ended up working like it wasn't full-time anymore. It was like on call or whatever, but it worked out for a little bit. Oh my God, 3.5. That's like, what? How do you have time to work, Dustin? 3 to 3.5 hours. My friend that I just saw this weekend just got a new job, and he was between 2 different jobs. One of them, the pay was better, but the commute was like an hour at least. And you say an hour, that's probably an hour on a good day. So like a Friday would be way worse. And then the other one was less pay, but it's literally like, I think it's 10 minutes from his house. So he can like go home for lunch and stuff. And yeah, he went with the other one, which is cool. I'm glad he did. I was like, all right, you never had a crazy commute, don't do it. And I don't think that was the only reason, but it definitely helped, I think. Hopefully people aren't on my site and then they go to the stream and they're like, yo, why are you talking about commutes? If you're on the stream from my website recently and you're just lurking and you have questions, I will answer them. Even 30 to 45 minutes, 35 minutes, whatever, even that adds up. I know that like it's kind of impossible to get the ultimate commute, but whew, even I've thought about like, so this is like my basement where I do all this stuff, and I built a wall and whatever. And I've even thought about like, it'd be nice to have more space. I mean, that I've thought this with every studio I've rented, like, this is great. It'd be nice to have more space for like tools and, you know, all that stuff. How I like to work is like, I like to have a station for each thing that's always set up, so I don't waste time like setting it up, breaking it down. The big deal for me is I always need to have like a photo set. I'd love to have a photo set and then a separate video set so that there's always video lights up and there's always photo lights up. That's like unrealistic in this current basement. So I've thought, I mean, that's not the only reason, but I've also thought like, man, it'd be cool to have like, maybe I'll start looking for a rental somewhere to have space. And it's like, then it's a commute. And like the big deal with being able to do this stuff and like, I mean, what, it's 12:30 here, like I'm just at home. If I was doing this and then I also had to go home, it'd be rough. Or like, I don't know, less motivating, less productive, maybe. My dream is I would love to build this up to where I can build a separate building here, where it's like, it's out of the house, so I don't have an air compressor running. I recently just put my air compressor on a smart switch because I would lay down in bed and forget to have turned it off, and it would refill itself like right as you're about to go to sleep. You're all comfy and it would just kick on. So it'd be nice to have like those kind of things. The resin printer that's like probably really terrible for your health, and I keep it enclosed but like properly vent it in a better way. Like all that stuff out of in its own spot would be nice. But I don't know. That's a goal of mine. And I'll clip this if I can build this channel up and all this stuff. I'll clip it. And then I'll do like, maybe I'll do like a confetti popper or something on camera. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know what the video production will be in the future when this is more built up. But that'd be so cool. So that's the plan. What stream is this? I mean, this will be an easy one to remember. It's the Linus stream. So I'll go back and I'll grab that clip and I'll insert it into whatever. Here's my tour of my new thing video. Cross your fingers for me. Someone cross their fingers for the Linus thing, because I mentioned it. It's like, I can't explain what this is about, but cross your fingers, and it worked. So maybe if you cross your fingers for that, it will work. I really wanted to make, this is a Starbucks cup, and they had a blue lid that kind of matched this, and I wanted to take this purple one off that came with it and swap them out. I think that's a cool theme. Like lime green and blue, obviously. Very refreshing. I wanted to log in. So I have a Deck Buttons account and I have a Color Controllers account on Twitter. And I wanted to log into the Deck one. And none of this is saved for some reason. Ooh, it might be. This is cool. I didn't expect to be streaming tonight. So it's kind of nice. Ooh. I see, man. Oh man, I'm showing this. This is from Chris from earlier. I don't know if you're still here. I just logged into my account. His OG Touch Protect from the there we go. From the Steam controller days. I wonder how long he's had these on. I don't know if I keep mine. I bought, so this case was a separate thing, and I bought one. I don't know if it's still, if I have it anymore. These were on sale super cheap, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna get a bunch, and then I bought one. I didn't realize that they officially made a backplate like this. Now that's officially gone. I'm gonna reply to him. Looking there, a little note for when he wakes up. Anyway, it's cool to see like the Steam controller crowd. Did any of you guys see all those renders from the Steam controller 2 that people keep putting up? It's always like the same couple of images that go around, at least on Reddit. I'm trying to find it. I experimented with a couple of like weirder touch protects for the Steam controller. I actually experimented with some on the deck. I wish I knew where those would be. Let me think. This will be a world exclusive. So if you're one of the 8 people here, if I can find them, you may see an unreleased touch protect. I don't know if they're in this folder, so I'm gonna like do one of these off camera browse. A lot of this is like prototypes, extra material, what else? I don't know. It's vinyl. All right. The off-camera situation is not working well. You know, I just came across these like a bit ago, but I don't know if they. Sorry, I'll never get used to the mic thing. I came across these earlier, maybe last week, and I'm wondering where they are. Here's a fun little tidbit. I don't know if it'll show up on the camera. Hold on, I gotta pull up the OBS window. Where's my mouse? There it is. Wolf Den logo. So when I made him his set and delivered them, I had it on an envelope. These like black envelopes. If you've ordered from me, you may have gotten one of these. It was at a convention. I didn't want to waste his time. So I put everything in one of these. I had his logo on there. and then it said this was a like part of his logo, a D-pad, but I used that as like plus, and then I did color controllers in like sparkly, and then I sealed it up, and when I talked to him I was like, here's pictures of what I gave you on my phone so you can see them, but I didn't want to, like, it's a meet and greet, I'm not gonna like, hey, here's my thing, like pick through it, like that's weird. So I was like, I made you these, here's the rundown. And then the spawn wave one, you can't really tell because it's all holographic, but why did I keep this? I already delivered it. He never made a video. I don't know. I liked his sets. I think a lot of these people were gonna like do them in a big, like, take apart your Steam Deck and put a bunch of stuff in it, like actually like kind of like Linus did. What up, Dill? I need to make this text so much bigger. Dilligaff? Hello. Oh yeah, Mega 64 shirt. But anyway, yeah, I spent a lot of time on the Spawn Wave set as well, but hopefully at some point they'll come out. I doubt he'll make, at this point it's like, it's gonna be freaking winter in a little bit, so I doubt that's ever happening. I'm looking. If you're just tuning in, which I don't think you are, I'm looking for a prototype I worked on for some touch protect. I worked with his name was Existential Egg, if you're a OG Steam controller man. I think I sent these to him. He's the only person who's gotten them. I really trust him. He's like the OG Steam controller trackpad guy. Interesting. I found something that I can use. It's not anything fancy. It's for DualSense Edge. He's the only one that's not me who has tried these out and gave me some feedback, and I ended up just scrapping it because it was fine. It wasn't like, it wasn't as game changery as I expected. Where are these? All right, they might not be in this pile. I'm looking where I keep all this stuff. I don't think I got rid of them. Might have. I hope I didn't, but that's it's like I have all these like random things from making stuff. There's so many things that haven't seen the light of day. Prototypes of some sort. Stuff like that. And this is one of them. If I can find it, I'll show it. I don't care. This one never made it. Does anyone remember, if you're an OG Steam controller person, you may remember Touch Protect Lux. I'll show you on the handheld cam. It's like a snakeskin material. I don't know if this is one of the big vinyl brands. I don't know if they make this anymore. I never brought it to the Steam Deck. It was never crazy popular on the Steam controller. Ooh, I just found, this is good. Throw that aside. This is I'm bringing all the Steam controller Touch Protect to the site, so that's cool. That means I don't have to cut a set of them. All right, all of this is going away. The hunt continues. BRB. I found them. I don't think this is like something someone would steal. So these are prototype touch protect that I never made live. And that's because they're fine. I don't hate them, I'll say. They aren't quite what I expected, is I guess how I will word this. But they were Touch Protect Pro, I guess is what I was going to call them. And the whole concept was like, you have different ways to modify the way your trackpad feels. A lot of people that aren't used to the trackpads have trouble finding the center. So my concept was try to make it like you might be able to mix and match the center feel, you know, combo this one and this one. And then you have like a more rigid outer edge and then a thinner inside, something like that. That was the whole idea. In practice, it didn't work too well. I experimented with this gap and stuff, like your finger could kind of catch on some of the edges, and I would make it smaller, but then this, you know, here's an example. It's smaller. I mean, it's a different shape, but you can tell the thickness is different. And I would describe it as fine, is how I guess I'll describe it. It worked. It wasn't as game changery as I had expected. So scrapped that idea. That is a world exclusive Touch Protect unreleased scenario. So I don't even remember how this story came about, but I found them, which is good. Yeah, they never came out. I had Existential Egg, who has done a shitload of Steam controller videos. He is very well known in the... Oh shit, I forget. He rebranded Ramble Can, if you know who he is. I'll send you his... Oh shit, really? Nice. Wait, 150? What are you talking about? Really? On my screen it shows 119. Did it really jump that much? Because that's pretty cool if it jumped that much. I appreciate all of you, is what I will say. I'm just talking about, this is the guy. I trust him so much with trackpad stuff. He is the OG like Steam controller guy. He helped me develop certain Touch Protect. He gave me cool ideas. So I sent these prototypes to him. I sent the link in the chat, but then I didn't show the screen. Anyway, this is his channel. And he finally got a Steam Deck. And I've been like, let me make you some buttons. Oh, here we go. Check these out. The origins of the Steam button scenario. This is like, oh shit, the what's it called ones are in here. Oh, does OBS? Okay, good. It does show. Hey, do you guys want to watch an ad? Like, I'm blocking you from that, so you don't have to see it. Yeah, he's like an OG in the Steam scene, and I trust him with a lot of knowledge. Anyway, I'm trying to find... Oh shit, I didn't so, talking about the backs of these buttons. The original buttons. Things have come quite far. I sent him like a bunch of random shit. And you can see how they came out of the molds back in the day. So this is an original Steam controller button. When did he post this? 4 years ago. So 4 years ago, I didn't know nearly as much as I do now about resin casting, mold making, all of the stuff that like turns this from what this looks like into a full product. So it's this is cool to me. Memory lane. But yeah, you'll get to see the back of that. Ideally, he'll show a clip of it. I want to link this on my site. He's like, here's this barely green. Man, I did not know about pigment powders back then. So the whole deal with a lot of this was like, I was used to car paint, and you can use some of the materials you use to make car paint happen. But I did not know how pigments react with resin. You know, resin involves heat, it involves density, whereas car paint is really thin. The viscosity of all this stuff matters, and it changes how color works and all that. I didn't know shit about it back then. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, damn, hey, there's one of the sprinkle buttons, the OGs. This is cool. The OGs of this, the sprinkles. But yeah, if you take a look here, like this is bad. That versus what the back of a button looks like now, which is, it's got a logo in it, it's got a defined edge. Yeah, things have come a long way. This is cool. I'm gonna throw this link on my thing. Oh, did I send him glow ones? Maybe? I don't know. Anyway. This live stream is quite a rant, but yeah. Hey, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. We're just kind of, yeah, there's no real topic for tonight. It's just kind of show up and say hi. I can't believe I found this video. I forgot that this was a thing. I'm putting this on Twitter. First, I'm retweeting this. I'll update my Instagram probably tomorrow with a little like, oh my god, Linus thing. Again, this stream was like, I gotta go live tonight, and then threw it together. So I didn't really have any sort of like plan to like constantly post out on all the other platforms that existed. I wish I had my other Elgato. I'm trying to think of how the Nintendo Switch would work. Probably a bad idea to try to set it up live. I'm tweeting at the OG How do I word this? This is worded poorly. Hello, here's a stream of me typing, but without keycap audio. Post. Hell yeah. And none of the links in his video will probably be live anymore. I'm thinking of what I have plugged into the Elgato now. I think I have the handheld camera plugged into it. I'm wondering if I replace that with the Switch dock, if it would just work. Ooh, what up, Angus? Thank you for showing up. If you have questions, I keep telling all the new people, because I have a lot of like OGs from the first streams who are here. But I keep saying, if anyone has questions that's new, that's why I'm here. The Linus thing came real quick. I mean, I sent them stuff about a month ago, and you never know if it's going to happen, like when or if. So it was like mega exciting, and I was like, everything's sold out. Like, so I was like, I'm going to go live, let people know what's up, say hi, explain how this works if you're interested, etc. Throw a sub if you can. I keep telling people that too, like this channel, so I go live every week and a half. And then I also, I have some videos filmed. I have one I'm currently editing. So ideally the channel will only grow. But yeah, if you want to see something, let me know. I have a couple of unreleased Starfield sets. This camera does not do well with focus, so I have to switch to this one. Working on these. Starfield. They'll come with a copper D-pad. This is real copper. It's metal powder, fine metal powder mixed in with resin. It will patina. You can sand it. Don't sand too much of it because you'll sand it off, but you can finish it, which is cool. There's a prototype on here that I can't show, but I can show the front of this. Product showcase. Yeah, my desk is a mess. I very quickly, thankfully a lot of the stream stuff is set up, but I very quickly was like, I'm going live. I don't have a plan for this one. I'm like very tempted to build this macro pad live. I don't have a free USB port right now, but it could be kind of fun. I'm trying to see if there's a good way to do this. I did have an overhead cam. It's up in my ceiling, but I didn't plug it in when I first launched OBS, so it is not live. I don't know if I'm fully building this right now, but I'm like very tempted. I need to look at his site and see if I need to know anything about it. This is a macro pad. My friend JB made it. Let's see. Ooh, it's pre-order, so I don't even... Let's see. Additional information. So what I could use this for is almost like a second stream deck. Oh shit. I didn't realize. So I looked on the website. His logo is embossed on that PCB. That's freaking cool. He told me he made these, which is cool. I guess there's not a ton to know about installing these. line up the USB port. If I build this, I'm not gonna like go crazy on configuring it right now because I don't have a USB port that's free at the moment. I also am not sure if I'm doing this right. Hello. How do you build? It looks like it would go in this way, but it doesn't. I thought about if I live streamed this, I would have him like come on a Zoom or something. I should text him now. I don't know how late he's up. I can't get this to line up. Yeah, what kind of keyboard do you have? For some context, this is a macro pad that my friend makes. He runs the website oneupkeyboards.com. This is apparently it's a pre-order right now. But I got the PCB in there, by the way. But I got a cool one that is chameleon colored. I was just at his place. He has a little warehouse and I vlogged it. That's what the video will be. Hanging out with him and stuff like that. Just a day of mine. And yeah, he gave me these and I want to try it out. And I was like, I told him like, I'll build this on stream at some point. I don't know when. And now I'm like, that could be now. I want to see, I should have asked him. I'm looking at how does this, I don't know where the plate goes yet. I'm also probably, all right, he's got these. Oh, you know what? It came with standoffs, I think. Let me look if I have those. I left to look for standoffs and I found my mozzarella sticks. They were in my backpack. I don't know if they're still in my backpack. Ooh, nice. I have a couple of friends with them. They're good. I pre-ordered a cyberboard back in the day and then they were delayed and then I canceled it and then I just like before that I had a or before what I have now, I had a Magic Force. It's like not a good keyboard. And then now I just have a GMMK Pro because I just wanted something like easy and quick that I could get at Micro Center because I was being lazy. But I'll probably build something. Ooh, my watch. New at some point. It's fine. It works. I thought, yeah, plate goes on top. I'm just looking for, I'm pretty sure it came with standoffs. Because I remember being like, oh, cool, standoffs. And now I'm like, cool, where did I put those? Since you're a keyboard guy, here's a keycap mold. Pow! I also make artisans. I have one more place I think it could be. This may have to be shelved for the night. It's project. Here's some transparent purple, but the pigment was too light, so I never released these ones. Here's a mold box, 3D printed. Oh, nice. I'm glad you've seen them. Well, I guess that project will be a different day. I'm sure I have them, but when I get really busy, I feel like I explode outward. And I must have just, in a fury of moving stuff to like make room for something, I probably misplaced the standoffs. I'm like double checking my desk. Well, instead I have broccoli bites and mozzarella sticks. So when the Linus thing happened, I was like, I guess I'm not cooking tonight. And I like immediately ordered a pizza and accessories. So I don't know how long you've been here. This is a master. It's where the buttons are born from a 3D file, and then they sit in here. After I like sand them and process them, then they go in here, and then silicone is poured on top. This ensures that I can it'll be repeatable, so that both parts are the same, kind of like this, so that they fit together top and bottom. So these mold boxes are great. I designed them so that the bottom pops out, so I can then push the mold out, which is cool. What's up, Michael? Thank you. How are you? I always ask people what they did today, because I don't like, obviously, like, people come in and out, so like I wouldn't call it a spiel, but I'm like, I don't know what people heard yet, so I like can explain things, I can show you stuff. I just showed these, but they are too light. Look at that. This camera doesn't have autofocus. It is a Canon 7D. Before autofocus was normal on SLRs. But when you build a streaming setup, you piece together what you have until you're a super famous streamer, and then you can buy cool items. Yeah, my plan tonight was like work on buttons. Obviously, that's usually my plan every night. And then my group chat, my main group chat, my friends, someone sent me a screenshot of the Linus thing, and then I was like, and I ran and I got my dog from her daycare because I had an electrician over, and he just left, and then the text came through, and I was like, I gotta go pick her up and then hop on here. And then that's my night so far. I'm curious to see how many... Oh, so now there's more people here. There was like a bit of a dip for a bit, and I was like, oh, everyone's going to bed. So I'm wondering what time zone just happened, or something happened where there's more people now. So hello, new people. If you have questions on how buttons are made, if you want to know why everything's sold out, I can just tell you now that everything's sold out because Linus posted a video, and I it's just me. But this is my full-time thing. Like I work on this day in and day out. So more to come. Sign up for emails on the website. Throw down a sub on here and click the little like notify me thing, because oftentimes I'll work on a new set that's coming out or something like that, and I will literally shoot the photos live, edit the photos live, like the pre-release, everything that like it takes like day of to and sometimes I'll shoot the photos a different day, but for the most part it's like you're seeing it as quick as it's happening. So like the last stream I launched, these guys, I think the sprinkle sets, and then I launched Party Blue, and the stream homies were here watching me shoot the photos, edit the photos, and then I made them live but didn't send it to my email list yet, so they got a little sneak peek to be able to grab them, you know, before the email list goes out. So that's your little benefit if you come hang out live. I'm gonna have more broccoli bites and look at the chat. Ooh, New Zealand, awesome. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I have a friend who just got to Australia a day or two ago, and I'm jealous. And I always said, I was like, I kind of want to go to New Zealand though, which is cool. Hey, thank you. I'm still live, and now I'm eating, so sorry. I'm reading the chat. Thanks for showing up. If you have a Steam Deck, sorry. If you, if you have a Steam Deck and you want buttons in the future, sub here, email list on the website as well. Sorry, I'm like, hi, welcome, I'm choking. And yeah, I don't know, if you have questions, let me know. Michael asks what I worked on before the Steam Deck. Okay, so a brief history of me. So I ran a website called Color Controllers. It was one of the, back in the day when people would airbrush video game controllers. It was like a guy named Pro Mods, Plus Controllers, and then me. And there was probably like one or two others, but I was not the biggest one. And Colorware, but they're like huge. But in that scene, it was me and then those guys, and then I always had a full-time job, and I was a photographer, photo editor, all that kind of stuff. That was like my main career. And then, ooh, the automation turned off. It's like, you're asleep now. My background light. I have a button right here. But yeah, so that was the thing. And then I went the full-time photo editor thing. Always had my controller stuff, but like kind of did whatever. That's where Touch Protect was born, which is these guys. Like trackpad texture. And then I switched to doing keycaps around 2019, maybe. So I did keycaps, buttons for the original Steam controller. Not nearly as involved as this project, but that was my scene, was making Artisan keycaps in the keyboard community. You may have seen this one if you're a keyboard person. Not this particular colorway. You might have seen the classic Animal Crossing. I'm the guy that made those. And then from there, the natural progression was the Steam Deck's coming out, and I wanted to... I love the Steam controller. I'm one of the, like, I don't know. There's definitely still people that use them, but I still use mine pretty often. So the Steam Deck came out, and I wanted to make stuff for that. So Touch Protect was the first accessory on the market for the Steam Deck at all, like aftermarket accessory. And now it's gone on to sell like over 20,000 on Amazon. So yeah, I don't know. That was last year was like the full-time, like the real deal, like, oh, I can do this full-time kind of thing. I would say 2 years before that, I had one foot in the photo world, sort of, and I was leaning more towards this stuff, but I never had like, it was like I was doing it full time, but like scraping by kind of thing, like never sure if I could pay rent the next month kind of stuff. So like I would consider last year the first like big year for like, all right, it proved to me like I can do this kind of thing. And that's what allowed me to invest the time into doing this project. So I originally launched a little teaser of Steam Deck buttons a year ago, probably on Reddit. Let me check. I didn't even launch it, actually. I put it on my website and then someone found it and posted it on Reddit. I'm looking because I'm curious to know when that happened. So this project started then, and then it ramped up from there. Originally, the buttons were cast off of, I'll show you, handheld. Yeah, I have a couple of cameras here. Originally, as I pour out this mess, this is like prototype cup. They were cast off of the original buttons from the Steam Deck. So that's like, this is the original D-pad from the Steam Deck. Add some more light. And how you cast off of an object like this is you have to fill the voids with clay. This is like, it's very rudimentary. And it worked. Here's a cast off of the Steam Deck's original button. And you know what? The back looks like shit. This is like fine if you're selling on Etsy, but my dream very quickly got bigger than that. So here's like the final. So basically that set off this whole trajectory of like, I could release this, but my reputation in the controller world and the keycap world, I try not to do the quick money route and release like, you could have bought this, I guess, but the back, it's not a product, you know, it's a thing if you're doing it as a hobby. And this whole thing has been designed so ideally it will ramp up and be produced, you know, it's designed so that when things like this happen, the Linus thing, I was featured on the Verge last month. It's designed so that I can scale it as best as I can. Like, it's down to like the mold design, everything is repeatable kind of thing. But yeah, it started as a cast. Sorry, it's late. I've been streaming for a bit. It started off as like as cast off of the original buttons, and then I wanted the control to be able to do cool stuff. One of the big deals for me personally with the stock Steam Deck, I oftentimes play in bed, so it was important to me to be able to feel the Steam button and feel these 3 dots. So one of the improvements I made was and this also boils down to like why it took so long to get these things out. Everything was a 3D file, and then there was prototype upon prototype upon prototype. This is like a 3D printed D-pad where like I was trying to figure out where these hoops go and why they do, like why did the team of engineers make these hoops in this spot and how do they work and whatever. You know, here's like a 3D printed button where the font was weird and like the backs weren't quite recessed enough. So it's a lot of like trial and error. These 3D prints are great for a rough thing, but you have to go through the process of making a final, like this is a master. From here is where you cast the actual silicone mold, which ends up looking like this, but for a Steam Deck. This is a 2-part mold for a keycap. It's just what I have on my desk. So the prototype phase is very long, and it took a long time. It took like 6 months of testing and tweaking and whatever to get to this point. But I'm hoping it presents as a full product. There's a lot of thought behind these. I didn't want to just be like, I'm some dude throwing this on Etsy with like this back that's whatever, you know. My whole deal is spend the time and energy to make good stuff. So what you're seeing today is it was a long time coming, I guess is what I'll say. And now I have the final thing. From here, you know, I currently have a bottleneck. Every time I make stuff and put them online, they sell out, which is awesome because ideally then I can keep making a living doing this, you know. The next step is getting rid of this. This is a 3D print. It takes 15 hours to make 2 of them. From there, I sand them, and then I have to apply the texture to make it match the Steam Deck shell. And then I can make a mold. And then this piece, you can use it. You can make a couple molds off of them, but they eventually curl up, which then makes the 2 halves of the mold not fit together well. So I'm constantly printing these because ideally I'm making as many molds as possible. The bottleneck for me is these. I need to get these made out of metal. So that's my next hurdle, is scale up the mold side of things so I can increase the output of the actual buttons, the fun part. I have one friend on board. I'm training him up next month. Both of our, like, he's got stuff going on till the end of the month. I have to go to a wedding at the beginning of next month. But then from there, ideally the output will increase and more buttons will become available. So bear with me. You know, when you work on something like this, I believe in this project so much, but there's always some doubt. Like, what if the people don't want these? You know, that kind of thing. So I couldn't like right off the gate get metal molds made and all that stuff and whatever. So when something like this happens, which is insane, like I've been a fan of Linus's for over 10 years. So for this to happen is like, it's so cool. But everyone's early, which is a good thing. So yeah, bear with me as I scale it up a bit. If you're interested in a set, I'll pop over to the site real quick. I accidentally had the what's it called? The Reddit account up. I'll just give you a quick like overview. I'm not gonna go crazy with it because you don't need an ad. This isn't an ad. But here's how the site works. Where is it? It's right there. I'm looking on my OBS, which is above me. So if you see a set you like and it's sold out, this button here is like super useful to both of us. It's useful to you guys because the second I add stock, it will email you. Like literally within the same minute I add it, you'll get an email, and they sell out. So like, hop on it if you're like super motivated and you want this set. But on the back end for me, it's useful too because I'll know what is more in demand and then be able to like kind of work on that. What else? This isn't everything. I'm constantly working on stuff. I have a new design, like a more, so I try to go live every week and a half, give everyone an update. Here's what I've been working on. And then if I have a big release, like a new design, I would like to, like I did it, the last big release was these guys. And then, oh no, it was the sprinkle buttons, but this was another example, where these guys were, I did it live and I also sent out a big email. Hey, these are live. So new stuff will also be popping up. I have a new one coming out that I'm working on this week. And there's a prototype that I've been not showing on the stream, and I still won't. But there's a prototype living somewhere on this one. This is my personal Steam Deck. And I've been really good at somehow not showing it. But that's going to be a fun stream. I bought a special piece of hardware to make the stream kind of interesting, and it's a fun way to present that set. Yeah. I'm reading prongs, the hollow buttons, blah, blah, blah. The prongs are not super important. They're for alignment. Occasionally, you know, they're made by hand, so occasionally you may need to sand. Ideally, as the molds progress and I refine little bits and stuff here and there, those will not happen as often. I mean, it doesn't happen too often. I haven't gotten too many emails, but yeah, they're not like crazy. They're just for alignment. It's really for like side to side travel a little bit, and stuff. Damn, 2 people from New Zealand. Hell yeah. I'm reading these chats. Yeah, there's a lot of like super late nights getting this done. I mean, shit, even down to the packaging. Like, this is the final packaging. I used to literally have dreams about, in my head, like when I would sleep, I was so focused on this and trying to work through each problem in my head that I had a dream that I was like at a factory or something. There's a local place near me that they do like fully custom packaging. It's really expensive, but when I was trying to figure out like what makes sense on packaging, it was literally showing up in my dreams. So this is like all encompassing, super focused on it. This is my life right now. So I'm appreciative that you guys are here for the ride. And that D-pad I cannot show yet, but now you know, like maybe there's gonna be a new D-pad coming out, I don't know, and it's gonna be related like with a set. That's what I'll say currently. Also, there's Easter eggs hidden in these sets. So 2 of them are really obvious, which I'll show you real quick. Boom. There's an install guide here, but 2 of them are obvious, and I'll show you because they are easy. I thought I had a photo of them. Here's one. There's a crowbar here, and that is obviously a little nod to Half-Life. And then the other side, there's a cake. So those are 2 Easter eggs, but there's a 3rd one that I shouldn't show because not too many people know about it, but it's located in the D-pad. So there's I talk about all the thought that went into it. There's also little stuff like that is more for fun. I haven't dreamt about color combos, but I'm not saying that won't happen. I've noticed this, like if you're doing, I don't know if this happens with any of you guys. I feel like if I'm like this immersed in something, and trying to solve a problem like that, I've definitely had dreams like that. Like I was in Thailand learning Thai, and that was so much mental energy trying to learn a new language that I would start to have dreams where I was like practicing weird sentences in my head of like, how would I say this? But I'd be sleeping, and then I'd be like, what the heck is happening? So I don't know if anyone else does that, but that is definitely something that I do. I can't remember off the top of my head what the latest, like, because right now the problem solving is like day-to-day stuff. I have finally broken free of the like tweak the mold to do this, like for fitment and stuff like that. So now like it's really troubleshooting on the casting side of things. Like, is my humidity down here too hot, too high? What's going on with this? You know, little day-to-day things is what I've been running into. Ooh, thank you for stopping by. How do I say your name? Marexon? I'm reading. Yeah, iFixit. They were selling. I was glad they were selling parts. Because obviously, I like that Valve's approach to this is like, take it apart. Because I grew up taking apart everything. I broke my first PS2. I broke it because I was taking it apart to try to put it inside a computer case, and I didn't ground something on the power supply because I was like pretty young. And I shorted the power supply and the PS2 was ruined. So it's cool to see Valve be like, no, it's cool, take it apart. I don't even keep the screws on the back of mine because I take them apart so like frequently, at least once a week usually. So I just like, I do that all the time. I did it the other night, like last night or something, and on the other Steam Deck, putting that prototype thing in, and I freaking did the thing that I always said I would never do, which was didn't take out a SD card, and it didn't snap. A lot of people snap them. I got lucky. I'm reading that jailbroke his PS3. All right. Oh man, did you ever add lights and stuff? So like PS2 and Xbox original. The original Xbox was super cool because it used a normal PC hard drive power supply. So you could, you didn't even have to like solder too much if you didn't want to. You could literally tap into that and throw on like power from the motherboard going to the hard drive. You could tap in and then put lights in the Xbox that way. I still have mine upstairs and it's like not in a good, it's not in like a usable state at this point because I was younger. I didn't really, you know, have any finesse in terms of that stuff. We took my friends apart and if you ripped the green jewel in the middle off and you remove the adhesive behind it and then sanded it, it would make it clear, but it would still say Xbox in it, and then we would put lights behind that, which was, I don't know if that's I would have to go on Photo Bucket to try to find those images, and I think I keep getting emails about like from Photo Bucket being like, your account is inactive, so they're probably gone. They're on a hard drive somewhere. Now I'm curious, and I'm gonna quickly look on one of my external hard drives to see if I have images from that era. That'd be so cool. I already dug up one weird thing tonight, so maybe I'll be able to dig that up. If Bridge will open. I don't know what window it's in. Oh, it was just being slow. Let me quickly browse. I'm gonna say that there's a slim chance that this is on here. Oh shit, I can search. Ooh. I doubt it. I'm looking. Just in case. I have so many, you know, the color controller stuff has been around since 2012. So just imagine your files from 2012 and then piled on top of other files from all the other years. So even if I did find this, it would be hard to find. And this was like, I doubt this would be something that would be on Facebook. I found really old Touch Protect pictures. And then I used to paint controllers, so there's old controllers as well. Here, I found these. This is kind of cool. The world's first Steam controller that was custom painted. But these are like the raw images, if they will load. This computer like is showing its age a little bit. Every time I stream and I try to do too much stuff, it's like yells at me. So I don't know if this is gonna load. Bam! Raw. Look how bad that sticker peel is. Those stickers back in the day, they would break. Ooh, I appreciate that. If you do, leave a note in the chat or in the checkout, because I'll remember. I tend to remember that kind of stuff for some reason, which is good. But thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I'm reading chat. Probably Starfield. So that's the other thing. I have a Starfield set in the works. Very limited because it has a copper D-pad, like made of copper. This is a blurry picture of it, but I'm gonna try to get those done because secret prototype requires like making more molds, or else I'd only be able to do one. The other side of it's done, like the button side, those molds are done. But this addition to it is kind of a, I was thinking about it and I was like, this is the proper way I would like to do this kind of thing. So it was like, I could have released it with a standard D-pad like this. But I think I want to do this other way. So I got to build up the molds on those. Tonight after I stream, I'll remove those from the pressure pot, and then I will, there's only 2 of the revised one. So I made one prototype last night, installed it last night, tried it out, tweaked something, 3D printed the new masters overnight, and then this morning before the electrician came, I got those in. So tomorrow I'll cast I'll use fast resin for it because it doesn't have to be perfect. It'll just, you know, it's for fitment. So as long as those are good to go, I'll start making the real molds for them, and then I will also print more masters. So Starfield first for sure, and then those guys. And then a pre-order for Hollows is coming up before the end of the month for sure. So keep an eye out for that if you want Hollows. And they'll be made in addition to other stuff, so I'll make it clear on the product page, like, hey, just so you know, these are not going to ship right away. They're like going to be made. But yeah, I think it's time to try to incorporate a little more Hollows. Might be time. I'm curious to look through the Linus YouTube comments tonight. Sometimes I'm like, I'll have my friends look at that stuff because I'm like, what if it's bad? Or I don't know, what if whatever. You spend so much time doing this that sometimes, and it's the internet, you know, you don't have to take everything for what it is. But occasionally it's like, I don't have the energy to look at this. Yeah, I'm excited. The Starfield ones, I'm kind of expecting to be like the Hollows, where like I won't actually own one at the end of the day, like a full set. Because they take so much time, I'd prefer them to go to someone versus me. Because in theory, I could make another set if I wanted to. And honestly, my Steam Deck, I have 2, but you know, the one that I use like to play games and stuff, it's honestly like, to an extent, I can pick what buttons are in there, but they're going to be out of there in a month or like a week and a half, 2 weeks, you know, whenever I need to use it for photos again, for something new. So like I can never fully have one theme or one set installed, which is fine. It keeps things interesting. I am curious to get some time on the prototype, though. If I have any energy after tonight, I will, like tonight's stream, I'll mess with it in bed. This is where if I had a friend locally that had a deck, I have a couple friends that have them, but like some are in different parts of the country, and then like the closest one's about an hour away. So I could give him stuff, but it's like, it's a slow process, you know? Dude, Dustin's right. He says it takes one bad comment at the right moment to break your spirit. That is so true. It's so, oh man. I think when you put so much like thought into something and you're like, look what I made. It's probably like goes back to being a little kid or something. And it's like, someone's like, yo, that sucks. It's like, you could read, this has happened. I would release a keycap or something. You read like so many good comments and you're like, man, this is cool. And then there's like one person who's like, this is dumb. It's like never anything with thought behind it, and it'll like ruin your everything else. I've gotten a lot better over time with people with that situation happening, because at the end of the, I've realized, you know, you have to like turn that off sometimes, and like it's a business. You gotta like focus on the people that care about it, kind of thing. There's always going to be someone who like doesn't like what you're doing, and then you got to ignore them. Don't retaliate, just ignore them. I mean, imagine how like all the big YouTuber people do it. They got to get over that real quick. Will I have another broccoli bite? Kind of. I guess I had dinner on stream, sort of. I tried to eat some of this before I went live. And now I'm having second dinner. Holy shit. I just realized I've been streaming 6 hours. Which is cool. And someone new just showed up. Hello, new person. Sorry, I'm eating. I was just saying, I just realized I've been live for 6 hours today. Have a backup water. New person, if you have any questions, let me know. Done a little bit of a showcase tonight. I've explained a lot of times the process of making these. I've explained how the like restock notifications work, all that kind of stuff. So pick a topic and I can explain it for you. This would be, I'm trying to like not just eat these all stream on stream. This would be a good time to have the Switch plugged in. I could show you guys that game. It's so fun. I could probably remove, let me Google this. How does that work? I wonder. Nintendo Switch HDMI. Elgato. Oh, that's a cool idea. Some people use a full-on HDMI switcher. I have it's called the HD60X, which is like a USB Elgato capture card. And then I also have the older one, HD60S Plus, which would always give me issues with the cables I used with it. Ideally, they'd both be hooked up so I could do both, but that could be cool. If you're new and you haven't subbed, please sub. That would be cool. This is a subathon where I eat live on stream. It'd be cool to have this stream like play full screen on my site. Not full screen, but like somewhere. I didn't have time. So the plan I wanted to do today before the electrician stuff took way more time than I thought, and all that was, I was gonna take photos of the Steam controller with all the touch protect that I cut out today to sort of make a better, more cohesive set of images for Steam controller touch protect. I shot them so long ago that I didn't have continuity in mind as much back in those days, and I just kind of used what I had. So it would be nice to update that. Show some love to the OG Steam controller. Last mozzarella stick. It's cold. What have you guys been watching on YouTube? Is there anything I've missed? Aside from this stream, obviously. I would like recommendations for longer form stuff and like documentaries, because when I'm working, it's nice to not have to switch between like this video. These are not compatible on the Switch or the Steam controller. The backs are different, and the Steam controller is like super deep. Like, especially the middle button here, it goes like, it's like the middle button's comically big. But yeah, these ones are really tiny and they're really long. The like ABXY kind of thing. And Nintendo Switch, it's the opposite. It's like they're so small. If you've never taken apart a Joy-Con, don't. They're like, I wanted to swap the shell, and it was such a pain in the ass. I did paint a Switch back in the day. Instagram, that's what I was looking for. I don't know, this was like when the Switch came out. My friend Frank got it like super quick, and then he trusted me to immediately take it apart and paint it so I could be world's first custom Nintendo Switch. And I did a Zelda theme, but I'm looking for it right now on Instagram. I found it. Ta-da! But yeah, taking the Joy-Cons apart was like a big pain in the ass. And this was like translated from the game, and like one of the symbols was wrong or something. And I was like, damn it. But I don't know. I guess that's probably the only picture I have of that. Maybe. Oh, you can see the buttons. So look how tall they are. They're like comically tall. It's so weird. I wonder how those would print. I'm unsure. I guess that's the only ones with the switch. You wanna see my old living room? There's my old living room from like a bunch of apartments ago. I turned it, I lived here with this girl and then we broke up, and then I still lived here and I turned the living room into a photo studio because I was like, I need it would be nice to have a spot to do this that wasn't crammed in my studio. So I needed more space for controller making for like this kind of shit. There's the old building. You can kind of see. I don't remember what this video is about. But we're watching it. I don't know, like, that building was cool because I lived, man, I used to ship Touch Protect in stupid envelopes like that. That's a bad idea. I lived in this old, like, it was like a box factory back in the day. And then I also rented a studio in the same, a building next to it, but like close enough. And it was kind of cool. The history of colored controllers. And now I don't paint controllers. Oh, and tomorrow I have to ship stuff. Obviously, that's also part of the plan. Which reminded me, I gotta check something. I'm wondering if, like, my experience with taking apart Joy-Cons is just bad because no one did it yet. So maybe they're not as bad as I'm remembering. But I remember when I was like, man, what is, like, this is... It's so small. There was like a ribbon cable that like wraps around it, right? It like goes around. I don't remember, but I remember thinking like, what the heck? What is going on with this? I've logged in. I'm logging into my Etsy to check if there's orders to fulfill for tomorrow as well. Oh, I didn't know that they skip steps. Why won't this go away? Man, if you ever use a software called ShipStation, they just keep making it worse and worse. Importing, let's see. Oh good, I do have stuff to fulfill. Nice. My label maker. I'll do this tomorrow. Tomorrow there will be a post office run. Probably do that in the morning. And then get to work. I mean, that's also work, but you know what I mean. It's usually an excuse to get coffee. I posted on my personal account about the Linus thing, and people were replying. I haven't checked yet, but I'm excited. I had this plan, like, after the electrician thing, we were gonna paint my walls. It's a room in my house that we avoided for a while, kind of. And it's like the entryway, but I finally like, okay, let's like put lights in the ceiling and stuff. And my dad was gonna come down to help paint, and then this happened, and I was like, I gotta probably work on this stuff, which is fine. There's certain things I can like balance between this and like real life stuff, because real life stuff obviously has to keep happening too, but there's certain times where I have to just head down and get to work. and that's usually the case lately, which is good. I always tell people, like, if I stop posting on social media and stuff for a little bit, it's usually because I'm just in a, like, literally, like, I'm just working. Focused on cranking things out. Or I'm dead, I don't know. But haven't died yet, so. I wish I still had all those cups that I showed on the one stream were already turned into buttons at this point. They're processed and shipped out. So I feel like I have nothing to show you guys. I had one 3D print, but it's waiting for a filament change, which I should just do, but I don't want to because it will spoil. It might spoil if someone is familiar with what I printed. It will spoil the next stream. So I gotta wait on that. I'm trying to see what I'm like looking in the room to see if I have anything fun to show you guys. I'm glad that this light up here worked well. The last stream I had it further away and it didn't really work too well. I don't know when the other light is coming. Well, check Amazon. I'll show you what I ordered. If anyone cares about video gear. It's this, but it's not a 3-pack. Let me try to find a single. So what I ordered for the stream images. It looks like this. Pow! So the cool part of this light is it's smaller than the one up here, which is awesome. And I can also, it has this grid in the front. How those work is like they block excess spill from hitting a bunch of stuff that shouldn't. So ideally this will make the scene, my face, this area like look a little nicer. But we'll see. It would be real cool to get a bunch of them, but I will slowly build up the stream, is my plan. It's cool looking though. It's not whatever this cost was. It was like 100 something. This is probably like, this is 3 of them. So that's coming soon. Slightly better lighting. I don't, oh, mine also, it doesn't do RGB, I don't think, because I didn't need it for that. Ooh, you know what I could add? I can add this. I can add the Linus to this, which is really cool. Oh, hello. How's it going? I appreciate you stopping by. It may look like I'm just sitting here, not saying much. I started this stream 6 hours ago, so people kind of filter in and show up and then say bye and whatever. So if you have questions or anything, let me know. Some topics I guess I have talked about tonight are like, why is everything sold out? That's partially because of the Linus thing, and then also I'm currently working on scaling this up a bit. I had like over 100 sets ready for the launch, and then all this press happened that I just happened to be looking at as you showed up. The Verge thing, everything sold out very quick, and if you're on the site and you see something you like, I keep telling everyone this because it's the best way. Click this notify me, because I'm constantly making them and then people are getting notified the second they go in my inventory. that thing will notify you, and then people like check out. So just keep an eye on things for now. Eventually the output will be a little faster, so these kind of like growing pains, I would call them, will they'll work their way out. I have one friend that I'm gonna train up on how to do this stuff starting next month. He runs this site, One Up Keyboards. If you're a keyboard person, he's a good friend of mine, and he's experienced with some resin casting, but he doesn't know the ins and outs of this. So I gotta train him up, and obviously, for me, my whole big deal is like quality is king here. So I gotta make sure he can make them how I like them. But that'll help. What else? The part of the process here is, this is a 3D print. They all start as a file. Well, not, I'll explain this. This is a master, and this is what you make a mold off of, and then the mold is what you use to make the buttons. These take like 15 hours to print 2 of them, and then I sand them by hand. It's really small, you know, Steam Deck buttons aren't big. So I sand them by hand, which is time consuming, and then I add the texture to them to match the Steam Deck shell, and then I make the mold. This was an impromptu stream, so here's a keycap mold to show you kind of what it looks like. And it's 2 parts, they fit together, boom. The resin goes inside, and then it turns into plastic when you put it in a pressure pot over, you know, and if you didn't put it in a pressure pot, it would also turn to plastic, but it would have air bubbles and stuff. So yeah, that's like a very brief rundown. I'm constantly making molds at this point. My bottleneck right now is these are 3D printed, and they take a long time, and they require a lot of like hand processing, I guess. And you can make a couple molds off of each one, but eventually they start to curl up and like get all weird and dimensionally out of place, where like the 2 parts wouldn't fit together well, kind of thing. You can't make good molds off of them after a couple times. So I'm constantly having to like not make buttons, or, you know, I'm juggling a lot of stuff, but I'm constantly like also having to do this part. So the goal is to get these made out of metal so that they're always available. The molds are the same every time. There's no like, did this one curl up by now kind of thing. So that's my current way to scale. That's in the works. That's expensive because I need a lot of these, and getting stuff made out of metal is not cheap, but that's a plan. So how's it going, swelling? Yeah, anyway. Oh, there we go. This is a perfect, you came at a good time. They're all made by one person, me, and they're very labor intensive, and the materials I make them out of are not like super cheap Amazon crap. It's like, my background before this, I was a professional photographer, and I worked on like TV shows and stuff, so I like talk to the props makers of TV shows, asking them, hey, how do you make this? What kind of material is good for this? And then I went to the manufacturers of those materials and just went to town soaking up the info. But yeah, none of this stuff is cheap to make. I'm not just some guy doing it on Etsy. Like I have business insurance, I pay taxes. So that's all involved in it. And then, yeah, the scale I'm doing this at is like, they have to pay the bills. But yeah, I mean, just the time. So this is like, I'll run through this quick again. This is how it starts. A 3D file. This takes 15 hours to print, and then I hand sand everything, and then I apply the texture, and then I make a mold off of that, and then I do the magic, make the casting, and then where's that cup? Here we go. They come out looking like this. So after you cast everything like this is how it comes out, and then you have to break apart each one individually remove all of this. This is called flashing. So you break each piece apart, sand them all flat, make sure they're good to go. And then like razor blade around some of this stuff. Like it's not, I'm not a factory, just mass producing stuff. So that's the plan. And the 3D printing thing. So here's the deal with the 3D printing. You can't just like print the buttons and be done. That's not how that would work. But right now, this is printed on a DLP printer, resin printer. It's at 0.02 microns, and you still get layer lines. So maybe a customer may not see that as much as I see it, but it still has to go away. So, and I've tried SLS printing, selective laser sintering. I ordered that out because I can't afford a $30,000 printer. But I tried that to speed that up because those are naturally, they come out kind of sandy texture, like a matte finish. But you lost too much detail. So all the fine bits that make this like a mechanical part that work, and all the text on here it just wasn't good. So the next step for this is to get these molds. The master's made out of metal, which is a CNC shop. So far my quotes are in the range of like $2,000. So yeah, this is not a small undertaking by any means. Hey, if you got a 3D printer link, let me know, because I'm always looking for ways to do this better, speed up this side of things. But yeah, and on top of all that, the research and development phase of this was about 7 months or so. So all of those steps, picture that, but when trying to figure out the fitment and the mechanical properties and stuff, and the feel, how they feel. Like, you know, a D-pad is made up of a bunch of different curves. So like, there's this curve on this edge, and then they dip in. All of that is like, you got to figure that out. You know what I mean? So if you do that and the curve is off, you get to the final process where you can put it in a Steam Deck, and then it like feels weird. So you got to rinse and repeat. So yeah, there was about 7 months and about 10 grand worth of materials, machinery, pressure pots, air compressors, what else? Air conditioners for the lines for the air compressors so that there's no moisture in the lines, all of that stuff. So they're not for everyone. I am not a factory overseas. Injection molding. You will feel the difference between these, and I showed these earlier. I'll show you again, or you guys, because you're new. You will definitely feel a difference between these and injection molded ones, like something from Extreme Rate, etc. This is a Extreme Rate D-pad. It's hollow. It's very thin plastic with no texture on it. Same with like their buttons and stuff, obviously. Same with the stock. I mean, the stock Steam Deck D-pads at least have a thicker plastic. And then this is a solid cast D-pad. They feel better, I promise. But again, they're not, yeah. I don't outsource stuff. I use high-end materials, and I do it right. So, and honestly, they're selling out at that price, so I don't want to lower it for no reason, you know. But yeah, again, at this scale, I'm doing it the right way, paying business insurance, paying taxes, I don't know, all that stuff. It all adds up. It's all the stuff people don't see when they say like it's expensive. It's like, look at an Artisan keycap. They're actually less work. So I started my journey in the resin world making Artisan keycaps, and I used to always think like, man, these are so small, it's really annoying. I wish I wish I didn't have to sand something so small. Little did I know that buttons would be more work than a keycap, because there's more buttons per set. And then yeah, so that's why. I mean, people pay a lot for a keycap as well. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it's tough. And you know, all the stuff you don't think about. I shoot all the photos here. I'll show you a little tour. Bear with me. I did not know the Linus thing was A, happening at all. I sent them a while ago, and B, happening tonight. So my best thought was go live, tell you guys about it, say what's up, answer questions. But yeah, another like aspect of this, I guess, is that, I mean, okay, again, this room is very messy. If it's your first stream, welcome. When I get super busy. Anyway, so everything's then shot, edited, whatever. All the stuff you see is all me. So, quite the undertaking. But it also allows me to do this full time. And that's a huge deal, because I feel like I can then release a bunch of new stuff all the time, which is cool. Appreciate you, Seventh Sense. Sorry, I've been streaming for 6 hours. Appreciate all you guys stopping by. But yeah, that's why it's a little bigger of an operation, I would say, than just like a random Etsy man or whatever. So yeah, and honestly, being able to not, you know, comfortably, ideally every month be like, all right, I have this much I can invest back into this, I can still pay my rent, and not worry about having to get a job that will then take me away from releasing new stuff. So you're also just, you know, you're supporting someone in the Steam community. I am an OG in the Steam community. I'm the guy that runs the Steam controller mods subreddit. So if you have a Steam controller from back in the day, you may remember me. I made buttons for them back in the day. I make touch protect. They add texture to your trackpads. Also the guy that invented that. So yeah, that's why. Hopefully that helps. I get that question a lot, and I think a lot of people don't realize a lot of the hand. Obviously there's things I'd love to do to speed up certain aspects of it, but I don't want to do that while lowering the quality, if that makes sense. So yeah, you're paying for this to continue running as well. I have a new set coming out. It's another like a major set. So how this has been working lately is if I have a new release, so I'll show you the one of them, which is on here. Which camera do I have? There we go. This was the latest set that was live. I live released it. So if you're on here and you are not subscribed, that's actually the quickest way to be able to be notified, because oftentimes I will like literally live stream shooting the photos of them and editing them and then uploading them to the site, and then I'll let everyone live know that they're live before I send out my email list. So these ones went live on stream, Party Blue as well. And those were like a major release. So those were like live and I sent out an email. A lot of these smaller restocks of stuff that's been on the site, Party Black, Party Purple, just like the basic colors, I tell people to rely on this button right here, the notify me, because yeah, okay, good, I have the right screen up. So this helps both of us. It lets me on the back end know what people are wanting, because again, just one guy. So that helps me in that regard, and it helps you guys because the second I make something live, it will go to your email, and then that's how things sell out, like when they go live, basically. So yeah, that for now, while I'm still like building up my capacity to be able to make more, the day that they launched, it was a planned launch with the Verge, and like I delayed it a little bit for them, and then, you know, it was 7 months of like, I hope this works. I spent a lot of money and most of my time getting it to this point. So then it launched, and I, you know, very quickly I bought a couple of more pressure pots to be able to increase my output more, because everything goes under pressure. Each time you do a thing of resin, it will take anywhere between an hour and 4 hours to cure, depending on what kind of material I'm using. Certain materials you use for certain effects and certain things like that. So yeah, that is the deal. Oh, good night, Travis. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good week as well. I quickly saw that. I don't know why that message got retracted. I don't know how that works. I don't know if you got rid of it. I've thought of making, like, some people request Nintendo layout for the Steam Deck. Switch itself, not focused on that right now. People have asked for like ROG Ally as well. And all of these things I want, like, in theory, yes. I would like to make buttons for more stuff. But in my current capacity, I'm gonna just be focusing on Steam Deck for now, because I like it. I mean, I also use these things. I make things that I like to use, and I like to use the Steam Deck. And that, I don't know, people like Steam Deck. I would hope that people like it as much as I do. So yeah, that's a little like quick rundown. If anyone has actual or other questions, let me know. Usually I have like a loose plan with these streams, but I had an electrician over today, and my dog was at daycare, and then the electrician left, and my group chat, someone texted me a screenshot of the Linus thing, and I was like, wow, okay, I didn't know A, that would happen at all, and B, that it happened today. So I quickly ran and got my dog from the daycare, and then gave her dinner. She's under the desk sleeping. She gets so tired after daycare. And then I was like, all right, I'm streaming tonight. I want to like tell everyone what's up and answer questions and whatever. So that was the plan. There's no real plan. Normally when I go live, I have like a loose, like, here's what I'm gonna do and present and whatever. But Dustin, the Steam Deck only killed the Switch until you play Suika Game, and then Suika Game will make you use the Switch again. I promise, it's so good. For now, Steam side for sure. Is there gonna be a Switch 2? Have you heard those rumors? I'd be curious. Basically, I always say like nothing's off the table, but for now, the main focus is the Steam Deck, and eventually maybe. I just found a keycap that I had on my desk with a dead fly in it. I'll show you. That's a real fly inside. So I'm working right now. One of the things I'm chipping away at is super clear D-pads and buttons as well. Masters for making molds of like highly polished stuff. So if anyone wants to see a dead fly in a D-pad at some point, I would like to do something like that. I think it'd be fun. I found this fly on my windowsill a couple months ago, and I was like, I'm making it in a keycap. But yeah, I have a shit ton of ideas on the Steam side of things that I would like to get out. I literally have a note file on my phone of like I want to do this. I want to do this. I want to do this. The one that I'm trying to release next, it's been about a month of like gearing up to release it in terms of like building up the mold library and stuff like that. So I'm excited to get that one out. And I think it's a fun theme. I hope I mean, I think people will like it. But I got a question for you, Swelling. What'd you do today? Where are you from? I always wonder, like there was a lull in the stream for a little bit as everyone where I'm at, like Philly area, started to go to bed, and then there was like a little boom where it was like, whoa, where you guys come from? And a lot of people were from like New Zealand, which was cool. So I always like to see where people are from. I have now looped my audio track 3 times, and it's about to run out again. It's like 2 hours long, 2.5 hours. Oh, look, if anyone was on this stream earlier, Dustin, my monitor auto shut off after like 5 hours, and it just popped up that it was going to do it again. So that's how I know I've been live pretty long. This might be the longest one so far. My first one, I think, I don't remember how long that was. The launch night of the Steam Deck stuff, I set up a stream. It was my first stream. It was pretty janky, but it worked. I still had multi-camera stuff, but I don't remember how long that one was. I was so exhausted at the end of that, because that day, like, woke up super early, was trying to coordinate with the Verge, was trying to get the finishing touches on the website, make sure all the stock is ready, etc., etc., etc. So, what part of Asia are you from? I briefly lived in Thailand for 6 months, and then got to go to Japan for like this much time. A very small amount of time. Dustin, I'm gonna try to find the eShop link for Suica. It is, you have to make a Japanese Nintendo account, and then you'll pay $2, I think, is what it kind of converts to. And it's so good. It's, oh man, it will seriously make you play your Switch again. Because I hadn't touched mine in a bit either. I'm looking. I'm trying to find the link to it. If I had this set up. Oh, cool, Florida. Nice. So you're up late too. I'm in Philly. I'm looking for this link. I guess I could just go to the Japanese eShop instead. Here we go. Japanese eShop. Please don't. I hope it doesn't like. Yes. Okay. All right. Dustin, wake up. Make a Japanese Nintendo shop account and then download this game. Everyone do that. So my plan was like, normally I'll stream with a bunch of stuff to show everyone, and again this was like pretty quick, and I always thought like, oh, maybe I'll like play dumb games like this if I have nothing else to show or whatever, and I didn't set this up, but I would have loved to play this game. It's so good. It looks like this. I don't know if you've seen this, anyone. It's like very satisfying. So like you start with this little fruit and then like a cherry, and then if you put 2 cherries together, they make a strawberry, and like you go up and up and up. And the goal is to get over 3,000 points, and that's like what you would consider like beating the game. It's really hard to do that. I've done it once so far. But yeah. How's India? That's another place I'd really like to go at some point. someone, where are they from? Someone earlier was from Egypt. And I was like, that's on my list of places I want to go. And I was like, if I go, you should show me around. So 7th Sense Gamer, if I ever go to India, I'm reaching out to you and saying, please show me around. What? It's such a good game. It's so like, you don't have to think about anything. You just kind of drop fruit. It's so good. Oh man, I'm totally playing this game on a stream at some point. I'm looking at it right now. You can play it in the browser, like someone made a browser version, but it's bad. So Suika game it is. Watermelon game. The best Nintendo Switch game. There is a new Mario coming out though. It actually looks pretty good. Some people, it leaked like what, over the weekend or something, Friday, and people were throwing that on their Steam Deck. I've never like cared to do that kind of stuff on the Steam Deck or kind of anywhere. It's just like too much work and like, I don't know, it's illegal. So I never mess with that, but I know some people are already playing the new Mario on the Steam Deck. There's still a prototype on here. I'm honestly kind of surprised I didn't accidentally show it by now. I almost built a numpad on the stream, and then I forgot that I didn't have the standoffs. It's not a numpad, it's like a macro pad. I'm wondering, I'm looking on OBS, if anyone's familiar with stream stuff. 6 hours and 47 minutes so far. Which is kind of crazy. There is a bit of a lull. Which, yeah, I don't know. I would say if there's not like a huge increase in people, when this timer hits 7 hours, I should probably sleep. If that's cool with you guys. It's been a long one. But yeah, obviously still sticking around if anyone has questions or anything. Again, I don't know what else to show on such a rushed stream. I do know that this changed. I could change it back. Oh, you know what? I think I'm gonna see if this is something I can do from my phone. This light that's above my head. I would love to see what it looks like with different colors. This is new for this stream. So ideally, I can change it. RGB. I'm curious. Bluish. Why doesn't that, it's not like saturated looking. Oh, you know what? That looks like way kind of cooler. Ish. That looks like bad. Oh, here we go. Good. Well, now I know that this exists where I can change the color. So that's good to know. I can change this background light where that wire is. Dang, we could have a moodier stream. I'm curious who the like 6 people that are still here, apparently. I just picture you all sleeping. At this point. Swelling, if you're still here, how often do you go to the beach? I have a friend who moved to Florida from where I'm from, around Philly, and he only really went to the beach. Like, he's like, I don't go as often as you would think. Occasionally I'll drive to New Jersey and go surfing. It's like a couple hours for me. It's actually not too bad of a drive either, which is cool. I have 10 minutes until it'll hit 7. I wish I had like cool visual effects that I could pop up on here. I'm clicking studio mode. What does that do? Whoa. You get to see me live mess with OBS. Transition. Didn't do anything. Cool. I don't know how to live mess with OBS. None of this looks any different. That's something to look up later. How to use studio mode and if it's worth it. I'm wondering if there's a way. I'm looking on the back end here of YouTube. I'm trying to see if there's a way I can... I just realized I was on the public page for the stream. And if you go on the like stream backend, I have more options in the chat. So that's good to know. It's a little late to know that, but it's a good to know. Look, I can make a poll. Kind of cool. Did someone say yes? Anyway. At this point, I'm like waiting for the timer to hit 7 just as like a holy crap, I streamed 7 hours kind of thing. So I doubt that anyone's paying attention at this point, which is fine. I should change my homepage. Oh shit, you're awake. Yeah, it would be cool to live near a beach. I lived briefly in Hawaii for a sec, and I got to go to the beach all the time. But I've never like actually, you know, I was there 3 months, 4 months or something. So I've never like fully lived anywhere with a beach. And I always think it's cool. I actually kind of like them in the off season too. Cause it's like, it's nice in a hoodie. I'm still playing with the lights. Or trying to. I think I can make them do like weird stuff. It's not working. Oh well. Yeah, this stream, this stuff will like, I keep trying to improve this over time. All of the like look and stuff. Yeah, now it's not working at all. So that's cool. I mean, it's on, but I can't control it. After this, I will take stuff out of the pressure pots and then immediately go to sleep. I gotta put away my pizza too. I ordered pizza in the beginning of this that I tried to eat before going live. I should have water. Imagine, so I've been teasing that there's like a an unreleased prototype on one of these Steam Decks. Imagine like at the very end for like the way less people that are here right now. Just quickly show it. I can't do it. Here's a question. I just got a notification on my phone. I guess it's not a question. I've always thought this. Call of Duty streamer named Aiden just went live now. It's like 2:30 in the morning. How do you start going live now? Him and like Bobby Poff. I don't know if you guys know who these people are. They always stream so late. I'm checking if, like, normally Bobby Poff's live every night. And I'm checking if he's live. He's live. He's always live. Holy crap. Interesting. I was like attempting to sign into Twitch, but I'm not doing that right now. I need to come up with like cool stuff to do. Ooh, good question. So they're all made so that how do I describe this? Sorry, I'm fighting sleep a little bit. I use a program called Fusion 360, which is free if you are just learning it. And it's called like, I think it's parametric modeling. So it's a lot of like dimension based as opposed to something like Blender where you're like, I want to make a frog, like a thing you would sculpt. This is more rigid. So like dimensions matter, stuff like that. But my goal with doing it this way was to be able to then customize, like, I have a good example to show you. I can then customize the text and all that stuff. This was a prototype. Instead of the Steam button, I didn't know what to put there, so I just put the word fuck. This is just a 3D print, but I have like, I made molds of this because I was testing fitment and stuff. So it's what allows me to like do that. And you know, I spent a lot of time on the front end of this to be able to like customize. I wanted full control over that stuff. Here's a prototype of the 3 dots button. Is there an official name for this button? It looks really bad in my eyes because I have eventually refined it to be... So I found, here's a perfect example. I found when I used this like prototype version that the dots were actually, I thought like, oh, make them big, you can feel it when you're not looking, which is the goal. But this was like too extreme. I really wanted these buttons to be raised up because I hated the stock ones, and I also mostly would play in bed at night. And I wanted to be able to feel them without looking, and I never could. So that was a big deal to me. And here's like the prototype version, and then here's the final. I'll put them next to each other then too. So they got smaller, and they got closer together, and they don't stick out as much. And that's a good thing, because too much, apparently, after I tested it and used it for a couple weeks, too much was bad. So, yeah, Fusion 360, and then a good, you know, a good base that I made all of these off of. Then, oh, here's this one's cast. You can't really tell. It glows in the dark. It's the fuck button. But yeah, all that work developing the what I call the masters, then allows me to then modify them and make interesting things digitally, and then, you know, it just gives you a lot of control. But I mean, Fusion 360 is tough. It's approachable, it's learnable. It just takes a lot of time to learn, and then at some point you get really nerdy with it and you buy something like this. Oh, and you scratch it in your backpack. This is a 3D mouse. So how this works, it's like super heavy, it's weighted, and it sits there, and then you can kind of tell. So you can like physically move the object you're working on. Back in my photo edit days, how are you still awake? The quick access, but I'll never remember that, but I will probably still attempt to remember that. Man, I hope I didn't scuff this. Too bad. But yeah, this is a 3D mouse, and this one is wireless. You can also use it with a wire. But how it works is like the object you're rendering, you can like physically move it left, right. You can pull on it and it will move your 3D file up. You can like zoom in and out with it by pushing it forward or backwards. So like instead of moving it like a joystick, you can also shift it. So like that kind of action, and that'll move it like forward or backwards. So once you get used to that, you can like, it becomes second nature where you're like, whoa, what am I doing? You know, I'm like digitally moving a thing that's not real, a 3D object, but it feels like you're moving it in real life with a 3D mice rule. This thing, when I first bought a Wacom tablet when I was editing photos, I wasn't sure because they take time to use. Like you have to get used to this. And same with the Wacom tablet. I was like, I don't know if this is a good investment. It's expensive. And then it became second nature, and I was like, I can't edit photos without this. And that's how I feel with this thing. I was actually tweaking something last night, that prototype I've been talking about. And actually a little bit this morning I was tweaking something else, and I didn't have this plugged in. It was still in my backpack, and it was just like, I felt so slow. It's like, man, I can't do it. But yeah, true. You're like, this is no problem to you. Maybe I should like hand it off to you and then you stream. Keep it going for a bunch of hours. Yeah, I guess that's a cool thing I can show off is a 3D mouse. They make a bigger version of this where like it doesn't add much. There's also buttons on the side here. I have this button mapped to extruding some, or it's like a radial menu, but I think this one is set to extrude. So like if this circle was a flat plane, you can click it, select it, and then I would press this button and then I can pull on that and it would make this circle extrude, go up. So yeah, 3D mice, they're awesome. Fusion 360, also awesome. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go to sleep too, to be honest. Let's see. I hit the 7 hour mark, so maybe this is a good time to call it. I'll end the poll that says, "Are you sleeping?" Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking. Yeah, it's probably a good time to call it and go to sleep. Here it's 2:37 in the morning. I basically like rushed home and set up my stream after picking up my puppy. So yeah, stay tuned. Thank you to all the new people. I'm doing my usual. I always say thanks to everyone because I do appreciate it. It's hard to work for yourself sometimes. So the people that hang out, so appreciated. So yeah, thank you again. I had a pretty bad week last week, so I guess everyone try to have a good week and practice empathy because you don't know what other people are going through, you know? So if someone cuts you off in traffic, just don't be mean to them. Just say whatever. Anyway, yeah, it's late. I'm going to sleep. Thank you guys. Actually, I think the music just ended too, so that's a good time. Yeah. All right. Take it easy. If you have questions, find me on Twitter, all the good stuff. And thank you, Linus. No one's watching, but thank you, Linus. Appreciate it.